Yes, hello, good afternoon. It's my hope and my glad that you are doing well. Nataka kuwakaribisha katika show yetu siku ya leo. With an hope that you are doing well. So sijui Sunday yako imekupata ukiwa wapi. Some people have actually not used their Sunday in full, while wengine huko Kenya, our Sunday, no, in Kenya people have used their Sunday in full, but some people in other countries are still wengine wako kwa makanisa. Today I was not able to go to the church after a very, very tiring weekend yesterday night. So, but on Sunday nitajipanga. So on Sunday I will be good. So karibuni kwa show yetu siku ya leo, because these are the places where we are able to percolate politically and we analyze ourselves and asking ourselves, what is the status of Kenyan politics? And I can assure you that there is some glimpse of hope after having a very trying moment in Kenyan politics for the last 3 years. Especially when we welcomed a government which had no clarity. Sababu hii serikali ya William Ruto, they had no clarity of doing basics. And some Kenyans said that let's try and we see watafikisha wapi. And as it was predicted, although some of us we didn't even require any prediction, ni ya kwamba Ruto has performed dismally. Some people have even scored him -1. Babuinos at some certain level scored him -1. But I don't think I can even give him a -1, because a negative is a count in the negative direction. So the best counter is 0. So the best counter for Mr. William Ruto is 0. So I think today I'm full of energy. I have taken some time to refresh myself, and I think we can be able to do a long show tonight. As I also welcome a person who will be also doing things with me here, because tunataka kuwapea show kali from now up to 2027. So we also want to incorporate young people in our platforms. Sasa mimi kama mtu wa the other generation, we also want the Gen Zs, the Niko Kadi generation, to also become part of our platforms. And we want to start giving them our mantle, and they be able to also do the things which we are doing. Because mentorship is key. So we have also to start mentoring others, though that one does not mean that we are not visibly present in our shows. We also want the Gen Zs to own these spaces, and they come and they also try to manage us, because the next government, surely, many Gen Zs will have to get seats. Very many Gen Zs will become members of parliament. Very many Gen Zs will become governors. Very many Gen Zs will become senators. And we don't want them to become thieves, to become worse than the one who we are removing now. We want the young people to understand that a lot is expected from them. The fact that the young population in Kenya is 60% by composition, it also speaks that we also expect 60% of character composition from them. So young people have to start training themselves on how to be good people, on how to do things the right way, on what is good for the nation. So we have to start mentoring the young people so that young people can know the responsibility which is in front of them. Sababu tuko na kazi kubwa sana kwa walio wachanga ya hawa vijana wa from 18 years to 30 years. There is a lot they need to run in the political spaces. Yeah. Siasa sio kuchaguliwa na kwenda kulipwa mshahara. Politics comes with the responsibility. I don't understand. Somebody like Sudi understands that politics comes with a responsibility. For me, I think Sudi ako pale kulipwa na kupewa deals and to destroy our economy. Sudi is not there to do anything meaningful, unfortunately. Former CS Tuju abducted and missing. Yes, it's some news, Bwana Peter Mbudia, which is circulating. And it's a sad story. Bwana Tuju has been in a trial moment. But naomba atakuwa sawa, hoping that they are not going to kill him. Sudi lost a lot, even before he started losing the Dari, is it Dari or Daria Hotel? Daria Hotel. And Sudi lost his wife some time back, not to death, but on things which didn't seem. Somebody came for his wife. Let me put it that way. Somebody came for his wife. Then no sooner has his wife gone, he corrected himself. I don't know if he remarried again or how he decided to live in that space. Then after that, I know the fact that he was able to serve both in Kibaki and Uhuru government, he was able to amass some wealth. And I think some people have decided to come for those little wealth which he has been having. Yeah. So because I don't know how he acquired that property, but I want them to be fair. I want them to be fair. Kama Tuju ameiba hiyo plot, ameiba hiyo hoteli, procedure ifuato. And as we are following Sudi, Kasongo should fall in line. Na mtu yote ambaye we cannot be, hatuwezi kuwa tunapokonya huyu plot, tunapokonya huyu shamba na anapokonywa by Kalenjin mafias who want to own some of those properties. Yeah. So Peter Mbudi unaniambia ati kugongewa is a constant in Jamhuri. We are used. Sharing is caring. No, mimi usinikonge. I cannot take it. Yeah. I cannot take kugongewa. I'm too weak to take that. Nitaisha tu. And I don't know why Kenyans are taking kugongewa as a usual slang. It's a very heavy thing. Hiyo kitu kugongewa, we take it casually, but it comes with the pain na machozi yake. Yule ambaye amegongewa hawezi type hivyo. It's the most painful thing in life. Because men are people of hegemony, creating territories. And then your territory has been infringed. Tough. Okay, kidogo, I need to send an email to somebody. Yeah, so Peter Mbuthia, you are saying kugongewa is a constant. Makubwa haya. No, I don't think it's good to. It's a very bad thing. Okay. So hiyo maneno ya Tuju, and I don't know why Kenyans are a bit silent on that issue. I know it's a property law, so kuna watu wanaanzia kusema ati kama aliiba tulikuwa na yeye. So I think there is a famous phrase inasemekananga. When they came, I don't know, Julian ndiye anajua kutusemea hiyo phrase, but nitaitafuta. When they came for socialists, what did they say? Let me look for it. Ile ambayo unasema siko sababu sasa wewe una manyumba unasema I don't care, but finally Ruto will be coming for small things. Wacha niwasomee your statement. Wacha niitafute. Okay, wacha niwasomee. First, they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. So they came for Jews, I did not speak because I was not a Jew. Then they came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then, unaona sasa wewe uongei sababu you are not any of those. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for me. Unasikia sasa? Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me. Yes. So tunaweza sema mimi sio tajiri kama Tuju, hainihusu. It concerns you. Eventually they will come for you. Eventually they will come for you. So don't say that Tuju apambane na vita za watu wakubwa. Ati wale watu wako na mali. Hiyo ni vita ya watu wako na mali. My dear brother and sister, if there is a time you need to take heed, ni sahi. The time you need to take heed ni sahi. Usiseme ati mimi niko tu na ka 50 by 100 pale Muiga. Niko na ka 50 by 100 pale Embu Town Don Bosco. Niko na ka 50 by 100 somewhere in Ruiru. Watanipata lini? History ya Raphael Tuju, it has to be spoken out. And in a civilized society, we should not allow a man to suffer without clear reasons. Kama Tuju, if Tuju has committed crime, according to the penal codes of Kenya and according to the Kenyan constitution, he should be prosecuted. Lakini sio kuangaishwa, kutumiwa mapolisi. We know that is stupidity which the Kenyan government does. Kutumiwa mapolisi, sijui abductions, hizo ujinga. We have to stop that stupidity. In fact, and I want to speak here with a lot of authority, the next government tunachukua, Matiang'i, Gachagua, Kalonzo Musyoka, Sifuna, msitukuje kutuambia kitu hapa ati tuachane na Ruto. Ati Ruto sio mbaya, ni zile vitu wanafanya. I want to say, the first thing we have to do is to repossess Western Hotel. And personally, if the opposition is not going to give us a formula of how to repossess Western Hotel, I don't think we have any business of talking to them. Kasudi, you can you can click you can just click you can add yourself. It's possible. Just ukiclick hapo kwa jina yako, I think you can be able to add yourself. Ama nataka nikuongeze. Njiru, how many abductions have happened since 1963? It's not the start, it's continuous. Kenya is a mafia state, but why should Kenya become a mafia state? Yeah. Okay, karibu, Madam Sudi. So, Kasudi, there is something I didn't. Are you able to add yourself? Because I think you have the rights to add yourself. So, wacha nikutoe kidogo nione kama utaweza kujiingiza. Just ebu click. You should be able to add yourself. Maybe we will do it later. No problem. But you should be able to add yourself. Okay. Karibu sana. Okay. Yeah, you should. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Okay, add yourself now. You should be able. Okay, click inafaa kuingia. Yes, I think ukifinya your icon it should come. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Good. Then you can mute.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay. Just mute a little bit. I say something, then I will allow you to speak. Icon it should come.
Yeah, I've added to stage.
Yeah, that's okay. Uko sawa, just relax for now. I will bring you on board. It's okay. Yeah, thank you for that. Wacha nisome comment ya watu kidogo hapa, then I bring you on board. The Cohen Hemet is saying they are already coming for the 50 by 100 through. You hear? Cohen Hemet. So actually ile statement nimewasomea ni hii. So saa zingine usiseme ati wewe sio, let me just niweke hapa. Saa zingine usikawai sema ati wewe sio tajiri kama huyo. Anyway, I don't think it is visible kabisa, but first, when they came for the Jews, I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for the communist, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the trade unionist, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. Yeah. So what I was trying to say, Cohen Hemet, saa zingine unaweza kuta mtu akiwa na mashida kama hii ya Sudi. Unajua tunasema hiyo mashida ya Sudi ni mashida ya watu wakubwa. Maybe unaweza sema I cannot own such a hotel in a prime place in Nairobi. Wacha Ruto na kina Uhuru, hiyo ni mashindano ya kina Uhuru na Ruto. And we say that I don't deny, and I don't know why in Kenya we don't want to follow the law. Kama huyu jamaa ameiba hiyo hoteli, mbona wasifuate barabara vizuri na waseme bwana, this guy called them, naitwa nani? I'm forgetting his name. The proprietor of, kuna mtu alikuwa ameniandikia jina yake, I'm forgetting him. Anaitwaje huyu? Tuju. This Tuju, Tuju ameiba, is okay. Process him in court, follow a procedure for a thief. But saa zingine I don't understand why they do that. Anyway, but before we proceed much, Gudia and Cohen Hemet na wale wengine wanatusikiliza, we will be having a co-host here in our show. She has ever been here again, but akaweza kupotea kidogo, but now she has now said she has now some energy to be with us here. So our dear sister hapa atakuwa anatuelekezanga occasionally pamoja na mimi. So just give her the maximum cooperation mumekuwa mkinipea. So because we wanted the show to flow almost all the time, yeah, because saa zingine tunajikuta tuko so we wanted the show to be here, so she'll be here, I'm here, so for the purposes of making the show look better and also speaking about these issues which are happening in Kenya and also trying to participate in the Kenyan political space. So I hope we will do a good job which will excite you. Sasa now that we are two, sasa I do not expect I expect an improvement of myself now, because I think two are better than one. So if I've not been doing a good job, I think now with my dear sister here, we should be able now to do even a more better job and actually make this show more colorful as we do. So she has quite some interest in what we do, and she really wanted to be with us here. So and naturally in life, when people are interested and they want to participate in the things which you are doing, you give them that opportunity, because interest surpasses effort. That's what we say. Interest. Saa zingine unaweza kuwa na bidii lakini una interest, and then sasa hiyo bidii iende pahali mbaya. So, but if there is interest and then you combine it with effort, it even becomes better. So I think I know she will do a better job with us here. She knows our platform. We have been here. So Kasudi, even after you went, sisi tulibaki hapa tu, tumekuwa tu tukifanya information. We have been actually at a very bad point where Kenyans were at a frustrated point where we never knew how we could be able to treat these political spaces, especially after the Gen Z revolution, when they started abducting people and fighting dissent. And we didn't know how Kenyans would fight it. And finally, we are now having a splinter information where actually we are able to say that Kenya is succeeding politically, and we are now seeing even people resisting Kasongo. So much of our audience here, by the way, are anti-Kasongo. Though we do not resist watu wa Kasongo, lakini ni kama watu waliwakataa hapa, unfortunately. There was a day a guy of Kasongo was here, maybe just to alert you. Kulikuwa na jamaa wa Kasongo alikuwa hapa, but instead of coming with information, they a little bit come with irritation. Tutawashinda na hakuna kitu mtafanya. So they have some like arrogance. So that's why the show to some extent has been unable to accommodate Kasongo supporters very much. So we have not been successful to get a humble, salient, well-thought, well-spoken Kasongo supporter. If we could have gotten them, we have no problem of allowing them to speak here. But all the Kasongo supporters who have come here, who I know they are representing the other group in millions, they have been unable to give us a coherent, coherent discussion. And some of our viewers hapa saa zingine unasikia watu wakisema hebu mtutolee huyo mtu anatuumiza vichwa. So I didn't know that saa zingine discussion inaweza fanya watu waumwe na kichwa. Yeah, sikujua like kuna unajua maybe pengine saa zingine kuna uwezekano maybe pengine mtu apendi Kasongo ndio ukisikia stories za Kasongo maybe unasikia kichwa ikiuma. Me personally anyway, hata mimi I feel it that way. We have allowed people to, we have allowed that freedom of speech. We have allowed that freedom of speech, but we cannot be able to combine freedom of speech with lies, because there are so many things which our current government has not been able to achieve. And some of us feel that there is no need of listening to more promises, because already they have even abandoned the things which they said in 2022. To put things into perspective, I'm just trying to bring you into tie ili utuelewe kile tumekuwa tukifanya hapa. To put things into perspective, Mr. Kasongo has been if you try to transpolate or to mirror his 2022 campaign and the 2027 one, they are totally different campaigns. His 2022 campaign was about hustler narrative, and taking Kenya to the next step which he did not define. So hustler, so that those were the key things. He was talking about hustler na ile mambo ingine alikuwa akisema. Now 2027, he is now talking, so, and maybe Jib's Corner, you will help me understand this. Now in 2027, he is talking about Singapore. So when he is talking about Singapore, ni mahasras wanapelekwa Singapore ama, because sasa he was saying that ama sasa hawa mahasura wote mambo yao ishakuwa mzuri sasa, now they are now being taken to the Singapore face. So these are some of the things which he has not been able to explain, like when he is talking of, because when you are seeking for a second term, a mandate, we call them presidential mandates, you want to advance what you did in the first term. You are not just being rewarded by a second term for the sake. Sasa watu wanaanzia kusema huyu mtu amefikisha hapa, so tunaona huyu mtu hata tukimuongezea miaka ingine 5, he can now be able to advance it. So I was expecting, if Ruto meant what he did, it was even better for him to funnel a hustler narrative in 2027. For me, I like consistency. I wish he was able to continue with his hustler narrative, because still in Kenya, people do not have money. People are not well up. People are suffering in hospitals. Many of the stories which we have heard, like of medication, we are hearing that in Kenya, people are not getting medication. And education is a problem. JCS teachers have not been hired or paid. So young people are still anguishing in poverty. So there are no opportunities. Industries are collapsing. So there is a lot which is happening in the dichotomy of the Kenyan politics. So now we have now left the hustler narrative. Not us. He. It's not us, because some of us we were not privy to this hustler. So the guy has left the hustler narrative, and he is now in Singapore mantra. So Singapore mantra, which is a imaging, like he is saying Kenya itakuwa kama Singapore. You know, Singapore is a first world. We are talking of a third world country struggling with the poverty, diseases and anger. Vitu za kawaida. Sisi tuna struggle na vitu za kawaida. Tajiri wetu wa Kenya akifika Singapore ni maskini. You know, that's the meaning of when saa zingine Kasudi, when we are talking between first world and the second world and the third world. First world means a rich man in Kenya ukimwangusha Marekani, huyo ni maskini. That's how those things mirror each other. Or a rich man in Kenya ukimwangusha Singapore, huyo ni maskini. So there is a lot of lies, and also to funnel this Singapore narrative, Kasongo has also even changed the geography. Now this Singapore narrative is much domiciled in the western sides of Kenya and Nyanza. So that is the launch pad. So bomb inalaunchiwa huko here Singapore. So the Luo people, some time back I heard Gachagua saying that because our Luo brothers and sisters are a bit epic in big life, courtesy of some who even do comedy, unasikianga, you can see guys who do, so like it feels like the Singapore narrative can easily be marketed in Ujaluoni, which I don't think, somehow I believe. And actually Gachagua today has spoken to the Luo people, and we will be showing those videos shortly, where like Gachagua has insisted that Luo people will also come to learn who Ruto is. They might pretend not to understand it now, but in some time they will come to learn. So that has been the dichotomy. Then there is this issue of the Kadi narrative now, which now politicians have picked it up. And I like the reason, and that's actually our topic today. I like it that now the young people have now started controlling the Kenyan politics, because if young people are not important, awangekuwa anakuja na kakitu alafu Kasongo na akina Gachagua and the rest, they pick it up. And I think this is one thing which young people have to start. Karibu sana United Girls. I think young people have to start learning that they have the moral accord to actually shape the narrative in Kenya. And it is something I wish young people can understand, that their population of 60% is not just in numbers. It is a population which can shape the narrative, it can give us leaders, and it can give us a direction. That is, if they accept not to be bought, to be given cheap money, they can do a lot. I think, Madam Kasudi, with that, I've given you some good undertones of what have been happening here for the many days we have been here. Actually, I was looking at our channel the other day. We are almost over 500 days here. We have done close to 500 shows here. Gibbs Corner, can you imagine that? We have done close to 500 shows. And we predict where Madam Gibbs Corner, unajua Kindiki amesema yeye ndiye ndama na ati watu wa Mlima Kenya wanataka kuafya ama kutoa hiyo ndama, na yeye ndiye ndama. Nitawawekea hiyo video pia hapo, musikie Kindiki akisema yeye ndiye ndama. Ati tunataka ati sasa hiyo ndama itoke kama ijazaliwa. Kindiki yako na upuzi mingi sana. Anyway, with that, Kasudi, I can now allow you to make yourself known to the platform once again. Thank you. Yeah, you can unmute, huh? Go ahead. You can speak out. Yeah, you can unmute, huh?
Can you hear me now? Are you able to hear me?
You can speak out.
Or
yeah, you can unmute,
huh? Can you hear me now? Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, tunakusikia ni vile.
Can you hear me now?
Toa YouTube, maybe you have two things running together. Toa YouTube, ubaki na stream ya mtoto yako.
Can you hear me now?
Toa YouTube, maybe you have two things running together.
Are you able to hear me?
Oh, let me speak to you a little bit. Karibu sana Roba. What you do Kasudi, usikuwe na vitu mbili zina run pamoja. We can hear you. What you do is kama ulikuwa umefungua YouTube, funga YouTube, ubaki na stream ya peke yake. When you're in the show, if you have to, because you know they are not receiving frequency at the same time, so just have one. So just make sure uko na stream ya peke yake. Hata mimi nikiweka YouTube, just close YouTube, I think ibaki na stream ya ile ambayo umeingia nayo studio. Hiyo ndio tuna. So kuwa tuna ile uko nayo tu kwa studio, be in the studio, the YouTube one just remove the YouTube one. You'll be okay. They don't operate the same way. So if you are that way, if you only have the one ile uko nayo studio peke yake, tutakusikia. And I have muted. The reason why we mute is to allow the other partner to speak. So nime-mute, so go ahead. Let's hear if it has improved.
Hello. Okay. I'm sure now you are able to hear me now that I've turned the other YouTube off. Of late, we've been seeing Kenyan leaders trying to prove who is the lion and who is the fox. So definitely the fox part is the opposition and the lion part is the sitting government. So we've been having back-to-back insults from both the fox and the lion. Yesterday we saw Ruto in Siaya. He has been giving a warning to the opposition, and he's telling them to stop politicizing churches. And he has also blamed the church leaders for giving the altars to the opposition leaders. He's saying that the opposition leaders wanapewa madhabahu to spread propaganda, and it is something that is he's saying that the opposition is being given the altars to spread propaganda and spread tribalism according to what he was saying yesterday in Siaya. So he's thinking like the altars are being used are being abused or something. So he was just talking to the church leaders and telling them to stop giving altars to this opposition so that they stop using it in a bad way or something. And then also I saw that Wanga warned the opposition against interfering with the ODM matters and focus on their, alisema like mfocus na hiyo chama yenu ya kijiji, which was very, I don't know where we are heading as a nation, but the example that these politicians that we've been respecting for years, the image that they are portraying for now isn't that nice. And then in his tour in Siaya, Ruto tumeona akipromise watu wa Siaya, there are certain factors that he put on table to tell them how he's I don't know if he's just trying to make the opposition feel like they are stupid, because the opposition has been saying that Ruto doesn't have an agenda because he has not been doing what he has been saying. So yesterday I had him telling the people of Siaya, like, was it like 4 things that he's going to build for them, markets, like anaenda kujenga soko for the people of Siaya, anaenda kumaliza stadium, hadi akawambia like ameshapea contractor, like asha tafuta contractor ameshampea 550 million to finish the stadium. Akawambia amepeana 600 million so that to build the 600 billion amepeana Kisumu for the Jaramogi Oginga, to finish the level Jaramogi Oginga Odinga level 5 hospital. Something else yenye aliwaambia ni kwamba like he was thanking the people of Siaya. I think that is it humor or something, I don't know, but he was thanking the people of Siaya for giving him Opio Wandai, ati mumenipea waziri, make sure ameconnect electricity kwa nyumba ya watu wengi Kenya mzima. Nataka ni make sure nimeongea pia na huyu Wandai ameconnect electricity kwa kila mtu hapa hivi Siaya. So mi sijui kama, I don't know, you know, politicians will always tell you what you want to hear, and Ruto really does it very nicely. He will always tell you what you want to hear. Like, but sasa, yes, he will tell you, but kutimiza yake ndio ikikuja hapo kidogo, yes, you can say, but sasa vitendo hatuoni. Akawaambia pia roads anataka kuwaexpandia, you want to make a dual carriage from Siaya to Busia. And the people were clapping. I don't know if it is ignorance here in Kenya or it's something. I really don't know. Like, we have already seen in these years that this person has been in government, like hakuna kitu amefanya, but I know next year, because anaona like we are nearing the electioneering period, he's coming up with these things. Oh, I've given the contractor I don't know how many million to the people of, I really don't know if it's because the electioneering period is coming near, that's why you want to show people that he's doing work. And then he also told he was also telling the people of Siaya that the opposition hawana agenda, because they once said like agenda yao ni William Ruto, and he was like yeah, hana time ya kugawanya wa Kenya, not tribalism, because the people want to destroy the nation. Then he was like hawana agenda. Kama hawana agenda, basi agenda yao ni William Ruto, then niko ready kupambana nao. Like, I don't know, it's like as a president, you're supposed to be a person who, I don't know if I should say calm or you should just listen, because him answering lowers, I think it really lowers his dignity. Like kuanza kujibizana nao, and then if you just hear the utterances of what he's saying, it's not really giving a presidential picture. Inam downgrade sana. He's also been saying that William Ruto, mimi nimeorganize economy ya Kenya, kama ni vijana kazi wamepata, sijui hii mambo ya affordable housing imefanya vijana wamepata kazi, vijana sijui digital marketing. Like, I don't think it's okay for a president to be just hovering around the nation, going right, left, center, to be telling people what he's been doing, what is like. If a person that does their work in a right way doesn't have to go and hover around and preach what he's doing, because even if you don't preach what you're doing, people themselves, they'll see. But since you are seeing people are not seeing what you are doing, you just, because you're just going around and round, you now have to force the people to accept that you are doing this and this and this, which is not, which to some extent doesn't create a good picture for a president. A president's work is just supposed to be seen that it's being done, instead of him going around and telling people what he's doing. And then today we saw Rigathi, Kalonzo, and Eugene were in a church in Kiharu, where Njiru said that Gachagua has been telling the people of Luanza fry samaki, but akasema
Umeanzia kukatika. I don't know.
Ya sisi watu wa huku walituonesha anajua kupika paka mtura. After he gets,
yeah, I'm sorry, Kasudi, I'm losing you.
He wants, yeah, and then acting like he's against the church because the church has seen what he has done. Like when he seeked to be elected, he went behind the churches and pretended to be a religious person and whatever. But once he got to power, Gachagua was like, it's already the great man killed. And then the killings that, yeah. In the same event at the church in Kiharu, Kalonzo Musyoka.
Kidogo, Kasudi, ni kama tunakupoteza. Maybe you can check your connection a little bit, or maybe go ahead. Maybe ni kama tulikuwa tunakupotea haki. Just unmute.
And we've also seen Sifuna in Narok today, where his mkutano was being disrupted by the tear gas, lakini bado tunasema sisi ni Sifuna. And then on the other end, we are saying tuko Kadi, because other years the Gen Zs, like, let me say, like the youth, we've been shouting nini during elections and nini, but we've not been going to take the hizo kadi za kupiga kura. We could leave most of the time we could leave political pedestrians and those people that don't have exposure to go and vote. The people that can reach the gate, then they be given 200, then waambiwe you vote for this person, then they just vote. But this time we are saying that tuko Kadi, as we go into this election nearing period, make sure kila mtu uko Kadi, tuko Kadi kupeleka Kasongo nyumbani, and that's our mission. Hata akikataa kwenda nyumbani ama akose kwenda nyumbani, to make sure tumemtoa jasho ambayo hakuna president mwingine Kenya amaitolewa, but wote tunasema tuko Kadi. When we remember the deaths of people like Rex Masai, like there are certain things that just happened here in Kenya, and tuko Kadi. Tuko Kadi does not only apply to Ruto. It also applies to these MPs who are who are given the mandate to represent us, but they're not doing anything that is so beneficial to us. I think they're just doing anything. They're there to please the president, especially most of the MPs that are on his side. So Tuko Kadi applies to everything. Even the governors who are not doing work, the governors who are Kasongo pleasers, we're taking them home. The MPs who are Kasongo's pleasers, we're taking them home. We are saying we are going to sanitize Kenyan politics. Kenya needs hygiene, and we will start from bottom to top or top to bottom. As long as we eradicate all these things, tunasema fagia wote when we say Tuko Kadi.
Okay, I think that one is good enough as an introduction.
Yeah, I think now, Jeru, you can.
Yeah, no problem. Tumekusikia. Yeah, that one is okay. Only to insist something, hatuwezi shindwa na kung'oa Ruto mamlakani. I did that explanation yesterday and I said that Kenya had two attempts kujaribu kutoa rais halfway. We did it in 2007. I think in 2007 we succeeded, but wakachanganya. 2017, there was an attempt of wanting to get Uhuru out of power, but he miraculously resurrected. Now we are in the third one, and the third one is relying on both the 2007 and 2017, and there is a likelihood that Kenyans will make it in 2027 to remove president out of power. So it is historic. So Madam Kasudi, don't be worried about how it will. Hapa atufunzi ati Ruto lesson. Lazima tutoe Ruto na tumfungulie mashtaka. We cannot be having a country where law is... Sorry. We cannot be having a presidency. I think ukiunmute wacha nikumute kidogo. It will echo when the other person is talking. It will echo, so that's why we have to mute. So maybe before I give Roba some moment to introduce, I also wanted to bring that story ya Kericho, because sasa hiyo story ya Kericho, it has now started coming out, but I don't know why the media is nimesikia kuna mili 14 imepatikana somewhere in Kericho, na nasikia hao watu ni kama wameuawa sababu ya mashamba. So maybe Roba, you might not be aware of that. I don't think your story umesikia, kama hata mimi nimekuja kuisikia leo, but kuna watu umesikia story ya Kericho?
No, the story has just broke. I just saw it's being reported by some of this media, but not the main media. But at this time, we don't know really what's going on. But at the end of the day, the fact remains, we have dead bodies somewhere in Kericho, and the people are looking for it. So I don't know how it's going to end. But remember, by the way, thank you for welcoming me in, Kasudi. Yeah, Kasudi. So let me start from there. Just make the continuation. So remember we were here yesterday, and I think one of the things we talked about was the issue of Ruto taking his people somewhere near Yara River the other day. I think it's Shire County, if I'm not wrong. And from there, they were pointing at River Yara, saying, this is where Matiang'i, so they are trying to discredit Matiang'i for what he did, or trying to say, from what they say, the members of parliament, I think his name is Atandi, and the other guy, I don't know, I can't remember his name, and they say, hey, look at that place there. They're pointing down River Yara. That's where Uhuru Kenyatta and Matiang'i did what they did. But what they forgot, they think people we are so stupid. They think we don't know what's going on. Who was the vice president by that time? It was Samoei Ruto, according to Conman. So sometimes I don't know, some of these things, they come with some ideas, but at the end of the day, it's just like they should look on the mirror and say, what are we doing, not what are we saying? So the story of Kericho is now, it's just like it's one to come up, and we don't know what the people, we don't know what they will do, but we want to ask the so-called human rights organization in Kenya. They should be on the ground as soon as possible so that there could be no anything, because this government, we know them. One of the things they can do, they can just come up with a framework to start like kufichiria, I don't know, you can just call it like just like covering what's going on. At this point, I think Ruto thinks is above the law and they can do what he wants. So we hope the whole framework of what happened on these people, it will be known. But the idea of us maybe to be told, oh, investigation is going on, that's nonsense anymore in Kenya. How many investigations we have been waiting for in Chiru? How many things we have been told it's being investigated? It's being, I mean, a lot of things. And at this point, we are sick and tired. We want results. We want to be told the truth. But let's see what happens between now and tomorrow when everything's clear, when the smoke clears out. Then we find out what happened. Were they killed? Of course, someone died. Or all of them died. What happened? They were slaughtered? Maybe what we were told by some of the so-called members of parliament, Vice President of the Senate of Kericho, that conman, now that's what we are seeing. I don't know. Okay, let me just go to my regular presentation. Thank you, Nchiro. It's another day. So in Kenyan politics, for me, I don't want to be, I just want to just say what I see and the way I feel. Nchiro, when we have been coming here, and from the beginning, and since Kasongo took over the country, we came here and said, when somebody go for re-election in any country, when you're a president in a democracy, depending on the term, 4 years, 5 years. So in Kenya, we have 5 years. So when the next election comes, it is the responsibility of that government to tell us what he did so that they can earn the second term. So the report card is almost here. Come August this year, it's going to be 1 year before the election, exactly 1 year before the election. In Kiro, by the way, I remember what you said yesterday, even though by that I was just listening. You said the elephant which was pregnant yesterday or today, if the elephant is pregnant, by the way, by the time it's going to give up the young one, or I call it another, by that time, Kasongo will be out of power. I mean, that's how close we are right now. By the time the elephant, which is going to be pregnant from yesterday to today, by the time it gives the young, the so-called elephant, I don't know, you can call the elephant the young one, Kasongo will be out of power. That's what we hope for. So we came here and said, if you want to tell us what he did, come give us your report card, but it's not be something fake. The problem with Kasongo, he thinks that he can use Moi's book. He thinks he can come and lie to the Kenyan people and tell them, hey, remember where I was when I came in? I've done more than anybody else. I've improved the economy. I've improved your lives. Now I deserve a second term. That's not true, because there's nothing he has done to improve people's lives. Instead, what he has done, from what you see, we can see, everybody knows, he has destroyed the national insurance. He has destroyed it. That's a fact. The economy has come from the worst economy to even more worse from where he found it when he was the vice president. Another thing he has done, Remember, he came in saying he's going to end corruption. Instead, he's the most corrupt person in the country. And now he's kind of protecting the other corrupt people. And these people, him and his so-called group or his conmanship, now they are just kind of taking everything from the government. Are they printing money? I think so. And I'm just saying this. I think a few months from now, the shilling might collapse. The shilling might collapse. I think the Kenyan economy is just hanging there. Maybe because of some of the things, a couple of things which is making it survive. But at the end of the day, I think this economy is going to go down. Now, from what happened today, this is what I see. The government has no authority, or the government has no power to intervene Sifuna and the company, or intervene, I think the leader wanna inchi, the organization, or you can call it, I mean the way you can just call it. For them to go there, first of all, they took the speakers from where they wanted to go. They started in Narok, where we also know Narok. Then from there, they are coming with tear gas. The only thing I can give them credit, the so-called conman politician, they never shot at nobody. If they shoot somebody, that one up to this point, there's nothing like we know. But here's the thing. Unajua nini? Time has come. If Ruto is interfering with people is where they are campaigning, tear gas, then we can also start using tear gas on his campaign, if that's what he wants. Time has come when you can show him it has enough power. The power comes from the people. And the people are given the power through the Constitution of Kenya. And through that Constitution, he should respect it too. But if he thinks it's above the law, by him coming, sending all these people, the so-called police and other people to intervene on where people are, people where they are campaigning, then now we can intervene also where he is. Then we square them out. Unana, there's nothing there. Ruth has to be told the truth. Unarusha tear gas, nasi tutarusha tear gas. Unana, because time has come when somebody has to be told. The Kenyan Constitution is above everybody. Nobody is bigger than the Kenyan Constitution. Right now, Ruto thinks it's above the Kenyan Constitution. And do you know why? It's because all these members of parliament who are supposed to be the checks and balances of the government, but instead of them being the checks and balances, they are kissing Kasongo. And these are the people, Kasuta, I agree with you 100%. Lazima tuwafagie. We have to clean them up, sweeping them. At this point, I think if we had a working parliament, if we had a working, people who are just who care about us, the people who have been given power from the people, the members of parliament, including everybody from the Senate and the House, Kasongo could have been impeached for high crimes and misdemeanors. But at this point, he's just there because he has been able to change things, like everything comes from him. And that's why I'm waiting for a member of parliament to tell me, when Ruto comes in and tells us everywhere, in Syria, wherever he goes, oh, I've given you all this money, I've given you all this money, I've given all this money. My question remains, who gave him power? Who gave him power to start doing what he's doing, disputing money the way it does? I thought money is supposed to be allocated for parliament. Projects are supposed to be allocated parliament. The reason behind it, why that one has to be done, is to reduce corruption. But instead now, since Ruto came in, one thing he decided to do was to kill the so-called the power of parliament. And because of that now, he thinks everything should come to him. Mimi amwona to the president, nataka kwenda kupata maendeleo. Mimi naenda kwa rais, naenda kupata maendeleo. First of all, I would never call him a president. He's a conman. Ruto is a killer, he's a murderer, he's a conman. He's someone who doesn't have moral authority to tell us how people live. The way he has been attacking other people, we don't like it. Personally, I don't like it. When he has come just trying to attack Matiang'i, trying to attack Gachagua, trying to attack the other guy called Wamaro. No. I don't like what he has been doing. He thinks by him doing so is going to bring more people to vote for him. But what he doesn't know, the more we go, the more this conman is running out of a place to hide. He has been cornered. At this point, analimwa kutoka huko kwa Gachagua, analimwa kutoka kwa akina Matiang'i, akina Kalonzo wanamlima, yani wanamuweka katikati. He has nowhere to go. Kukonda kwake is a fact remains, it's because he has realized come next year is going to get out of power. Now, I'm one person, and that's where I'm going to end my conversation or my presentation. I am one person who believes that Ruto is not one to seek a second term. Because of what's going on, come a few months from now, it can be the end of this year, probably and next year. He is one to come after he has realized that he cannot win an election. How is he going to protect himself? The only way he's going to protect himself is to come up with a framework at a way somebody he can support so that he can win the election. Then from there, he's going to protect him. All these things are still so that he can be protected. So, get from me. I believe, and from what I'm getting, I might not be, my sources are not convincing. He might not run for a second term. He might not, if things go the way they are going right now. But he'll try to come up with a framework to try to get someone to protect him. Kenyans, we cannot go that way. We want to have a government, a working government. Whatever Ruto touches or whatever he thinks he can win an election or whatever he wants to support, if it comes to that, say no. At this point, let me niachie hapo. And thank you, Joseph, Meona na Msimamo, and Kasuti. Thank you guys for coming. I will listen, but at this point, it's one term, time for him to go. Not now, he could have been gone even 4 years ago. He's a conman. Don't never trust Ruto. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Robert, for that. I think it is quite a lovely discussion from you. So I think we will start spinning our presentation so that almost everybody can be able to say, because I can see people are really coming and it's good. So I think now, Kasudi, you have some good people there. So we will allow Joseph, after Joseph, to Pate Musimamo. Then after Musimamo, we will have Calvin. And I hope you understand our topic today. Our topic is about Niko na Kadi mantra shows the youth on the driver's seat in 2027. So you can comment about that. That one does not block you to do a 360 degree in some of the other issues politically you think they are. Then, and the Sunday waves, you know the Sunday waves which goes on. Then kuna comment nimeona hapa from one of us, kuna mtu ati anasema ati wakisini kama pia wameanzia hashtag yao. There is somebody who has said that primitive, anyway, wisdom sitaki, I don't like using that word primitive because your word seems mzuri sana. It is what which actually made us get colonized. So ati wakisi wanatumia J6. So kama kuna mtu anatoka Kisii and is aware of that J6, ati they are saying everything will be Jubilee from top to down. So that's somebody is saying what will be happening in Kisii. I just got that comment and nikasema wacha nichukulie. Other than that, I know, Joseph, you are in Middle East. It is good to hear you are well. That's why nakuona kwa studio. Kulitulia ama bado ni, and maybe as you come, Kasudi, you can hold for a little. I will be back, so you can be with Musimamo and Calvin. But I'm Niko tu hapa. So Joseph, are you okay? It was hot.
Yeah, thank you, Ziru. I hope you can hear me. Unaweza nisikia? Mambo itatuliaje Ziru? Na nasikia mzee wenyu ameweka vitisho bwana leo asubuhi. I think saa hizi ndio mnaamka. Ameweka vitisho asubuhi. So bado tunagojea tuone.
Amesemaje bwana?
Kama atatishia
vitisho, unajua?
Mzee wenyu anasema kama watu watafungua hiyo Strait of Hormuz atabomb power plant zao zote. Sasa sisi hatujui juu nao wamesema akibomb power plant nao wana bomb power plant za kila pahali. So it is like that, it is tit for tat as we are going. So we are going to see developments. Unajua sasa kwa kwanyu ni asubuhi. So sasa kama watafanya hivyo saa hizi asubuhi na maanisha sisi by kitu saa 9.
Maybe before you talk, there is something I don't know why that Strait of Hormuz has suddenly become important. I heard that it only supplies the world with 20% of its fuel, and America only gets 1% of its fuel from Strait of Hormuz. So even though I heard like Japan highly relies on that, 80% of fuel which goes to Japan actually has to pass through there. So why has this Strait of Hormuz become a terroristic nature of working things now?
I think not only fuel can be 20%, but the world largest gas facility is always in Qatar, and LNG, LNG, liquefied natural gas, it comes from Qatar, and that one it comes in prices of gases, e-gas watu wanaeka kwa mitungi, and AC, fridge. So I think that's why even Donald Trump was very angry about Iran beating kigonga hizo hii nini ya Qatar. He was very angry with that one, hata kuliko zile za mafuta waligonga Saudi Arabia, because that one is very risky. They have said that they will hit 17%, but that one will take 5 years to recover, and almost 20 billion has been lost. So I think that one is hiyo ndio inakasirisha Trump zaidi, na aliwaona akawaambia kigonga tena ata blow up oil zao zote. I think that one is the major issue in terms of the Strait of Hormuz. But hizi zingine bado kama mafuta, unajua sasa ina raise global prices, then kuna kuwa na a lot of problems in the whole world in terms of
Joseph, what you have to add, someone thing you have to add is the reason why in Chiro, if you go the Eastern books, and I know you have some in the United States, I'm here in California, our fuel has gone up. It's almost $5, and people are really mad, and that's why Trump can do anything to gain power. If you don't realize, the East Coast of the United States, their fuel, their fuel, they consume this come from places like Nigeria. So that's why I'm telling you there's an issue, and Trump, for him to say he's going to do, he can do what he wants even tomorrow morning. I'm telling you, you can wake up and you can have killed. And you will find out Iran is not even part of this world. That's how powerful they are. Let's be sincere on this. When they say something, they mean what they say. And because of politics, he can do that one, Joseph, and it's not that joke. And I hope they'll be very, very careful, because these guys, I'm telling you, they economically spiding. It's spiding more space around him. And we know towards the end of the year, there will be some elections coming up, and he doesn't want to go that way. Because if that's the case, they might but attack you and our Republicans. Thank you.
I think that one is also another additional. But mostly, what I'll say is, I hope that he does not decide to do that because the people who are suffering are the people in these areas, more so us who are there. And if he does that to the power plants, if he is going to hit the power plants and they hit back, it means there's not going to be power in this region, and it's not a very good move. But this is what politics. Sitaki kuingilia hizo mambo ya vita sana juu sisi tumesikia hizo milio za mabomu, hata sitaki kuzisikia tena, but hivyo ndivyo kuko. So I have seen there is Kasudi here. I've never seen her. Thank you, my sister. It's been a long time since I came here. It's good to see that we have useful people here. And kuna kitu nilikuwa nataka kuambia Njiru. Mimi nilikuja hapa nikaambia Njiru kwamba the Gen Z are going to start taking up wataanza kuchukua kura and to vote for 2027, and I told Njiru categorically that it was very early for them to say that kwa nini Gen Z hawachukui kura. So right now I think you can see the strategy that has been used, and it's a very good strategy by the Gen Z. Hiyo ya Niko Kadi, even the people themselves wale wanajifanya ati walikuwa wanasema Gen Z hakuna kazi, wanatumia hiyo term ya Niko Kadi, and it is very unfortunate because that they are trying to ride on people even they tried to kill in just 2 years ago. So it's very unfortunate, and it's very disgusting for a whole person to start screaming on top of his voice at Niko Kadi. He should forget about that. That is not his saying and his way. Yeye deal na kile ana deal nayo na mambo zake za kudanganya watu. Yeye ni aendelee na gym, achane na vijana wakisema wako Kadi wanajua kile wanafanya na kadi zao. And meaning tuko Kadi does not mean that ati tunachukua kadi tuende tukamvotie kura. Kuchukua kadi inamaanisha ni one term. That Niko na kadi inamaanisha ni one term, si ati inamaanisha ni yeye tunaenda kupigia kura. So it's very pathetic, but you can see the man we are dealing with is also pathetically. I don't want to enter in his head because it's God given, but whatever may be, it's what it is. But one thing that has shocked me today, I've realized that Raphael Tuju has been taken and he's not being seen. So I think we are still in the 10-point agenda that was being told that they are going to work on. It means it is a fake one because they say there is no more kidnappings. But a highly individual like Tuju, who has been in 3 governments, cannot be found. He has been in 3 governments. Was it 3 governments or 2? 3 governments. No, 2 governments. He has been in Kibaki government. He has been in Uhuru's government. He cannot be found. So what about us? What about us? That is the question somebody is supposed to be asking himself. What about you as an individual who does not have any political influence in the country? So it means this regime has totally messed up with everything. There is nothing now working. I heard the only thing that is working is only the State House budget, which is working because it is being utilized to the full maximum. But all these other things, they are not working. Even the parliamentary group or the parliamentary committee on health said that SHA is not working. So what is working in this country for sure? If it is hospitals, you can see they are trying even to enter into private hospitals, which are not their mandate. They are trying to even damage private hospitals, which have been running for quite some while when he was not there. So I'm wondering, is it right now that he has known that the hospital had problems, or some other issues with this government? I think he has reached people somewhere they are feeling even they are tired of everything they talk about. Hakuna kitu wanasikia mzuri na hii serikali. It is everything is bad from us having this changing of the NHIF to SHA, us having all these changes. They even I heard they wanted to change the currency. They doing all kinds of stuff. Now even God is angry with them. Alituma hata mvua kakuja kuonesha mpaka drainage hatuna. There is no drainage. I'm hearing even State House itself does not have water. Imagine. That is a full capital city of a country. And somebody is telling us, he's taking us to I don't know which country there. I don't know even if he knows that country very well in the map or what it does in terms of their in terms of how they got there. He has no clue. And ndio nikisikia watu wakisema afadhali mlevi, me I'm going to say afadhali mtu mlevi, kwa sababu mtu mlevi hata kama amekunywa pombe zake angalau anaelewa, kwa sababu sasa hizi tuko na mtu wako kwa State House na kunywagi pombe, lakini unasikia budget ya State House inafika 17 billion. Kitambo budget ya State House ilikuwa 4.7 billion. Sasa hizi imefika 17 billion na ni mtu wa chai. Kwani maziwa ilipanda bei na hatukuambiwa. So it is very unfortunate and very sad. That is I'm telling you guys, if by mistake this guy comes in a second term, because we are not going to allow him, it is going to be worse and it is going to be bad. I heard Robert saying that the currency is already broken. The currency broke away a long time ago, Robert. The moment I found our currency had reached 35 and it was around 30, that is the moment I knew everything is wrong with this government. This government has not been wrong since now. It's not now that it is wrong. It has been wrong since the inception of it. And since even the campaigns they were doing, because all those things that he told people that he was going to do, there's nothing he's going to do for the people. So I have heard Robert had very good points there. Talked about, I don't want to repeat what Robert said because those are the things already people know what is not happening in this country and what is ailing the country. Almost 500 people from this region are outside. If you ask the government, why are they outside? Will they answer you? They cannot give you an answer. The answer is very simple. There is an unemployment in Kenya. There is nothing that has been created new. We have not seen any new factories being created by the government. They say they are going to create new factories. They're talking about reviving companies and factories which fell. They are now falling even like nonsense because even they were a bit better. They were trying to rise up. Now they have fallen. They have even sold the parastatos which were there. They have sold them. So how are we as a country heading? Because the only work I'm hearing the government telling us is we need to take our kids and other people, our fellow people, to construction sites. So I wonder, is everybody going to be a fundi and a mtu wa mkono? That is and even the mama mbogas he was talking about, he has even damaged everything they were doing. He has damaged the economy. He has damaged even the places where they could work. So I think everything is broken in this country, and it will take me, Robanta Kwambia, this country will take almost 7 years before we recover what has been done. And even it might take 10 years before we recover where we have gone to. Because the 5 years that this guy has been in power, mnasemaga Moi, hata fadhali Moi mara 10. Moi alikuwa anauma akipuliza. Huyu anauma kama mpaka hatai kujua. But those are my takes. Thank you, Kasudi.
For your contribution.
I think Kasud has some network problems. I think Kasud, you have some issues. You are just breaking up. So when you are trying, let me just. Kasud, you are breaking up. We can't hear you. What we do is, well, can we have Kevin come in when you are trying also to fix your mic or something there because we are really breaking up. Kevin can come in.
Hello, can you hear me?
Kevin?
Oh,
yeah, just go ahead. Just put you on a little bit.
Mi naona huyu jamaa anaitwa Ruto anaangusha hii uchumi kabisa, because aliingia akisema vitu zita work out. All the sectors are not working out. Hata ukiangalia the medical health, hiyo imeharibika. Venye tu ndugu yangu amesema hapo, hiyo imeenda. Sasa hii hata the university lecturers sidhani kama wanalipwa hata anymore, because unapata the universities are there. Moi University unasikia the stories around it. Ruto anataka kufungua university yake kule Uasin Gishu. Okay, just because Moi University is crumbling down. All these universities are not working out. The CBC thing, of course, there ought to have been a better implementation of it, but now what is coming out ni kwamba hawa majamaa tu wako na self interest kwao bila kuangalia the next generation. Ukiwa generation ya saizi, sidhani kama kuna nyingine itaamka na drive the economy. Nyamangu huyo ame predict 10 years, but I'm predicting more than that. Now no one is talking about Vision 2030 just because vitu haziendelei poa Kenya. Okay, they keep saying the dollar rate is at about 128 or 129, but what then is that impact having on the common mwananchi? Because grandmother yangu ama mama yangu kule nyumbani ajui mambo ya dollar, then it's just all about the local currency and what you can buy with a single coin. So all these summed up together, it shows how the government is failing. Leave that aside. Unajua majamaa wanajuana tu, like we are trying this side, kule wanajuana, like I see wakina Babu Owino and the team pia wamejicoil kwa another sect. All these people are at one point they were with William Ruto. Wote kabisa. So ni sisi wenyewe at least ndio we will inahitaji at least tuangalie the best leader, we see okay, huyu anaweza jaribu, not that he can do much better, but then William Ruto himself yenyewe amefail. So huyu ni dawa yake ni gani? Ni kutoa uongozini, aende atulie, akifikiria akule hizo zenye ameiba, you know. But then even in the next leadership, of course, it calls for serious prosecution of this kind of people because they are stealing left, right, and center. Now you can see he's trying to dish out money to different people. You know, how many times has this guy traveled to Nyanza province? And as much as I come from Nyanza, but it tells you a lot that this is very, very desperate for the Nyanza votes and for the votes of Kenyans. The other time he was in Bondo, it has not even taken a week. He's back there, ditching out money, and there is no follow-up in terms of what kind of developments have been done with the money. He's just continuing to ditch them and doing public roadshow parade of what he's going to do. I've given you this much, I've given you this bus, I've given you this, but then implementation is not there. You saw Morara Kebasu last time was trying to walk around the country and see which development projects are incomplete, and you realize that there are so many development projects which have never been completed, quite a number. No one has spoken about them. No one has ever done a report to give to the wananchi. It's taxpayers' money which is lying on these kind of the so-called projects. No follow-up at all, you know. So it tells you, and more money is getting ditched out, more taxes, and of course more borrowings. So my point is, Ruto has no agenda. Someone else stole his manifesto, and he's trying to implement a different manifesto. I don't know whether it's from Iran or wherever it is from, but it's not the manifesto that we knew about the UDA during those days. Whoever voted for him, bottom-up approach was one of the best. Doesn't mean that Raila's one was bad. Both manifestos were good, but if now they are saying that they are in the broad-based government, they ought to have put down these manifestos together and do exactly what they promised the people. But now they are trying to implement things that are not completely not in their manifesto that they gave to the people when they were campaigning. By and large, the thing is, let's vote, take out votes, let's vote out William Samoei Ruto.
Yes, thank you, Kevin, for that very good presentation. Yeah, I agree with you that at this point, nothing's working in the country. Let's be sincere. Let's be sincere. People are suffering. And now, if you look at it, one thing which is not coming up, and it's not coming up because if we demand, it can come up. Let us take the number of people who are dying every day in our country. And the one who died before, the year before. You get the number has gone up simply because the healthcare system right now is not working. So here's the problem with our people. This is something also Kevin and Musmamo, I want to give you and Joseph, if you can. Kasut, I'm sorry, you just came in. I was trying to do your job. Just come in. Come in, Kasuri.
Oh, yeah.
I think you still have some issues.
I had lost connection, but I think
Yes, you're good. We can't hear you. Can you speak, please? Okay, guys. Msimamo, you can come in. Msimamo, I think Kasut has some issues. Msimamo, come in. Tuambie bwana, habari ya Mombasa huko mambo ya pwani bwana, habari ya huko hapa, habari ya Kwanana bwana.
Asante sana ndugu yangu Roba Joseph na ndugu yangu Calvin na Neto hapa wale wako kwa comment section. Asiju kama napatikana.
Go ahead. Okay.
Niko must come. So Msimamo will also like to hear your
well noted dadangu. Mimi sina ukawaji wa sana juu sijisikii poa, lakini sasa unajua hapa kama ulevi, yani kama nakosa hapa sina amani, at least angalau nikichangia na wenzangu kwa yale ambayo wamejiri.
Sorry, my mic had I had some internet issues. So I was saying Msimamo, you can also tell us your views about this, the Niko Kadi mantra.
Yes, asante dadangu kwa nafasi hiyo, lakini ndugu zangu hapo wapokee zangu na wale wako kwa comment section.
Hope you are able to hear me. Hope I'm
I can hear you.
audible enough.
Now I can hear you. Maybe I can, maybe even if you can allow me to proceed. Should I proceed now?
I think Kasut has some issues. Musmamo, go ahead and proceed.
I think she has a problem with this mic or net problem. Lakini mimi nitasema hivi, siku ya kufanyani siku zote miti yote huteleza, na kwa kweli mfamaji aichikutapatapa. Ni siku ambayo kwa kweli nilikaa hapa nikaa nafuatilia nasikiza viongozi wangu na matukio ya leo, nikapata nguvu mpya, licha kwamba najisikia vibaya, nasikia homa, lakini kwa kweli nikapata nguvu mpya ndugu yangu Roba, pale nilipoona kwamba viongozi waweza sema jambo likaonekana. Kiongozi Gachagua amempa siku 10, na mimi napenda hivyo viongozi wakizungumza, kama ni masuala yote wapiane na siku, jambo kama lijafanyika tuende tufanye maamuzi, kwa sababu hakuna haja ya kubembeleza tena punda kwa mteremko, na ili hali punda amechoka. So Gachagua today, in fact I can't even call the man of the match, kwa kumpa siku 10 kustopisha ama kuhakikisha kwamba yale yanayofanyika upande wa Meru yameweza kukoma, au wananchi waamue kuchukua hatua. Watu 110 si watu kidogo, so kwa hilo Nani anasikiza tena upande mwingine? Najisikia huko tena nasikizwa mara ya pili.
Kasudi, can you mute this? Kasudi, mute this, Kasudi.
Najisikia huko tena nasikizwa mara ya pili. Unaweza unaweza mic, tuliza tu mic kwanza. Robo, unanipata? Nimalizie kidogo. So kwa hilo likanipa nguvu mpya kuona kwamba viongozi wanapiana mpaka na siku, lakini hilo limefungamana na hili sasa hivi la Tuju kuona kwamba Uburu, Otenda Amolo na baadhi ya viongozi wakidemand kwamba within 10 minutes kiongozi yule Tuju awe ameachiliwa huru. So unaona jinsi ambao kunaelekea, lakini tukishangaa hayo ya Firauni, wacha tuone sasa ya Musa nayo ya kule Narok, alafu tuone vile ambavyo nao pia polisi leo wamekipata kule Kiguu Mponye, yani kani Kiguu Mponye aswa askari wale kwamba wanavyotolewa mbio licha ya matiagas na kadhalika. Hii yote ni ishara wazi kuonesha kwamba miti inateleza kwa upande wa ndugu yetu, maana kama alikuwa anategemea Luo Nyanza yes kwa kwamba itambaka, lakini katika tukio la Tuju limeweza kumregesha nyuma. Lakini pia tukiangalia mkutano wa Rarieda na yale amezungumzwa na viongozi wale wawili, yani namaanisha Babu Wino na mzee wetu Orengo, yani kwa kweli haswa pia litazumbua jipya la kuonekana kwamba mfano yale yaliyomnyima nafasi ya kuweza kuwa mkuu wa AU bwana Raila ni wao, lakini vile vile pia baada ya kukosa hicho kiti walipokwenda India, mzee amekuja amekufa. So unaona kwamba kuna huo mhemko mpya ambao sasa unataka unaingia tena back kwa Luo Nyanza, licha kwamba walikuwa wametekwa 80% walikuwa wametekwa na hii vuguvugu la broad based government, wakiamini kwamba wao wako ndani ya serikali. So kiukweli ni kwamba we are heading at the right direction, lakini ni viongozi wa kazi kamba na wananchi tusisahau. La mwisho kabisa ni hii la Niko Kadi. Maguji walitaka kuliiba, lakini naona Gen Z na viongozi wamelikatalia mbali hili. So Niko Kadi, wacha tutengeze kadi tutafanye la tija, kwa maana kila ilivyo, kila dalili hawa bwana hawana pa kujificha, kwa maana uzuri wamejiunga wote sehemu moja. Hawa nyani so wale ambao wa fisadi wako masuala mengine wamejikusanya pamoja yani. So it's like Gen Z wameonyesha kwamba wako tayari kuhakikisha kwamba haya mageuzi ifikapo 2027 tutakuwa nayo. Kwa hivyo sina mambo mengi, ilikuwa tu ni kupeana hizo nyepesi ambazo nimeweza kuzipitia na kuona kwamba sijui sasa ni wapi atakaposhikamana mlima umeteleza, alafu nao Nyanza nayo inaanza kuteleza kutokana na matokeo mawili yale ya vuguvugu la Babu Wino na ambao Linda Mwananchi, lakini dhidi ya mambo ya Tuju. Sasa hata wale ambao wako kwa Linda Ground pia wanatamaushwa na vitendo hivi, maana ukiona kina Uburu wamejitokeza kwa ukali, akina Otenda Amolo wamejitokeza kwa ukali. Nadhani hili kama Tuju hata toka leo basi ama kesho, basi litaleta mwamko mpya katika Luo Nyanza, kwa sababu litatuonyesha tena yale vile vidonda ambavyo vilikuwa vinaonekana vinaelekea kupona. La mwisho kabisa nikitoka hapa ni kauli ambazo zimezungumzwa na Mbadi na baadhi ya viongozi katika mkutano ule waliokuwepo, yani kwamba hakuna jipya pale, yani kifua yao yote ni kuona kwamba maendeleo yameelekezwa Nyanza, sifa yote mabarabara na nini, sifa zote ni huko. Kwa hii broad based government itamaanisha kwamba ni maendeleo ya Luo Nyanza dhidi ya wale ambao watakuwa wamefungamana na serikali, si ya jamii wala taifa. Kwao pia Wandae, Mbadi na wengine ambao wanafungamana kule wanataka kuhadaa watu wa Nyanza kwamba labda ni wakati wa kuletewa maendeleo, lakini mwisho wa siku wakumbuke kwamba tu ni yule Simba ama ni yule haswa mbwa mwitu, ni kajibisha tu ngozi ya Sasa sijui kama baada ya hili vuguvugu ama baada pengine ya hii ndoa kuja kukatika ya ODM na UDA itakuwa. Kwa hiyo ni bora wajenga ukuta kuliko kuziba. Kuna ni bora wazibe ufa kuliko kujenga ukuta. Mimi nitaachia pale, asante. Asante. Alafu Robert, did you get my number? You requested for my number, Robert.
Mama, I think I have your number. Yes, I do. I do have your number. Remember,
Yes.
I remember before we had communicated before.
I'm not getting you.
Niko nayo.
Haya basi, kama unayo utanitext. Mimi wacha nipumzishe nipate kidogo dawa hapa, nijipumzishe. Siwezi himili zaidi, sijisikii poa vile, but pia nimeshukuru kwa huo muda ambao nimeweza kuchangia. Kwa hivyo ni waage tu ndugu zangu, asante.
Asante Msimamo for your contribution. Lastly, it's about Msimamo ameongea kuhusu how the leaders of Luo Nyanza are now behaving, and I can say in my own opinion it is so shameful. The people like Gladys Wanga, who have been on toss on opposition, seeing the evil that has been happening in government all these years, now they are pretending as if everything is so right. They're not seeing anything. People like Junet, people who have been wamekuwa wanagombana every time wakionanga any bad thing ikihappen in government, they are now speaking for the government. I don't know kama kuna dawa Ruto anapea hawa watu wanakunywa, ndo maana they like wanamsujudu tu, like hata afanye kitu gani, they are just there to praise him. And I don't know, that's why I was saying this round tunafagia wote, kuanzia kwa hawa ma MCA, MP and governors who are trying to represent Ruto, because so far they are not representing people's interests. Tunawapeleka wote nyumbani because their work is defending the president. Their work is not people's representation so far, according to where we've reached. And that is what is making us saying tuko Kadi. Na tumejitoa sana huku Nairobi, tuna make sure siku tuko free sisi kama youth, tunaita youth wengine, tunaenda wote, tuna register kama voters, sote tuko Kadi kupeleka hawa watu nyumbani. Roba, you have anything to say?
Yeah, just to make a follow-up on
about especially concerning today Gachagua spoke about the killings that are happening in Meru, while Kindiki is the deputy president, and Meru is so close to Kindiki's home place. So Rigiji was complaining that people are being killed in Meru, but Kindiki can run and go to Baringo to. When he was the CS for Interior, he could run and go to Baringo to fight those bandits who are doing those but now when it comes to Meru, which is near his home, he's not doing anything. What's your take on that? Because Gachagua amepeana 10 days. If they don't take action, then yeah, it will go down. So what's your take on that?
Kidogo kuna kitu nilikuwa niongezee kidogo, nilikuwa nimesahau dada, kama utaruhusu dakika moja tu kabla mkubwa wangu aje hapa Roba. Kuna swala la IBC, yule lawyer Ndegu amelizungumzia pia, na ni jambo ambalo kwa kweli limenipa nguvu, kwa sababu nimefuatilia kesi ile ya Mbere na jinsi ambavyo IBC imeweza kujianika kwa mapungufu ya leo tele. Kwa hiyo ni ombi langu kuona kwamba labda ni ombi langu ama ari yangu ama hamu yangu kuona kwamba hawa viongozi sasa hili wamelivalia njuga, kwa sababu Ndegwa alikuwa pale pale, ni miongoni mwa mawakili ambao wamesimamia kesi ile, na walivyokuwa wanawakaanga maafisa wa IEBC, the way walikuwa wanajikaanga wenyewe na kukwama katika maswali ambayo yanatija, ni kuonyesha kweli hasiswa hii tume ya uchaguzi basi itakuwa na matatizo. Kwa hiyo nafikiri Ndegwa ameliweka wazi kwamba hili jambo si la kubezi, lakini vile vile pia tukifungamana na upande mwingine wakina Linda Mwananchi wamelizungumzia pia swala hili. Unaona, labda Sifunda kaligusia kwa kiasi moja ama nyingine kwamba itakuwa ina pale wakiwa haswa ni wale si cosmetic wa Venezuela ndio wako pale, unaona, na mambo mengine ambayo yanafungamana na uchaguzi. So kwa kweli tutapata vitu vingi ambavyo kwa kweli tunavihitaji na nini kilijiri haswa mbele. Kwa kama ABC alikuwa na mapungufu kama yale ambayo wamekuwa nayo, basi uhakiki wa hii tume kwenda nayo mpaka debeni litakuwa ni kama tu kujipeleka wenyewe kwenye kikango. Kwa hiyo hili livaliwe njuga nalo pia na wapewe na siku, na kama ni kuingilia haswa katika ofisi zile, atujue kinachojiri litwendako, tuhakikishe kwamba tutakuwa na fair game, ili haswa Niko Kadi isije kanyakuliwa kama ilivyonyakuliwa haswa sasa hivi walivyotaka kuinyakua na kuiweka kama ambaye ni slogan yao. Basi hii hashtag ihakikishe kwamba imeleta mashiko 2027 ni kwamba tume ya IEBC na yale mapungufu ambayo wamekuwa nayo haswa katika chaguzi ndogo zile za mbele, basi watujibu ama tuone kwamba viongozi wetu haswa United Opposition, Linda Mwananchi na wale waliwishers ambao wanaamini kwamba mambo haendi sawa katika hili regime, basi wafuatilie hilo. So nataka kuliongeza tu hilo kidogo. Asante.
Thank you, Musmamo, for bringing the thing of better note what's going on. I've been also following that proceeding in I think it's either in better, I don't know which count, but I know I've been following that proceeding. So what I've come to realize, there's one thing. They are being exposed, some of the wrongdoings they did. Yes, I agree with you, Musmamo, that some of the things which is coming up from this hearing, it's some things some of us we can't believe. And I think it might help to shape up in the next IBC before they conduct some other elections. I think there's something there we need to get to the bottom of it on what happened. I have a feeling that the government might have intervened, they might have cheated, or they might have leaked some other things there. But let's see how it goes. And if possible, I think when they come to interrogate, or maybe they go let's wait and see what happens there. But a lot of things they're coming up and it's exposing IBC how weak they are, and some of them they even don't know what they're doing. That one, let's wait. Let me go back to, before I answer my sister's question, Kasuda, let me just go back about Nyanza. Nyanza, I come from Nyanza. That's a fact. I come from Nyanza. I know most of Nyanza. A couple months ago, I was in Homa Bay, Homa Bay County, to be specific, Yugis. I went to attend a funeral there. A friend of mine lost their mom. So when I was in Oyugi's area, so during the funeral, something came up. There was this people who came up. They were talking about Wanga. They want to oppose Wanga. Some of them came up on the same funeral saying, you know what? Wanga, there's no Akuna Muta Tapinga Wanga because she has done very well. There's one thing I learned from there. The one thing I've learned, and that's what, I don't know, that's what's going to happen. That's my opinion. I think, more especially Nyanza, from Homa Bay to Migori, and the governor there, in fact, we were in the same school, was ahead of me, a couple of years ahead of me, the governor in Migori. He was in my big boys, then he came to Alliance Boys where I was in Form 1 when he was Form 6 somewhere, I remember. So there's a window of change which might come in Nyanza. We might see a lot of new parties coming in. The one thing I believe at this point, don't think that Nyanza is gone to Kasongo. You'll be shocked. That's the way I feel. You'll be shocked that Nyanza, when people might not even fought for, it might be shock you. So many people are coming here kind of pointing out at the rules and whatever. Also, we have to be very careful and be cautious. We can't just crucify the whole population of Nyanza as supporting Ruto. They are not. So, okay, some part of, for me, what I know, and I know on the ground, so far Kisia and Yamira is gone. That one is going to go to Chubiri. That one, Chubiri is going to switch that one from MCA to what because of Matiani. That one is just a guarantee now at this point. Then come, let's say, Mapei and Migori, Kisumu and other constituencies around Nyanza. So those ones is what I think. What might happen is might be 50-50. All Ruto is going to lose partly there because of. Don't forget. I don't know where Bob Owino is going to be at the end of the day, and somebody like the former senator, the current governor of Siaya, Mr. Orengo. I don't know where he's going to be, but also there are forces. Let's not forget about them. So some people think that, there's this perception, there's this way of feeling that Nyanza is not. It's not. Let us not just, it's not. The people you see there are very desperate. They don't know what to do. Ayako is running, he wants to be a second-term governor. He doesn't know what to do. You come grant Mwanga to Homa Bay, it's the same way. But look, everybody has a right come to election. We can't force people where to vote. And we can't say it's because of the rule now we want to lose. No, Kasongo is gone. The majority of people and all of us, we just say, enough is enough. It's time for him to go. And at this point, I'm very confident he's going. And whether he wants, there's nothing there. First of all, forget about it. Forget about it. This time, it's not going to be as usual. It's just like we know what's going on. People, they'll come up with a framework. We can advise them, and we are on that process if that one happens, because we don't know what's going to happen to the opposition too, because it's something we don't know. But if they agree on one candidate and we are in the same house, it won't be very easy. And some people, experts, we know them. Some people have run elections outside the country and inside the country. Some things will come up, depending on the way we might advise them, or where we want to advise them. The way they will listen is not one. Let's not forget about it. What do we need? Then from there now, when you vote, and we have to encourage even people who are from those who are overseas. We want to encourage them, because this time it's all of us. We're in the same ship. Then let me ask you a question, Kasud, because you asked me about Gachagua, Meru, and security. So, one of the things when I was some of the things like sometimes I used to tell my students when I was working somewhere. One of the things I told them when I told them, in any country, security is one of the most important things somebody like you be proud of. Security means this: where you value human beings, the human beings being your citizens. And one thing I've come to realize, and you can tell me even the so-called floods which happened in Nairobi a couple of weeks ago, the government of Kenya, and this is not only this current government, even the previous governments, they don't value the human life, more especially for our people. And that's something needs to change. Some governments, some of the governments, I'm not want to try to say that we have to be like those governments. Some of the governments, and some of us, we have the opportunity to be outside our country. Human life, all citizens, people care about them. Even if one person has died, regardless of the age, regardless of the conditions, it will be investigated and everything, no stone unturned. And you find out what happened. But in Kenya, as long as it's not rude to his child, as long as it's not rude to his mom, as long as it's not rude to his whatever, they don't care. They don't care. Now, why is it a problem when it comes to the so-called deputy president? The deputy president, we know before that he was the interior secretary. We know that. And in fact, when he was the interior secretary, some of us, we did caution some of the things he was doing. And that one, it became also security. And the way he was doing it was not the right thing. So, to answer your question, I support 100%. I support 100%. If the government has failed to protect our own people, it's time for the people to take upon themselves and protect the so-called boundaries, the so-called the people, the so-called the nation, the so-called the county government. Because people of Meru, they can't be attacked. They can't be attacked. And yet, among them, they say there's security. There's police stations there. What's going on? How do people come from? These people who came and killed them, they're people who are within the country. They never came from another country. So what has the government done? Why is it that it's normal that people are being killed and nothing's being done? How is it normal that you don't value people's life, but when it comes to Mambaya Kutafuta Kura, you are just there saying you need them to give you votes, and yet you are not providing security. And now because you've realized maybe they are pardoning you, they're running away from you, you don't care about their security. No. When it comes to security, regardless somebody supports you or they don't support you, it's no compromise. There's no compromise. The government has failed. And if Gachagua wants to do what he wants to do, let him go for it. And many people will support him. And that one will be a disappointing, more especially when it comes to this UTA government, which I don't know how they came in, which I don't know when they are given a chance to govern, they have failed. From A to whatever, they have failed. They have failed. So at this point, to be sincere with you, Kasuta, I just feel like, in fact, I support Gachagua 100%, plus 10, plus more than that. If the government cannot come up with a framework on how to protect the people of Meru and prosecute those ones who have been involved in these crimes against humanity, then we don't have a government. Then the people of Meru revolution can start from there. They can just say, we don't have a government. All the so-called policemen, get out of here. Tell them to get out. Because if they can't protect you, why are they there? Then from there, that's when the government will run. You know what? People are not happy. So, moving forward, we should support what Gachagua did or what he's about to do. If the government is not going to do any kind of protection or any kind of framework to protect these people, then it's time for the people to protect themselves. And by doing so, is to let all the so-called security in their own county to get out. Maybe they can start hiring their own people. And you know what they do? They will just say, we are not paying any taxes to the government. We pay taxes to ourselves, and we can fund our own security. That's what's left to show Kasongo. You know what? You don't care about you. If you can provide, we'll provide ourselves. And that one goes the same way with opposition. What I said before. Wakirusa gas, what they have been doing there, just attacking people. We also attack Kasongo's meetings. If you can just go interfere with opposition, what do you think nobody can interfere with that? How comes our Kinoburu, they have their Mukuta, nobody interferes, but the people are bossing them, they have problems. That's a government which is very weak. Ruto is very weak. His presidency is very weak. He's a conman, he's a murderer, he's somebody should not be on the president right now. People decided to give him one term, and they let him to go until next year. But if things are not working, it's time for him to get out if it's too hard. And I think Meru might start something. Then it can go all over the country. I mean, how to get people killed, and yet the government is telling us nothing. Chiru, thank you for coming back. Let me just leave it there. But I think it's time for Kenyans to say, you know what? You don't protect me, I'll protect myself. And we must have a government which values people's life. We must. That's very, very important. People's life. This life for people. We can't have people have been killed and nothing happens. Now, nothing happens. That one, we should cross the chapter. And in fact, even if you look and you read me just a little bit, even if you look even what has happened before, even the way people have been killed, even the investigation is horrible. People are being murdered and look what comes up. Police wanakuja, they come conclusions when some of them cover. That's not should be allowed. When we lose a life, it should be demands from what happened, ABCD, from their investigation and other things. Now, our police, whatever is there, they are not doing their jobs, and we can hire some people. We have a lot of population educated who are ready to do the job. If some of them are not doing the jobs, we should have a mechanism where let them go. We want a new Kenya with security, a new Kenya where the law works, a new Kenya where we value regardless of the age, regardless of whatever your background, regardless of you are rich, poor, but we should value your life. We should value your life. And that one is not something we can negotiate with the government. Thank you, Chiro.
Okay, sawa. Thank you for that, Bwana Roba. Okay, allow me, Roba, I want you to react to this. Sasa, what Kindiki is trying to tell Meru people at the reason why they should support him.
Kweli si kweli? Kwa wankuga niseme nisame. Hii serikali ya William Ruto imebeba ndama ya Wameru, iko ndani. Sijui kama mnaelewa. Hii serikali ya William Ruto imebeba ndama ya kama kwenda kuthenja ng'ombe yena.
Yeah, that's a very small bite about Kindiki. Kindiki is, anyway, is a way of like, he now want his people to support him by claiming that there's no difference of what Kindiki is saying, Bwana Roba, with the kumi na yake kumi. that is another version of that, because anasema he is now trying to tell Tharaka Nithi people stroke Meru people, and there is now also very serious politics hapo. Yeah, sijui kama umesikia hiyo siasa wa Meru, Tharaka Nithi and Meru people, who is Meru and who is not a Meru, but let's assume they are Meru, but kuna split as we speak now. So Kindiki is saying yeye ndiye ndama, like yeye ndiye anaenda kuzaliwa, and that is why people in the mountain have no choice other than supporting him. Na he confirmed something, akasema nyinyi yani mnataka kutupa ng'ombe ikiwa na ndama yenyu. So to some extent he knows hiyo ndama inatupwa. That is not a statement which you just say. Yani ni kama vile mtu akwambia, yani what you mean wewe Roba, yani unataka kununua hiyo kitu uone unagongwa, like according to you wewe the person who is telling you that there is some agreement. So Roba, can you react to that? Do you think Meru people can buy that cheap politics? Ama wa Meru wako tayari hiyo ndama watupe? They don't care.
Yeah, Yeru, there's one thing I believe in. So I came here and I said 2027 is going to be elections where there are some of these people say nobody cares. So he's telling the Meru people, just because he wants to be maybe the president or he wants to be, he's not the vice president, they should vote him because he's going to be the president. So what? You'll be a president for your wife and the kids. Let's run away the idea of you think that because somebody's from my tribe, from Kisii, where I come from, because he's going to be a president, that's an idea. And Matiang'i alikuwa president, is an idea. Ama somebody like, let's say, Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa president wa Kikuyu, hapo mahali where he comes from. An idea wangapi? They are suffering the way all of us we are suffering. They have issues like everybody has some issues. We should not force somebody because he comes from our own community. We should force somebody because of what he's going to do or what he wants to do. Somebody who's going to build the economy of a country, not because it's my tribe. Somebody who makes sure that he provides jobs to me, to my cousin, to my Kenyan. I mean, that's the bottom line. All of us, we want a good life. But if a good life is going to come because somebody of my tribe is going to be a president, that one has not happened, and it will never happen. And that's why I want to tell my fellow Kenyans, sometimes we have been doing these things thinking that because somebody's on your tribe, attacks idea. No, at this point, somebody ambaye ananisaidia to put money in the pocket, that's my tribe. Somebody who ananisaidia nikienda hospitali, a better insurance, that's my tribe. Somebody who can just ansaidia mtoto wangu aende shule, or he can be able to also to get education, that's my tribe. But the idea of just saying because somebody, najua kuna hii issue tuko nayo kama wa Kenya, sasa wasi kupiga kifua, and because it's my tribe now, you should just say me, sasa ndio tuko kwa kitu. Who cares? Who cares? Let me give you an example. When Kibaki came in, it was on. I was traveling from, I took a matatu. And I took a matatu from somewhere in Rosambo, if I pronounce properly, to town. It happened in that matatu, somebody came there when you were our conductor. And it was like a few weeks after he has taken over. So the conductor came there, and I was the person, and he was just asking me, man in Kikuyu, sincerely, in Kikuyu. So namwangalia tu, I just said, what are you talking about? Yeah? And I was a person in Kikuyu. Then I think some other Kikuyus didn't understand what's going on. Then I will be a waje yo malingo. Why are you asking money in Kikuyu? Because you don't want to because Kibaki amefanya nini and amechukua presidency. Unaona? That time. And I think the way some Kikuyus who are there under the situation, I really liked it. Because when Mwambia Apple, don't think everybody speaks your language, and don't think because Kibaki now is a president, now you want everybody to speak Kikuyu. That was very nice. And that's what many people think, that because you're a tribesman, amekuwa president, now you should ask kupiga kifua. Hapana, hapana. What we want is someone who comes. When you are a president, you are a national figure. When you are a president of a country, we expect you to come in and improve the lives of the people. That's what defines you. That's why you are called a national government, not a male government like Kindiki is trying to say at Indama. Who cares? Who cares about him right now? He's in a position where he can help the male people, but he's not doing so. And wangoche paka yeye akwe president, di aende huko hadi kukamwe ya ng'ombe. And pengine hadi kuwalete. No, it does not add up. Wake up, Wakenya. Let us hear politics ya tambo ilienda. And that's why I'm one person who thinks that we should not vote people kwa sababu ya this small, but I am against parties about sometimes we come up with regional parties, like inaonekana kama sasa Gachagua TCP, NU is Wakikuyu, pengine UDA ilikuwa Wakikuyu, pengine Wakadi. I think if we can come up tuende mambo ya sera za vyama, so tuambie, unajua chama fulani nasimamia fulani kitu fulani, let's vote for them. I'm independent. How they don't give me anything, let me go independent. I mean, I wish we can go that way, but it's Kenya. That's where we are built. The way we are building some small parties. Somebody saying like UDA. I don't think UDA was in another country. They could have won an election, because you cannot start a party a few months before election, then washinde. So Kindiki is 100% wrong, and the people of Meru don't listen to his nonsense. If he wanted to help you, how comes he's not talking about hii mambo ya machangiri? This machangiri ambao wanakuja and they are killing people of Meru. That's what he should be talking about at Ndama. Mwambie Ndama ya mama yake kabisa. What's the difference between him and Kasonga? Aende ashindwe. Hiyo politics is atuna. We want somebody to come there to solve me. I don't care your tribe. As long as my son, my daughter, or my niece, my cousins is happy, pesa iko mfukoni. Mimi, I believe in that. As long as iko na pesa, then now where we can talk. Provide me a job, boost the economy, bring the prices of things down. Then from there we can talk about it. Lakini if it's a matter of telling me, mimi tribe yako na nimekuwa president, so what? So what? You are my tribe and you are president. So what? Umenisaidia nini? We can't go that way. Hiyo ndio inaharibu Kenya. Ati kwa sababu sasa, we have example. Huyu jamaa ako huko anaitwa Ruto. How many Kalenjins are suffering right now? How many Kalenjins are suffering?
They're actually dying. There is a mass grave in Kericho. And
exactly.
Ruto is the president.
Exactly. And because that's from, you know what? They are even more suffering when they're being a president. When Afkiri, and because that's why Ruto akuwa sahi. Before, remember, alikuwa Mount Kenya was disputing all this money. Unaona? Saa ako Ruo Nyanza. He's disputing all this money. Kwa anasema because they are my people watanipigia kura. Hiyo sasa hata handuko. Hapana. We should not go after that kind of politics. We should have politics ambayo it's about ideas. It's about what you want to do. It's about what you have done, what you are doing, and what you want to do. And from there, tuangalie, you fit to be a president. Unaona? Lakini mambo ya kusema is my tribe, iende ishindwe. Ishindwe kabisa. Ishindwe. Thank you, Jiro.
Yeah, hebu tuone history ya mass grave kidogo, because I think somehow it has landed in the news. Citizen.
Make refreshing intentions with Poppy. Soda's back, but so much better.
The most affordable German-engineered car brand in America is also the most fun.
Homicide detectives have launched investigations following reports that 14 bodies were secretly buried in one grave in Makaburini Cemetery in Kericho County.
The bodies are reported to have been buried on Friday morning under unclear circumstances.
Now, Kericho County Governor Eric Mutai has denied claims of the county's involvement in the matter, calling for speedy exhumation of the bodies and investigation.
Safina Chinguma with the latest details on this incident that has left residents perturbed and angry.
The silence at Makaburini Cemetery in Kericho County was disrupted Sunday morning as irate residents flanked by human rights activists demanded answers following reports that 14 bodies were secretly buried in a single grave at the cemetery.
Mass burial tunaambiwaga kwamba kuna watu 14 ambao wako katika mochari wanafaa wazikwe na watu wanajua na wanapatiwa notification. Hii mili ilitoka wapi? Alieleta ni nani? Waliesika ni nani?
Tunataka tu ile barua ya kuonyesha ya kwamba hao watu walishikwa wakina nani. Hiyo ndio shida ya hao raia wote. Na tunataka itolewe leo. Na kama sio leo ni sasa hivi. Hivyo ndio tuende kazi nyingine.
The residents lamented over what they described as laxity by the security personnel.
Si mara ya kwanza watu kukuja kuzikwa hapa. Hii imejulikana tu sababu walileta watu wengi kwa pamoja. Kwani hii county Kericho haina National Intelligence Service. Hii county Kericho haina DCI. Hii county Kericho haina even a local administrator.
According to the police, the incident was reported by 2 street boys who alleged that on the morning of 19th March 2026, 3 people arrived in a vehicle and held lengthy talks with a man named Ezekiel, who is said to be the caretaker at the public cemetery. The 3 people returned the next day on 20th March 2026 at around 6 a.m. aboard a white Land Cruiser. The street boys were then engaged to dig a mass grave where approximately 14 bodies, some mutilated and in body bags, were buried.
We've been seeing the government keeping quiet when people are being killed and dumped in River Yala, Shakaola, Kware, and we are now seeing a repeat of Kware in Kericho. So as a human rights organization, we are demanding a swift response in terms of a statement from the government, both the county government and the national government, particularly the county security team.
Kericho County Governor Eric Mutai has denied claims of the county's involvement in the matter.
From preliminary investigations ya kwamba hizi mwili huenda labda kwa sababu tujapata confirmation huenda ya kwamba hizi mwili zilitoka kwa kaunti yetu ya jirani kule Nyamira, lakini kama gavana wa Kericho County nataka niseme ya kwamba Kericho sio cemetery ya county yoyote.
Homicide detectives visited the scene, having obtained orders to exhume the bodies.
We have been sent here by the government to conduct forensic investigations. Ndio tujue ukweli. Na ile ukweli kuna timu ile itakuja hapa na tutaendelea pamoja na iko na procedure.
Safina Chinguma, Citizen TV.
Before we do another video, I don't know why, maybe Bwana Robana, that you also come from that area of Kenya. Why do they want to entangle Kisii on this issue? Tena mili 14 inataka kusemekana imetoka Kisii, ini Nyamira. Is that normal?
Tell you the truth, I have no idea. It might be, maybe not. So that's why I want the truth to come out. So my thing is, how do you just put it like that? Human beings. That's why I said a few minutes ago on the Kasut, you can take over from what I said.
So maybe, and the question which I would ask, yes. I want us to ask an hypothetical question. Okay, let's assume your miri assumption. Let's assume your miri imetolewa Nyamira. So why would Nyamira take its people to be buried in another county? Like, I want you to tell me, Nyamira ni ukosefu wa mashamba, or what is it? Why would Nyamira want to do this thing in another county?
Not only that, then Nyamira confirmed that wao ndio wamefanya hivyo, and the reason behind it, and who are the people, the names of the people. Then from there we go from there, because at the end of the day, when it becomes, that's why I said before, we don't value people's lives. We don't, and that's a very good example where it's just like 14 bodies are being dumped, and there's no chain of custody. There's no chain custody from where it came from to where it ended. And that's why we are going to wait for investigation to take place. Kasud, maybe you can come in and give us shed more rights if you have any kind of information about what's going on.
For me, I think this might be a twist, because it doesn't mean that the people of Nyamira hawana mashamba yenye wanaweza zika watu, like those dead people. I think this might be a twist. Yeah, so I think it's a twist. Like, there is just something that is hidden in between here. Bodies from Nyamira to go and get buried in Kericho. No, there is something that there is just some hidden stuff that is going on that we are not being told, and we will never be told, because we definitely, maybe the people behind it, they already drew their plan, and maybe investigations, it will end up not being investigated. And if it will be investigated, it will just end up like the Kwara incident. Like, we've never had of any investigations that have continued, or people being arraigned in court, or I think they're just it's just a planned incident. And yeah, I don't think there is just some hidden truth that we won't be told and we won't know, and maybe this thing will just go this way and meander, and nothing will be done. Itapelekwa tu hivi na itaisha. Yeah, because those who do it, maybe they are, yeah. That's what I can say.
Yeah, on top of that, this is one thing, and that's what we have been saying. If the governor of Kericho doesn't know that those posts were parted there, that tells you how these people are really disconnected from what's happening on the ground. If in that county of Kericho, nobody knows what happened, the governor, the security, whatever the security chief, or anybody, and now, until the people have come on the streets to protest, that's when now the government shows up. That's how it tells me our people don't care. The so-called people have been chosen by the people. They are leaders. They don't care. They don't care. And the question remains, if someone can ask, how many people have been parted there before, if this one was not caught? And these people have been parted where they came from. And all these people have been parted there. What's their status? What happened? Nobody knows. So it tells me that we are not even a country where even records of people who are born, people who are alive, and the people who die doesn't matter. And yet we call ourselves a growing country. We are just going backwards. For me, I need answers on that one. We need the government, from the national government, both counties, because Nyamira might county want to hear from the governor there, want to hear from the national government. What happened here? Why? Why in Kericho? Yeah, because there's something here, some story that I hear it was from Nyamira. That's something I don't want to hear that. Let us have a concluded investigation, something where people have, oh, this one came from where we know the truth, that's where it came from. Then from there we can make up our minds. But at this point, they keep on lying too much, too literal, too late. And I think that's why I think the next election, we should be very, very careful the people we choose. This is becoming a problem where we have people, they don't care about, when they get into office, they care about themselves. They care about the money they're making. They don't care about the services they are offering people. And this one is a very good example where human life becomes nothing to some people. But if it was their own family, I'm glad someone will come up and just say, what happened here? Let's wait for this story as days goes by, maybe by tomorrow or this morning, maybe the day after, by Tuesday. We should know actually the facts. If the facts come in, then we can just say, you know what? Okay, now we have the facts, then everybody will make their own conclusion if they do investigate, which they always tell us, but nothing happens. I don't know where Njiru is, or what happened, but just letting you from the studio. Unless, Kasi, do you have something to add? I'm just like, I've been talking too much, and I need some people to participate. Yeah, I've been talking too much here, and sometimes I don't want to keep on repeating myself. Yeah, so, Kasi, to come in.
Okay.
Nimeingia. Wacha niwaoneshe kitu ingine pia for the consumption of your able to scale story, muniambie why is it happening. I want to hear some reaction because mbona Kenya watu vanish ovyo ovyo. Natafuta hii video ya Sudi. Yeah, I will also react to that mass murder. This is what is happening. I'm double sure hakuna mwili umetolewa Nyamira. It is impossible. Hiyo story ya miili Kericho, it could be the large. Unajua hii maneno ya Shakahola haijaisha. Unaona hii Shakahola, hii Shakahola, kuna uwezekano tu bado kuna pahali watu wanaendeleanga kuuawa tu na watu tu hata huyu Mackenzie huyu, I still don't believe. Me, I believe there is either some human sacrifices which are being done in our nation na watu something is happening, ama pengine ni wale watu wamepokonywa vitu wanauawa hapo, but it is not something which to joke of it. It shows how bad our nation has become.
Meantime, detectives from the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, DCI, are tonight searching for former Cabinet Secretary Raphael Tuju and his driver, who were last spotted Saturday evening in Karen.
Tuju's abandoned vehicle was discovered less than 3 kilometers from the Dari property in Karen that has been at the center of a loan recovery tussle.
That's right. His family and lawyers have reported the matter to the Karen police. And we'll get more from our very own Seth Lawley.
Police visiting the scene where former Cabinet Secretary Raphael Tuju's abandoned car was found Sunday morning. According to witnesses, the vehicle stayed at this exact spot the entire night on Saturday, prompting them to report the suspicious occurrence to the authorities.
Jana nilitoka saa 11 kamili na asubuhi niliingia saa 11 kamili.
Na ilikuwa inaangalia upande gani? Upande wa juu ama ilikuwa inaangalia upande wa chini?
Ilikuwa inaangalia upande wa chini, Nairobi West School.
Kwa kawaida kuna magari wanga zinaegeshwa hapa?
Ya, kwa kawaida huwa magari zinaekezwa hapa, lakini mwenye compound mahali penye nalinda huwa anasema tukuje tukiangalia gari isiwekwe hapo. iwe taxi ama kare yote isiwekwe hapo. Wakati yenye niliona hiyo gari, nilienda nikafinya alarm juu wakakuja waka-attend, wakakuja wakaiona, na ofisa wawili walikuwa hapa Wakaren police station. Naam.
Ilikuwa saa ngapi?
Ilikuwa kitu kama saa 2 asubuhi ikielekea saa 3.
This is the exact spot where Raphael Tuju's car was found abandoned, and until Sunday evening, the police were looking for vital information, including data from CCTV footage around this particular area in a bid to unravel what might have happened. Tuju's family, through their lawyer, said he and his driver were the occupants of the abandoned vehicle. They have since been reported missing persons at the Kadi police station.
Really, ours is just to encourage the state of Kenya to take the report seriously, to take the investigation seriously. It is difficult to imagine that this incident and the incidents that have been taking place over the last 1 week, 10 days at Mr. Tuju's property along Ngong Road.
It is in the public domain that his property situate on Ngong Road is under police occupation, if you may. And I suggest that what is consumed by the public for this moment is that Raphael Tuju is missing, and that we are urging authorities to take every step that is necessary to ensure that his whereabouts are established.
Raphael Tuju's vehicle has since been towed to Kadi police station, awaiting forensic analysis. Tuju's reported disappearance follows days of a struggle to save part of his property that has been at the center of loan recovery processes. Earlier in the week, the High Court stopped the transfer of the title of the Kadi land to new owners. Seth Olale, Citizen TV.
Help your career thrive with a program.
Yeah, kuna hiyo story ya Tuju, and I don't think enough people will be able to come and defend him. I just said needed to story nilielezea. When they came for the Jews, I said I'm not a Jew. When they came for the community, for the socialists, I said I'm not a socialist. When they came for the trade unionists, I said I'm not a trade unionist. Eventually, when they came for me, I had no one to rescue me. History ya Tuju is a bigger element in Kenya. Naweza kuwa sina hiyo mali kama hiyo Sudi yako nayo, but it doesn't mean, it is just like Martin Luther said, justice somewhere, injustice somewhere is injustice everywhere. We might say that mashida ya Sudi hainihusu sikio wala ndewe, but frankly speaking, very soon hata mtu ako na quarter ama an acre of land somewhere in Kadhonzweni, because Ruto anaweza unajua, if you want to steal people's land, sio lazima uibe eka moja. Unaweza enda utafute, let's say you are 100 people, watu 100 wako na shamba kiasi gani? Si mko na shamba karibu 50 acres. Ruto akuja aseme watu wote 50 watolewe na hiyo shamba nipewe. He can do that. So don't think like because that uko na shamba ya eka moja, hawa watu hawezi kukujia. They can do that. They can do consolidation. Mnakuja mnangolewa nyote. Si mkingolewa nyote mshatengeneza shamba inaweza ibiwa. Mshatengeneza shamba ya 50 acres ama even 100 acres. Hiyo ni shamba sasa Ruto anaweza beba vizuri. So unaweza fikiria sasa mimi eka yangu moja iwezi enda. My 1 acre cannot go. Lakini eka yangu, eka ya Ann, eka ya Kasudi, eka ya Ngudia, eka ya Nje, already that is enough land for Kaongo. It doesn't need more. So that is what they do. So there is something which we call land consolidation. Munakuja munatolewa eneo. Like uko nasikia Dabibi Ruto ameiba. like, I'm double sure hiyo pali ya Dabibi ungeuliza hao wa Kikuyu ambao kwao ni Dabibi wangesema ai, hawezi tukujia huku, hawezi fika huku. Mnakuja mnangolewa na mnaenda. So it is unfortunate that we have reached to that level of people not getting concerned. Ati nani akiteseka ainihusu, hiyo ni mashida ya watu wako na pesa. Hii shida ya Tuju sio mashida ya watu wa pesa. Hii shida ya Tuju ni shida ya a government which cannot understand that people invest. And I'm double sure hiyo mkao watu wakiitoa kwa Tuju, I'm double sure hiyo mkawa inaenda kucollapse. I hope Kasudi, you know what happens to such investment. Let me tell you, there's no in which ni kama vile mimi hata nikiambua utarara bure, siwezi rara Western. Hata ukiniambia hapa tutakulipia kila kitu, I cannot sleep there. So we have this entanglement and bad brand in an investment which people feel kama hiyo already hiyo hotel nasikia inaitwa Dari. Hata nikienda conference mtu aniambia tunakulipia Ndari na niju, and I know the ugly story of those things which happen. So these are the things which happen, like this idea of creating bad blood inakufanya like to attract that investment. That is what usually happens. Ni kama vile like hata nikitaka kukua na insurance I cannot be in Amaco. There was so much information which was saying that Amaco ni ya Ruto. So kuna vitu mimi siwezi enda huko. Nasikia siku hizi hata, and that is what I'm saying. Like in Masai Mara nasikia anajenga mpaka mahoteli. Mimi nikisikia hiyo hoteli ni ya Ruto siwezi rara. I don't think and sometimes you might think you are stealing an investment for posterity, but actually you are stealing that investment actually not to help you. So that's also another challenge which people do not understand. Anyway, Kasudi, before you go, maybe I can show you hii video ya kina Sifuna, and then maybe you can react on it, because I'm hearing there was tear gas again from those people.
Used the event to criticize the government over what they termed as poor leadership, calling. And a political rally by ODM leaders allied to the Linda Mwananchi faction in Narok Town was briefly disrupted after security officers allegedly lobbed tear gas canisters, triggering panic among members of the public. The leaders, who had earlier attended a Sunday service at Covenant Church in Tulele, used the event to criticize the government over what they termed as poor leadership, calling for transparency in the next general election and outlining their position on the ongoing leadership contest within ODM. Our reporter Violet Auma has the details.
Tension gripped Narok Town after a meeting by leaders allied to ODM's Linda Mwananchi faction was interrupted when tear gas was allegedly hurled at the gathering. Hundreds of residents who had turned up for the rally despite heavy rainfall were forced to scatter as the meeting was briefly brought to a halt. Earlier, the leaders had attended a Sunday service at Covenant Church in Tulele, where they called for peaceful politics and need to protect democracy in the country.
Walidanganya makanisa yetu yote hapa Kenya mpaka wakaingia. Saa hii hawana heshima, wanataka kufungia wengine makanisa. Hata ukisucceed kuingia ndani, wanakufuata na tear gas, wanapiga tear gas ndani ya kanisa. Washindwe wasishindwe.
The leaders also laid out their position on the future leadership of the ODM party, insisting on the importance of the National Delegates Conference in determining the party's direction.
Wale ambao tunashikilia msimamo wa baba, tulisema tunataka NDC yenye kila mtu anaenda kwa debe. Kama babu yuko hapa, babu alitangaza anataka kuwa party leader. wamemnyima nafasi ya kucontest kiti ya party leader. Kwa nini? Hatutaki NDC ati watu wachache wanakaa hapo wanajipea viti wao wenyewe. Hapana, tulisema tunataka NDC yenye kila mtu anaenda kwa debe. Hata mimi Sifuna, kama kuna mtu anataka kiti ya SG, akubaliwe. Kama Raila mwenyewe wakati alikuwa hai, alikuwa anakubali watu wanamchallenge. Mnakumbuka Simba Arati, alisimama yeye kama party leader.
It is shameful that the great party of Raila Amolo Odinga can go in the hands of people who have no vision of Raila Amolo Odinga.
Ili Mwenyezi Mungu turn around your challenges, lazima ujiandikishe. Niko Kadi. Je, wewe uko Kadi? Niko Kadi, uko Kadi, tuko Kadi. Na hiyo kadi ndiyo risasi ya mabadiliko.
ODM ambao Sifuna ndio Secretary General na ndio ODM ya ukweli.
The leaders also called for transparency in the next general election, saying the electoral reforms will be key to building public trust.
IEBC, huyo referee huyo ambaye anaenda kusimamia hiyo mchezo ya 2027. We want to ask that ile technology ambayo wataprocure ya kufanyia uchaguzi, kwanza itoke from a reputable company and from a reputable country. Huwezi kuingia sahi Iran, uende utuletea ati mtu ya kuchapisha ballot papers ametoka Iran. Haiwezekani.
The ODM National Delegates Conference is expected this Friday with leadership changes, internal reforms, and election preparedness topping the agenda. And with divisions within ODM continuing to play out in the public, leaders allied to Linda Mwananchi faction say the push for internal reforms remains central to their agenda in what is shaping up as a fresh political battle ahead of the next general election. Violet Auma, KT News.
Now, away from matters politics, moving on to matters.
Why does everyone talk about life insurance like you have to die to use it? Because that's what they want you to.
Yeah, Kasudi, can you react to that Sifuna rally? I'm surprised that there was tear-gassing again. I don't know, like, not that tear-gassing. I'm surprised that there was tear-gassing again. I don't know, like, not that tear-gassing. I'm surprised that there was.
I think the tear gassing imetoka from, okay, earlier on when they were still in church before they went for the rally. I think the tear gassing imetoka from before they went for the rally, the first time they were in church. Sifuna talked about some of the things concerning William Ruto, and one of the things was about the Nairobi hospital. You remember the Nairobi hospital thing that has been going on, and Ruto's name was also involved in that scandal. So Sifuna and all these government level hospitals, he's going to patronize a private entity or hospital, whereby pia ilionekana kwamba alikuwa anataka kuinyang'anya, yeah, the way he likes taking people's property. He also wanted to, so Sifuna was like, why shouldn't Ruto patronize public hospitals? Anaenda kutafutana nini na mambo ya Nairobi hospital? And then another thing that Sifuna talked about was HELB. He said, like, nowadays the university students are complaining that they are no longer getting help, because you see the people who finished university and in the recent years, they have been unable to pay help, and they've been unable to pay help because most university graduates are unemployed, so they don't have any the money to pay back the help loans that they took earlier in the universities. And university education now has been also a problem because the money that is being allocated to, for example, for us when we were in campus during Uhuru Kenyatta's time, I was in a private university, but since I was government sponsored, as people used to pay like 100,000 and above, the private students, us we only used to pay like 20,000 shillings during Uhuru Kenyatta's time. But now if you see what is going on in our universities, first of all, the university students are not receiving help. This funding model is not, like, it's just something else. So Sifuna talked also about that education system. He talked about Ruto, instead of patronizing public hospitals like Kenyatta, where the cancer machine had failed like for like 3 months, he's going to intervene. Why? Because Sifuna aliguza president. So, and I can also see that Orengo said that Orengo talked about how it is shameful to where the ODM party is heading to. Yes, it is very, very shameful. And this is like Raila Odinga's legacy, and it was like the national party. But now where it is heading to, it is something else, or I think it's going to being a tribal thing. The ODM party. Raila took time to build this party. It was like his legacy. It was a national party. It accommodated people from different walks. Ukiangalia ODM Somali, people from the coast, Kina Joho. But where we have reached, just as Orengo has said, it is very shameful. It is very shameful, even where, like, if Raila decides to wake up now and see what's happening in the party, and if you see like the people who are at the head of like, oh, we ODM, a person like like if Gen Z protests arise now, like the way it did the last time, and then Ruto called Raila on his side to calm things down. I think if Gen Z protests arise now, Ruto will call Oburu to calm things down. Oburu, who can't even finish a sentence before staggering and struggling to talk. So where the ODM party is ending to. Chama cha ODM, Ruto ashanunua Kadi for. Because where Oparanya left development in Kakamega, Baraza has never done anything. All the roads that Baraza has never done anything. But he's a great follower of Ruto, and those are the people that we are going to get rid of in the next elections. And it's so bad for what happened in Narok and what is happening in Kenya for anyone who is trying to oppose the government. They are being tear gassed. The people are being shot in rallies. Ruto's government has been using coercive force to hurt Kenyans, which is not a good thing. The people who are supposed to guard us, utumishi kwa wote, the police, are now using coercive force to kill people, which is not a very, very good thing. And they should stop, because this one should stop. And yeah, I think that is it so far. Hope I've I've answered your question vizuri. Yeah.
No, you are reacting. So we don't say good or bad. It's a reaction. A reaction is perceived by different people differently. So you should not worry about that. We are not here to mark. So I think that one is okay. Maybe the only thing I can react to ni umevujika kidogo. I hope you will be able to solve that issue, especially when uko peke yako hapa. Then I also want to react. Unajua unajua kuna huyu beshte wetu anaitwa Sudi ameharibu jina sana, so Anne feels like I'm trying to tell her that that one is your name, but attack. So really for the clarity of our show, wengine wakiona, I hope you know Sudi, Valerie, Kasudi, do you know Sudi? Oh, wacha ni unmute. Oh, you can unmute. Do you know Sudi? Unajuanga Sudi? Oh, react.
Yes, I know Oscar Sudi very well. Who doesn't?
Yeah. So now, some of our people here, they are Sudi.
Yes, I know Oscar Sudi very well. Who doesn't?
Yeah. Okay, nimemute. Okay, wacha ni react. So tutafutie jina ambayo ichanganyishi hapo kidogo, sababu kuna watu they, you know what is happening, like people have taken sides. So it's just a comment. It's a nice one. It's not like in a bad way. They are just trying to react to us. So najua saa zingine ukisikia mtu amereact, so think about it, so you know what to do about that. Yeah, so let me give you another reaction. I know you where you are, you might want to go and rest, which is okay. So I think that the rest tutabaki hapa tu tukipiga stories zetu kidogo, but there is something I wanted to show you, maybe to react for me. This one. Na kuna kitu sielewi, nataka munielezee. My mother, when I was growing up, used to tell us that mwizi ndiye anajuanga mwizi mkubwa, mwizi mwenzake. So can you react to me this, because Ruto ameanzia kujua wezi Kenya ni akina nani? Ruto ameanzia kujua wezi Kenya ni akina nani?
At the same time, despite calls for an end to the verbal exchanges, President William Ruto continued with his attacks against the opposition leaders.
Ruto hit out at the former Deputy President, Rigathi Gachagua, saying he should not be allowed to occupy any office over what he termed as Gachagua's involvement in dirty dealings while serving as his second.
Now, this comes as ODM leaders in the region unanimously pledged to extend their support for the broad-based government beyond 2027. Let's get more. My very own Christina Tieno.
President William Ruto began his 3-day tour of Homa Bay and Migori counties by attending an interdenominational prayers at Agoro Sane Senior School in Oyugi's Kasipul constituency. Accompanied by leaders from the region, the head of state then proceeded on development tour in the county, where he commissioned construction of Karabok Adiedo Road. The president used the platform to hit at the opposition outfit, picking on his former deputy president Rigathi Gachagua, calling him an extortionist.
Nilimpatia nafasi badala ya nikamwambia anisaidie mambo ya kahawa, akaenda kule, akaungana na makateli ya kahawa, ati anauliza wananchi wamlipe shilingi 3 kwa kilo moja. Akaenda huko ati anapigana mambo ya pombe, akaenda huko akakuwa extortionist.
The president did not stop there. He discredited Gachagua and opposition outfit by extension, saying they had no agenda for Kenyans.
I want to tell the so-called good-for-nothing opposition. Unajua tuko na upinzani Kenya sasa anaitwa good for nothing. The good for nothing opposition. We want to tell you, you have no track record. You have no plan for Kenya. You have no agenda. You have no vision. You have no program for any country. You have no plan. You have no vision. Mimi nataka niwaulize, wale watu watashindana na sisi?
Wale hatuna sana. Na sahi wewe umefungua mlango. Wakirusha tunarusha. Wakirusha wakisema msema mbaya. Anasomwa wa Kenya, uwewe mambo ya kabila, mambo ya ubaguzi. Juzi aliendea kwa Nairobi. Nimesikia yangu mwajia rais. Anapinga mambo ya reli kukuja Kisumu. Sijui kwa hiyo anapinga reli ya Kisumu.
Leaders who accompanied President Ruto from the region unanimously endorsed his re-election, saying the late former Premier Raila Odinga had a vision when he initiated a broad-based government.
For the first time in this region, we are completing a cancer center in Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Teaching and Referral Hospital so that our people don't go to Eldoret and Nairobi to seek medication. How else can someone love you? How else can someone work with you? Your Excellency, we will give you a second term.
What this country has actually desired and wanted is courageous leadership. Leadership that has the courage to make difficult decisions.
President is expected in Migori County on Monday to continue with his development tour in the region. Crispino, TNO Citizen TV.
Okay, let me ask you, Anini, one question on that one. So, Anne, I hope now you are happy. So, question number one is Sunday Ruto has started. He has said that though he doesn't mention his name, he was an extortionist. Extortionist ni mtu wa kupokonyana vitu, extortionist. So that's what he has said. Maybe you can help me understand. Does Ruto also know that Kenyans take him worse than that? Like when people like Akina Tuju are suffering. Okay, that is one. Then number two is when and by the way, men do not express love for other men. So nimesikia Bandi akisema, how else can we love you? So that's not a statement which should be used in a civilized society. You cannot be saying, how else can we love you? We cannot. Men cannot love Ruto, even if there was love to express. Yeah, I'm saying it in a social thing. They need to understand the language, because that one is very confusing. You know, when he is saying, how else can we love you? He is making some of us to overthink. Hey, unajua kunaweza kuwa kuna kitu hapo na hatujui. No. I'm saying, you know, people say without saying things. When a man uses the word love, it comes with heaviness. So that's another one. Then the last one, which I've also noted on that video, is now where they claimed that a level 4 hospital, not level 4, a level 5 hospital, a cancer center has been done in I don't know, in Kisumu or where. I don't think there is enough data to confirm that your level 5 hospital, your cancer center imefanya. And by the way, for your information, any level 5 hospital should have a cancer center by design. Should have a cancer center. Any level 5 hospital should. Hiyo hata sio kitu ya kuitisha. Otherwise, why should we be calling it level 5 hospital na ina cancer center? So the question which I'm asking, when they are saying for the first time we have gotten a cancer center, was it a referral hospital? Because a referral hospital should be having a cancer center. Otherwise, why are we calling it? Why should it be a referral hospital? Why are we referring cases there? Na mtu akona cancer akikuwa referred huko atapelekwa wapi? I think also Kenyans should be able to understand that any level 5 hospital and maybe probably a referral hospital. I think in Kenya we have 3 referral hospitals. There is a KNH, there is a Eldoret. I think, I don't know, as long as a hospital is a referral, should house a cancer, not only even a cancer. And I don't know why in Kenya we are focusing on cancer alone. There are so many other diseases other than cancer. Yeah, cancer, heart center. I don't know why cancer, heart, liver. So maybe pia nitataka mtu anielezee why cancer center, why not a heart center, a liver center, kidney center, why cancer? And anyway, I don't know. I don't understand it. So, Kaide, to go ahead.
Your first question was about Ruto saying how Gachagua is an extortionist. I think there I can say Nyani haoni kundule, because the people of Kenya have been knowing him as a land grabber. That's why they even nicknamed him Arap Mashamba at some point, because like we know who Ruto is. And he's also saying that Gachagua and like how the Gachagua has been involved in some dirty scandals has been Gachagua has been involved in some dirty scandals. If yeah, he's been involved in very, very many dirty deals. He's the first. If we are talking about extortionists, then he should be number 1 on the list. And then you said about the point that Mbadi said that they don't know how much amount of love that they should show Ruto. Or actually, Ruto, it is the Jaramogi level 6 hospital. He was saying when he was in Siaya, he was telling the people of Siaya that he has allocated 3 billion in Kisumu for Jaramogi level 6 hospital. I think he said that they want to do some of the improvements in that hospital. So he said like he had donated like 3 billion shillings for that. Yeah. So yeah, I think I've answered your question about the extortionists.
Yeah.
Mbadi's love. I think Mbadi's love is just trying to.
Maybe, do you think
like
the rural community, kidogo tu nikuulize, do you think the rural community is able to understand the person they are dealing with in terms of Ruto?
Once people and his interests are being satisfied now, I think he's trying to anataka kutuonesha venye, just the way Roba said, they want to show us how they can kiss Ruto. Yeah, that is it. Hope I was clear, and yeah.
Yeah, okay. Kuna some places you broke a little bit. Maybe there are some of the things, maybe you watch that. So anyway, I think Ruto is just a joker. And I think he's just telling people what was kuwa namsikiliza, because when he is saying that Ruto is an extortionist, sasa surely Ruto story yake tunaijua from tangu story ya Raila, when at one time Raila sacked him juu alikuwa amekula mahindi. Kuna mzee ako hapa, sijui unajua, lazima saa zingine tukikaakaa, huyu mzee we should not forget him. Huyu mzee let me tell you, we might not take this man serious kidogo. We shall not. Huyu mzee itabidi niwaekee huyu mzee juu we forget too much, because huyu mzee, everything which is happening now he predicted. Mzee ongea.
Asante. Thank you very much. Sasa Bana Patrice Chepkwony was from Washingishu.
Kumbe hapana nini? Weka chini kidogo. Ili kinida aizote. So Wey. Napenda kuwasalimu nyote kwa jina la Yesu. Amujambo na karibu Eldoret, karibu Wasingishu, karibu baba. Ulituacha tarehe 5 mwezi wa 11 2011. Umekuja ngine, karibu baba, tuko na wewe, ingawa wewe una kazi mingi, unasumbuliwa, wewe ndio umepaki kwa wale babu zetu.
Don't worry, Shaq. The General gives you a break to keep you covered, whether it's on your car insurance.
Wamelala, wanalaumiwa, wanasema waliiba na wizi wako hapa. Pole baba, pole kwa wewe kabisa. Baba yako alikuwa mzalendo na wewe pia umekuwa wa maana kwa kila nyumba, kwa every household in Kenya. Raila kweli ni baba wa maana, wa maana. Hata ndege angani baba wanakusifu. Ni kweli, ni kweli, kwa sababu baba yake wakati wa ukoloni sisi Wanandi tuliteswa ya kutosha, tuliteswa ya kutosha, ile hakuna binadamu mwingine meteswa hivyo. Kuna bahali naitwa Mulangu pale, sijui kwa historia ya hii inji, kuna inji bahali ingine naitwa Mulangu na wazungu. Mnandi alikuwa akipewa kipande nyekundu ili aingie White Island shamba lao. Sikiza tabu tulipata mpaka wakaua Laibongo Italel Samoei. Na sisi tunataka wewe Raila uliokoa Moi 1992 wakati nataka pendolewa na wabwenyenye wale walitaka kutoa. Wewe ulisimama na yeye na chama lako la NDP, ukalete wachumbe wakasuilia. Juzi umesaidia Bwana Kenyatta, kijana ajui mbele na nyuma, roho yake kama yako. Tunajua sawa sawa. Waja wanakimbia umuumu, hawa ni mafishi. Amujui ngawa na bembereza vijana na kina mama, tabu iko. Tutaingia tabu ile hatujawahi kuona siku ngine dunia hii. Chungeni.
Sijui kama mnasikia hapo. Huyu mzee anasema before Ruto becomes the president, ile tabu tutaingia, ni ile tabu hatujawahi ona kwa dunia hii. Na watu wasikilizange watu. Watu wasikilizange watu. Watu wasikilizange watu. Nataka msikilize huyu mzee. Na huyu unajua akina Gachagua pia wanafaa kukuanga wakisikiliza watu kama hawa. Huyo mtu ni mkale na watu walikuwa wanafikisema ati ni chuki yako nayo. Exactly what is happening today. Ndiye alisema. Nataka musikie hapo. Please, active, same here. I am glad to you still around, though hiyo video ni ya kita. No, see, I predict what he is saying here is what actually Ruto is doing now.
Umumu hawa ni mafishi amujui ngawa na bebereza vijana na kina mama. Tabu iko, tutaingia tabu ile hatujawahi kuona siku ngine dunia hii. Chungeni kabisa. Sisi Wasingishu tuko na wewe bega kwa bega mpaka tuone ya kwamba umeingia Ikulu, na wewe utaingia. Hata Mungu mbinguni najua wewe ni mtu wa haki. Juzi wewe ukachibu hakuna pesa yako ngam offshore. Sasa nataka uuliza wajumbe pole na wapi kinena keka? Kanini keka ni kani? Toa mdomo. Poleni kabisa. Kumbe kaa chini sasa. Mheshimiwa kaa chini. Kumbe Kenya, haki ya Mungu tulichagua watoto haki. Tuanguke tu kwa ajili vijana wako viongozini. Mbona nyinyi bunge pesa inatoka kwa Kibaki na Raila 1.8 trillion inaruka mpaka 9 trillion? Nini? What are you doing in that legislation house? Mnafanya nini? Wabunge muko hapa, ona yetu wametoroka. Ona ya hapa hawezi kuja, wametusaliti. Kazi shambani tuna tabu ila hapana wezekana. Upeleke salamu zetu kwa His Excellency. Asante kwa kazi yake. Yeye ni mtu mtulivu, anasikia, anaweka, anafanya. Asante wewe kuunga yeye mkono mpaka mnasimamisha inji ilikuwa imeenda kwa maumbu. Asante baba, asante baba. Wewe kweli ni baba. Baba yako alisema Kenyatta tosha. Visasi ya sasa mnajua? Baba yake alisema Kenyatta. Mbona nyinyi hawezi heshimu huyu? Mnafikiri kuongoza nchi ni kwenda Singira? Nchi tatereza na kukwisha, na sisi yote tutakwisha. Mjue kabisa.
Please, I want you people to listen to those careful ones. Munafikiria kuweka nchi ni kuweka Singira. Nchi itakwisha na pia sisi tutakwisha. I have to repeat that statement. This mzee cannot be this correct. This mzee cannot be this correct na tunacheka hapa.
Baba yake alisema Kenya. Mbona nyinyi hawezi heshimu huyu? Mnafikiri kuongoza nchi ni kwenda Singira? Nchi tatereza na kukwisha, na sisi yote tutakwisha. Mjue kabisa. Nchi hapana kunywa kama maziwa ile fresh unafanya lok. Hiyo inakunywa kama ile maziwa imekamatana pole. Huyu ndio natosha na ni
You were saying something. Nchi hapana kupea mtu anakunywa na anatuonesha maziwa kaka. Hiyo ilikuwa symbolism ya vile hao watu watakula pesa. Vile pesa itabebwa na mangonia. Saa zingine nyinyi akina Gachagua sikilizangeni, sababu nyinyi ndio mlituweka kwa hii shida. Already wasee kama hawa, and you know, let me tell you, Gachagua, huko unajua Ruto vile mzee kama huyu alikuwa anajua Ruto. This guy inakaa alikuwa anajua Ruto vibaya sana. Wacha niwaekee hapo, mnasikia nasia watu wanakunywa hii nchi, ama nchi yetu hai watu hawakunywi. Hapo pa kukunywa nchi kama maziwa hapo lazima nirudie bwana.
Mnafikiri kuongoza nchi ni kwenda Singira? Nchi tatereza na kukwisha, na sisi yote tutakwisha. Mjue kabisa. Nchi hapana kunywa kama maziwa ile fresh unafanya lok lok lok. Hiyo inakunywa kama ile maziwa imekamatana.
Huyu mzee alikuwa anajua skando ya Ruto mbaya sana. Ndio unasikia akisema hivyo. Na umeona ni mzee anaelewa kwa nini mnaruhusu budget, mnaruhusu deni ipande sijui kutoka 1.8 trillion inaenda mpaka 9 trillion. Ni mzee anaelewa. Na kumbe tulichagua watoto like he cannot understand how like tulitoka kwa Kibaki 1.8 ikaenda mpaka 9. Kutoka hapo anaelezea story. He knew hawa wanatembea huku watamaliza nchi. Oh Jesus. I wish people listen. Unaona by the way, watu kama hawa wazee wadogo hawa ndio mtu ukisikia mtu kama yule akiongea at that time kuna mtu alikuwa anasema huyu mjinga anatuambia nini? Huyu mjinga anasema nini? This father, this mzee is 100% correct about Ruto. Case in time. Said it before Ruto happened. Before Ruto presidency happened. Alisema. So tusiseme ati hakukuwa na information. Hata Gachagua asiseme ni kudanganywa alidanganywa. Wazee kama hawa waliongea. Even Wakikuyu wengi ambao wameiba na Ruto. And that's why I'm saying it's good to be mzee kama huyu hakuna tikitu alikuwa analipo hapa kwa baba. He decided to give his information free willingly. Na huyu mzee, thank God, alikuwa anaongea kwa national TV. So watu hatuwezi sema ati huyu mzee ni podcast tunaisikia sahi ati hatukupata information. She spoke and this information went, but people ignored it. Kama hivi sahi tu mnakuja kupewa nyota na maujinga zingine. Actually, Ruto anafaa kunyongwa. Huyo si mtu watu wa kukaa na yeye hapo ati muna nini. The next person who gets the government should do a death penalty to Ruto.
Pole. Huyu ndio natosha na ni baba wa inji na nitosha. Na asante tena baba. Umekuja hapa, umetangulia na sisi tulikuwa tunajua hata wanandi the most silent hapo. Wa Wasingishu wanajua baba iko. Wanajua baba iko. Hapa ile devolution kukuja inji hii bila wewe ulilala ndani mwaka 9. Nani tena amelala hapa?
Moving at the speed of life can leave you breathless. Catch your breath. Breathe steady.
Wakati Kenyatta anachukua Kibaki anachukua ushukani ndani ya wilbaro, huyu alisema tosha. Siawa wabwenyenye wote walikuwa na moyo. Ingawa moyo alifanya yake mzuri, ile tunashukuru kwa kazi ile amefanya, lakini hajasinda kazi ya Papa Raila Amolo Odinga. Mtu amejitolea roho yake pamba. Asante watu wa Mount Kenya, umesikilia. Waja ile wagora tu wakame hiyo ng'ombe, kwa maana hiyo ng'ombe iko na maziwa sawa. Anaweza pasuka na itakuwa sambi kama hapana kama ng'ombe. Wakame sawa. Lakini kura ni kwa
kumbe hata siasa Gachagua alitoa siasa ya kukamua ng'ombe hapa. So huyu mzee anasema, unajua he was referring to Ruto alikuwa na pesa mingi, lakini inaonekana watu walikama na wakamsaidia pia kuingia kwa power. So I think hapa mzee hapo ulikosea kidogo kusema hii ng'ombe iko na maziwa hivi. Ungesema watu wamtorokee. Hapa vile ulisema watu wakamue hii ng'ombe, walikamua na wakakaa hapo, wakazirai. Walizirai hapo, walikunywa maziwa na wakazirai hapo. So there is nothing new. Hata Gachagua akisema hiyo story ya kukama hapa.
Asante watu wa Mount Kenya, umesikilia. Waja ile wagora tu wakame hiyo ng'ombe, kwa maana hiyo ng'ombe iko na maziwa sawa. Anaweza pasuka na itakuwa sambi kama hapana kama ng'ombe. Wakame sawa. Lakini kura ni kwa hapa. Sasa waje siasa. Waja ni kuje uchumi. Asante Torgos, you are excellent. Uchumi hapa imesoroteka. Tulipochagua serikali ya nusu mikate. Baba akapea kijana wetu ministry wa agriculture. Kutoka chini, from the sweeper to the MD to the minister.
Nataka msikilize hapo vizuri, sababu hapo anaingililia Ruto sasa direct. Ruto alipewa Ministry of Agriculture wakati wa serikali ya nusu mkate, vile anaita ile serikali ya nusu mikate. Please, this can change your perspective, because unajua hao wajinga wanakuja kutuambia tutam sijui Ruto acha. Are they not aware? This is information which has been with us for the last 10 years. Na yet kuna mtu anasema tutam, including hata wakikuyu wengine wajinga huko akina Wamuratho wanakuja kutuambia tutam. Wamesikia mzee kama huyu ambaye ni mukare, and he already said this. He predicted vile nchi itamalizwa. Sometimes I get, na kuna mtu ana support Ruto na utasikia story hapo. Ruto tu kupewa Ministry of Agriculture kutoka sweeper mpaka MD. Utasikia vile atasema. Let me not preempt it.
Ulipochagua serikali ya nusu mikate, baba akapea kijana wetu ministry wa agriculture. Kutoka chini, from the sweeper to the MD to the minister. Iligulwa. Waligula. Waligula.
That is what that mzee is known for. Is manistra. Waligula. So ile waligula ilitoka hapo. Kijana wetu kutoka sweeper mpaka CEO, kila mtu anakula. I don't know why. Hii kukula ni noma hii. Hii kukula inaelezwa na huyu mzee. And hii si ile kukula kidogo.
Wetu ministry wa agriculture. Kutoka chini, from the sweeper to the MD to the minister. Iligulwa. Waligula. Waligula. Hey. Waligula masito. Haki ya Mungu. Haya. Akapea yeye minister. Baba akaona anamaliza huku. Akasweep, sijui zeli gosi aliingizwa. Akaenda higher education. Baada ya kuunga baba 2013, aliona ya kwamba hawezi kamuleka, katoroka Bahala. Ndio Bahala Kenya sasa inakalia chameni. Where are we? Where are we? Where are our professionals? Wapi wale watu wamesoma? Mumesoma na musemi kila sisi tuko television na menjo tukilia. Sisi tunalianga kila siku kwa mahindi, kwa sukari, kwa maziwa. Sito yetu imechukuliwa. Ukienda menjo tukituma, anaambiwa na wale wenyenye pale, iko kesi. Iko kesi. Menjo, iko kesi. Haya, kebe imechukuliwa. KCC ndio hiyo. Serial amejaza ile vitu ya yao. Sasa mnataka tuishi aje? Baba, utoke na uokoe nje na usafishe. Usafishe. Hata kansela hapa hakuna. Wamekula. Ile pesa inatoka huku. Hakuna pesa akao napo. Juzi ati mwingine nataka waja legacy, anaenda jenga rego. Ati mnasiaga posho kama unga. Hey! Rego. 20 years legacy issue. Sisi tu tunakaa na Mungu, na ile mali ya wazee wetu. Hivi ndio tunagawa zingishu, hatujui serikali wala wapi. Mtoto kuandikwa kazi ni ngumu. Heri kweli amesema Wilbur anajua kila mtu yuko Boma. Hata yule wa university anajua. Sasa mabaya ni mabaya kabisa. Na Mungu awatalaani, uchukue vitu ya umma, uchukue kitu ya mtu, hiyo vizazi yako kwa boma yako, milele walai haitakuwa watu. Haitakuwa watu, msitue kabisa. Samani sisi wanandi wa mtu mzee akichukua kitu. Watoto nasaliwa, enda namna hii. Ingine natembea kama mbuzi. Ingine naenda kama... Mama anapiga nduru, amekula ng'ombe ya fulani. Mzee nabamiwa, mali inatolewa, nyumba inapona. Kwa hivyo, you are right, Reverend. Sitaki kutokeza wewe. Usiendange sana. Hapa sisi tunakupenda na utapata hiyo kura kwa hali na mali. Ukitaka mali hata Turkana hiyo ulienda. Tungetaka ujenge huku sito. Na sisi wakulima tutatoa mahindi yetu through Mr. Menjo. Mnasikia wakulima wenzangu? Kwinia mbili. Mnaona watu wa Turkana wanakufa kabisa na njaa. Hata ujenge tena sito ya nguo. Tununulia hawa mitumba wavae. Naona gavana yao anahangaika Nairobi hoteli.
There is nothing. I think huyu mzee, he is an enough political maestro in Kenya. I don't think huyu mzee, na ndio tulikuwa tukisema na akina Mwamba hapa, akina Gachagua sasa, they have to adopt. That is what even people like Donald Trump are doing here, big screens. Wewe enda pahali pale, weka screen kubwa, ambia watu sasa, because mtu kama huyu, maybe there is a possibility watu hajamuona. Wekea watu, mwambie sasa, huyu ni mtu wa kutoka kwa Ruto. What he said about Ruto 10 years ago before he became the president. Mtu kama huyu muweke, mwambie huyu mtu, he said it before Ruto became a president. Na zile vitu alisema ndizo zinatendeka. Na huyu mzee amekuwa very consistent. I don't know his whereabout. I hope he is alive and well. Lakini huyu mzee hajawahi change stand yake. Even the last time I heard about him, he was still talking about the destructive nature of Ruto. Na kuna Mkikuyu na Muembu na Mudharakanizi anataka ati kutuambia checha. Nyinyi. Yani hata hii kukulwa ijawatosha. Bwana Mwamba. Hata hii kukula Ruto amekula Kenya, kuna mtu bado hajatosheka kukulwa. Anaambia Ruto, because any person who is saying two term, that is what you are telling us. Mtu yote ambaye anasema sasa ati Ruto, akina Bandi, wajinga akina Badi wanasema nao, you deserve a second term, because that is what Badi said in his video. Badi has said, truly sir, you deserve a second term. So, Badi anatuambia, hatujatosheka kuibiwa. Hatujatosheka kuibiwa. So, according to Badi, tuendelee kuibiwa. Hatujatosheka. Because sasa, second term ya Ruto is now, it will be stealing on steroid. Ataiba kila kitu. Ataiba mpaka mabibi zenyu. So don't expect ati Ruto ataiba kidogo. Sasa hiyo itakuwa now creation of a dynasty and hegemony. Whereby you will be wanting to own properties in all 47 counties. Utakuwa unasikia kila pahali kwa county kuna mtu ameibiwa. Utakuwa unasikia Kiambu kuna shamba imeibiwa. Embu kuna shamba Ruto ameiba. Meru kuna shamba Ruto ameiba. Tharaka-Nithi kuna shamba ameiba. Marsabit kuna shamba ameiba. Garissa kuna shamba ameiba. So Ruto wants to be everywhere in Kenya. So already ile wizu ametuibia, we can feel it. And you want to tell me that an innocent man, a serious man in the society, hanaweza kuja kuanzia kutuambia two term ya Ruto at this time within the history of Kenya? I thank God I witnessed huyu mzee. Many people, many Kalenjins were saying Huyu mzee ni chuki yako nayo. Hataki kijana wetu. I want them to come out. Huyu mzee angeongea saa hii ningesema pengine ajielewi. But huyu mzee, he said it perfectly. The right time. Watu wezi sema wana ujumbe. Maybe Bwana Mwamba, I want you to tell me. How comes Gachagua kusikia hii? Where was Gachagua not to hear this? Juu hata lazima nianzie kuwaingililia. Bwana Gachagua, you are too blind. Ungesikia mtu unasikia walikula masto. Na unasikia huyu mzee ako na utu sana. This time as he is speaking that, he is talking about Waturkana wasaidiwe, kila mtu atoe ngunia mbili. I think huyu mzee he is really a golden man. He is a golden man. Nikipata nafasi Kenya, these are some of the people who I can look for. So kuna mtu ameuliza anaitwa nani? So wacha introduce, hebu wacha tuangalie jina na nyinyi. Alijiita Hezbon. Kuna mtu aliuliza jina yake, hebu niwaangalie.
Want to turn challenges into chances? Go digital enterprise.
Wacha nirudishe.
Sema baba, State House.
Haya, sawa. Asante. Thank you very much. Sasa Bwana Patrice Chepkwony was from Washingishu.
Patrice Chepkwony from Washingishu. Patrice Chepkwony. I wanted we confirm that name. Patrice Chepkwony from Washingishu. So let me write the name here. Patrice. I don't know if it is Patrice or Patrick. Patrice Chepkwony. Patrice Chepkwony from Washingishu. Yeah, anaitwa Patrice Chepkwony from Washingishu. Perfect. Huyo mzee bwana, siwezi kosoa bwana. 100. I think he is the only man who I can predict. Na mwingine hapa. Mutajua yote leo. Kidogo. Wacha niwaekee ingine.
Simunalia.
Iko namna gani? Karibu mzee. Asante sana mzee, karibu. Karibu sana.
Alikula. Mungu wapi? Simunalia. Hakuna ukali. Nani alikula masto?
Imagine huyo mzee aliletwa mpaka kwa rally. Ni vile nimeleta. I have now said we do not lack information about this. Sasa huyu mzee Chepkwony alipelekwa mpaka kwa rally ya Azimio. You want to tell me hata hii akina Gachagua hakusikia? Ni swali nauliza. Unajua, right now I want us we shape our narratives to the platforms of truth. So huyu mzee hakufichwa. Huyu mzee alikuwa anaonekana, and he told people who Ruto is. Even you people, as you funnel and you try to tell us that sijui Ruto ni hivi, ndiye huyu hapa. I want you listen is consistency in an Azimio rally. Thank you.
Your Excellency, sir, kwa heshima yote na mama mother na waheshimiwa walioko hapa na kila mtu, karibuni. Wananchi, Azimio. Kwa majina naitwa Patrice Chepkwony, natoka pande wa Siwa. Nimeokoka. Neno la Mungu inanisukuma kila siku. Kwa 24 hours Mungu ni mlinzi wangu. Mnasikia? Wengi wasingisho mnajua mimi ni mzee, sitaki uongo. Huyu kijana tangu 1992 aliunda pesa bandia. Kabla ya hapo, wakati alikuwa mtoto namna hii 1973-74, wakati akisoma banda la ziwa anaitwa Gerote, alikuwa mwizi sugu ya raba na kalamu. Ya tatu, kama ilikuwa bana baba 1995 serikali ya Moi Kanu ilikuwa imeanguka. Kweli uongo baba? Baba aliokoa. Inji ilikuwa imekataliwa na IMF na World Bank kwa ajili ya pesa ya huyu kijana aliiba. Huyu kijana mimi ni Mwanandi asili. Hawa ni mji wa Kale na kabila yote wa Kenya wako hapa. Na mimi nataka hakikishia baba leo na dunia mzima ya kwamba hata president yetu mtukufu Rais Kenyatta na mama yake Ngina ya kwamba wazee wa Kinandi hawajui Ruto alitoka wapi. Your Excellency, sir.
Point nitarudia, inaweza kuwa ni point ya majazi. Hata wazee wa Kinandi hawajui Ruto alitoka wapi. Nyinyi kuna uwezekano Kenya inateswa na mtu hata sio Mkenya. Kuna uwezekano somebody who is not a Kenyan is ruling us. Na umesikia akisema ni mwizi sugu. And all this information is available publicly. And there is an idiot somewhere who is trying to tell us that two term. Wajinga nyinyi. Stupid. In fact, sasa mtu atakuanga anakuja kuniambia two-term with all this information available, nitakuwa na kuchapa. You cannot two-term. Ona sasa, ignorance. Huyu sasa, huyu ni Sabina naona hapa. Sabina anajifanya tu anasikia na ndiye ako na mwizi saa hii. Mjinga yeye. And many of these people hawakuokoka, but ni sawa.
Huyu kijana mimi ni Mwanandi asili. Hawa ni mji wa Kale na kabila yote wa Kenya wako hapa. Na mimi nataka hakikishia baba leo na dunia mzima ya kwamba hata president yetu mtukufu Rais Kenyatta na mama yake Ngina ya kwamba wazee wa Kinandi hawajui Ruto alitoka wapi. Your Excellency, sir. Ruto abana munandi. Musikia leo. Ninabo
Na by the way, hiyo siasa. Hiyo ni point people should think too much. I'm not saying that being not a nadi is bad, but kama Ruto sio munandi ni, there is a possibility Ruto is a Sudanese. That is why anaenda kusaidiana na wenzake na his relatives in Sudan, akina Hemedi. There is a possibility, by the way, Ruto is a Sudanese. Haya, endeleeni tu. We could be. There is a possibility Ruto is a Sudanese. But certainly there is a possibility Ruto is not a Kenyan. There is a possibility Ruto is not a Kenyan. Na tunacheka hapa. No wonder hata hakuna mtu akona feelings hata ya sababu Ruto anatesa mpaka anatesa watu. Hakuna mtu akona feelings ya ile pali yako anaweza fanya zile vitu anafanya. Hata kama kina Uhuru walikuwa wezi. Walikuwa wanasema hii bana itoshe sasa. Itoshe, tumeumiza ya kutosha. Ruto ni ile nani Budi anasemanga hapa na hataki kukuja. Wanatoa mpaka usaa. Niweke point yako, unajua hiyo point wewe ndio unakuanga na hiyo ni iko patented na wewe. Anatoa mpaka usaa. No wonder watu wanatesa watu hivyo. Ruto is not a Kenyan. And I can support that. Ruto is not a Kenyan.
Sungumuza hapa. Ameingiza watoto wetu kina Henry Rotich alisoma Harvard University. Kwa masaibu ila hapana aonekana. Fikiria hapa tia Henry Rotich, Minister wa Finance, imetubwa kwa rubbish pit. Ajulikani alisoma kwa ajili alitumia kuiba pesa ya nchi. Na nyinyi wananchi watukufu wa Kenya, vijana kwa kina mama, mujihadhari jameni, msilale nyumba ya wauni. Chanza. Nyumba ni kwa baba.
Yes, clear by the way. Vijana na wamama. I think kuna kitu alikuwa anaona. He was very clear. Mujihadhari msilale kwa nyumba ya wahuni. Bwana. Patrice Chepkwani. Hebu sikiliza hapo.
Msilale nyumba ya wahuni. Chanza. Nyumba ni kwa baba na mama peke yake. Mzingie nyumba ya wauni. Chuzi. Hata mbeleni akiwa mtoto yule baba alimutigilia. Alimuchapa. Alipiga baba yake. Baba. Amepiga kina waheshimiwa marehemu Jasire.
Munasikia story. Ruto alipiga mpaka baba yake. Akapiga Chesire. I don't think huyu mzee kuna any crowd chasing was doing here. Nataka msikie hapo. No one hata respect to anyone. Ni mzee anasema hapa. And you are busy saying two time. Hapa.
Mzingie nyumba ya wauni. Chuzi. Hata mbeleni akiwa mtoto yule baba alimutigilia. Alimuchapa. Alipiga baba yake. Baba. Amepiga kina waheshimiwa marehemu Jasire. Juzi naita Eugene mama. Alipoenda Ulaya anatangaza mwili ya mama yule alitusaa. Mwili wa mama labda mwendosimu waseme au mnyama yule amezungumuza msituni. Sio mtu yuko ajili tu mama nasema mama. Kweli uongo? Baba.
Mpaka matusi ya ile Ruto alikuwa anatusi watu mpaka saa hiyo. Ile matusi Ruto alikuwa anatusiana akiita akina Eugene mama na nini. Huyu mzee americount again. the same things alikuwa anafanya ndizo. So I don't know. So watu wasikuja kusema there is enough information that Ruto is a destructive agent in Kenya. There is enough information outside there. Na hakuna mtu ambaye atasema nilisukumiriwa Ruto kwa fujo. There is enough information that Ruto is the worst human being ever to exist. But again,
nataka ambia wewe ya kwamba Kigeti ni yako. Baba yako alisema 62 Kenyatta tosha. Chuzi wewe uliona msukosuko, KANU imetunyanyaza, ukasema Kibaki tosha. Sasa jameni, Uhuru mwenyewe amesema Raila tosha. Sisi kwa inji hii.
Need it now? You can get it here. The parts you need, right where you can get them on parts.cat.com.
How is my mother gonna... Oh no, is this the episode with the breakup? Reba, we can't agree on the house. Y'all need realtor.
Tangu Kenyatta achukue usukani 2013, hatujasikia mtu amepotea amenyongwa na Kenyatta. Hatujamwaga tamu. Chameni, huyu kijana anapiga kibua. Huyu mama kijana kweli anapiga kibua. Anatakia nini nyinyi? 2017 akasema, akazunguka North Rift na makansela na masenators na magovernors wa North Rift. Akasema musipande mahindi. Alisema musipande mahindi, panda obakato. Alisema mulifanya agreement na serikali ndio mupande mahindi. Ni ajabu sahi, yeye analia, anasema ati yako na hasira, watu iko na njaa, iko na tabu, na yeye ni tabu number 1. Yeah.
This mzee cannot be this accurate bwana. Yeye ndiye tabu number 1. Huyu mzee is so accurate.
Yeye analia, anasema ati yako na hasira, watu iko na njaa, iko na tabu, na yeye ni tabu number 1. Yeah. Chuzi anakimbia Mombasa. Yeye ni sikwota kutoka Wasingishu, sikwota bande wa Elgeyo Marakwet hapo, shamba ya Jagir, sikwota bande wa Noro, shamba ya yule vice president wa 3, sikwota bande wa Laikipia, hapo sikwota bande wa Taita Taveta. Sasa atasoli tabu yenu au yeye ni sikwota kwanza? Nani sikwota number 1? Nani sikwota number 1? Ataweza kusaidia nyinyi? Atawasaidia kweli? Mimi ni mzee wa mwaka 81. Karibu nasema najua kutoka bahali. Wakati nililia 2015, nikasema ya kwamba heri kukufa kuliko kuishi Kenya. Kwa mkutano wa masenata 7 ukumbi wa Eldoret, nilisema na sababu.
Once have power, have meaning. Heri kukufa kuliko kuwa raia ya Kenya. Mzee anasema 2015 alisema. Acha ni huyu mzee, he cannot be this accurate. He cannot. Na amesema that time he was 81 years old. That is around 2022. So plus 4 ako 85 sahi. hoping that he is alive and well. Ako 85.
Mimi ni mzee wa mwaka 81. Karibu nasema najua kutoka bahali. Wakati nililia 2015, nikasema ya kwamba heri kukufa kuliko kuishi Kenya. Kwa mkutano wa maseneta 7 ukumbi wa Eldoret, nilisema na sababu, mnasikia? Niliona vile huyu kijana anapopeleka inji, anapotanganya president, mpaka sasa inji tuko namna hii. Poleni wananchi, mtulie, wale watakuja kuwasaidia ni baba na mama, hakuna mwingine. Thank you.
I'm telling you, huyo mzee aliongea hata kuliko Raila Odinga. Nimefuatilia hizo video zote. The only person I can bring information and it is palatable ni Patrice Chepkwony. Patrice Chepkwony. Wacha niwaekee Bwana Wambua awambi. By the way, huyo mzee is more eloquent even with that age. Huyo ni mzee anaweza waombea kura mbaya sana. Huyo mzee is a campaign machine, sababu unaona hata vile watu walikuwa na vibrate hapo. Huyo mzee is a machine. He is a machine when it comes to public speaking and oration. Poleni wa Kenya, poleni. And he is a machine. Huyo mzee, I don't know how he did not do politics. Maybe he liked what he did, but I wish huyo mzee aliingia kwa siasa. Maybe siasa ingemharibu. I wanted us to listen to that mzee so that people can understand that Ruto's destructive nature was predicted years before it happened. Ruto's destructive nature was predicted. We are not in an accident. Haya ni sawa. Ya, ani nasikia leo hatuko Uajemi. Siwezi enda Uajemi. Hata ukinisukuma huko siendi.
Enoch Wambua aseme mawili ili to invite the principal.
Peleni na endelea, ninazidi kutembea, maombi yasikie. E Bwana nipandishe, e Bwana niinue kwa imani nisi.
By the way, huyo senator ni mwimbaji, nilikuwa nataka pia musikie sauti yake. Ilile nilifurahia sana. He has a nice voice. So kama kuna mtu wa kwenda kanisa you can.
E Bwana nipandishe, e Bwana niinue kwa imani nisimame, nipande milima yote, e Bwana nipandishe. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Kaini mwega na ili shothe mwe ili museo na mabinda onde. Asante sana. Excellencies and all the leaders, all protocols observed. Mimi nashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa nafasi ya kufika katika kanisa siku ya leo, kubarikiwa pamoja na sisi wote. Mheshimiwa Rigathi, I want to make this confession. Leo mimi sikuwa nakuja huku. Nilikuwa huko nyumbani Kitui na nilikuwa na afla kama 4 hivi in 3 constituencies. Lakini asubuhi party leader vile nimeamka nikakuta 3 missed calls from my party leader. Vile nimepigia simu akaniuliza niko wapi, nikamwambia niko Kitui. Akasema hapana, you are not supposed to be in Kitui. You are supposed to be in Murang'a. Akasema sasa ukiwa Kitui kwenda Murang'a ni karibu hata kuliko mimi niko Nairobi. Nikifika Murang'a nikupate Murang'a. Sasa mimi nimekuja mbio, bahati kidogo amefika mbele yangu lakini nimefika. What am I saying? Mimi nataka niseme kwa viongozi na wale ambao mnaitisha viti, nimeona hapa watu wengi sana. Without loyalty to your party leader, let me just be honest with you. Without loyalty to your party leader, then your leadership is useless. Kama wewe huwezi ukaheshimu kiongozi wako, basi hata wewe usingojee kuheshimiwa, itakuwa ni vigumu, si ndio? Party leader wa DCP, you know, ukituona sisi hapa, you know, when we say we will stand with you, that's all we mean. I mean, hakuna kitu kingine inamaanisha tu hivyo. We will stand with you because we have been given proper direction by our party leader. That huyu ni kazini yenu, huyu ni ndugu yenu. Nikiwaambia tunatembea pande hii, hiyo pande ndio tunatembea huko. So tumesikia tukiwa kule nyumbani, kuna watu ambao wameanza kutoa vitisho kwa DCP leader, ati wanataka kushika yeye, sijui wanataka kufanya nini. I want to make it very clear nikiwa hapa Murang'a. There are things you can attempt to do na ujiingize kwa shida ambayo wewe mwenyewe you can't even deal with. President Ruto and your government, we told you, yani in humility, we told you, usiguze mulima. You know, we just said, usiguze mulima. Na wao wakajifanya wanajua. Wakakuja wakaguza mulima. From the day waliguza mulima mpaka leo, hata hawajui wanaenda pande gani. Maneno yamekuwa magumu. And now you see what has happened after wameshika mulima. The mulima has become even bigger. Imeteremka mpaka Mount Kenya South. Tuko hapo ndani. Imeteremka mpaka hata huko coast kwa bahari. Yani mulima imekuwa kubwa na imeteleza hata zaidi. We want to tell this government that if they are looking for people to arrest, then they know the people to arrest and not these leaders here. Hawa viongozi wako hapa, and you know mimi wachungaji, mimi ni mzee wa kanisa pia. And I want to make it very, very clear from the pulpit. Ruto and your government, just dare touch one of the principles here. Just dare touch on the principles here. Kwa sababu hawa watu ile kitu wamefanya, wanaongea sauti ya Wakenya. They are telling you that you have messed the economy. They are telling you that things are bad. They are telling you that they have a very serious agenda to get you out of government, to fix this country and to fix this economy. Kwa kusema hivyo, sio matusi. Kwa kusema hivyo, you can't arrest them. Lakini kwa sababu nyinyi hamsikii, you can go ahead, do what you want to do. Whatever happens, I leave it for you and the people of Kenya. I thank you and God bless you. Asante sana.
Asante sana Senator Wambua. Mchungaji, ulipoanza hii ibada ulibariki ndoa moja hapa ili wawe wamebarikiwa, na kila mwanandoa anayo matumaini kwamba ndoa itasimama. Kuna ndoa iliyofungwa kati ya sisi watu wa mlima na William Ruto, na hivyo ndivyo Senator Wambua anasema. Lakini yeye akavunja nini? Akagusa nini? Akafukuza nani? Anasema ati ni mtu mmoja. Tunataka tuambie William Ruto, si mtu mmoja. Usidanganye watu. Watu waliokuleta mlimani hapa waliongozwa na Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua, na ni wengi ambao umefukuza. Wewe ni mzee aliyefukuza bibi akafukuza watoto, kinyume na mapenzi ya Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye aliunda ndoa. Na tunawajua Rigathi Gachagua aliongoza, wakaja hapa Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua akiongoza na kijana Ndindi Nyoro. Ulifukuza Rigathi Gachagua, ukafukuza Ndindi Nyoro. Kule Embu ukafukuza Justin Muturi. Kule Meru ukafukuza Mithika Linturi. Kule Kiambu, hata kama nang'ang'ania hapo, ulimfukuza Moses nani? Kuria. Yani watu wote waliokuleta mlimani wakiongozwa na Rigathi Gachagua. Kwanza you dared touch the lion of the mountain. As Senator Wambua has said, you have only yourself to blame. Lakini sisi tunataka tumuulize William Ruto, who is your friend? If you kicked out all those friends, who is your friend? And we address also our brothers and sisters from the Luo nation. Amekwama huko ati akijifanya mzuri sana. If he kicked our leader Rigathi Gachagua out, who gave him 4 million votes? Nyinyi ndugu zetu wa Jaluo, kura zenu 1,000,000 na ni kitu gani? Huyu sasa atawatemea mate hata siku wafukuza. And we are saying here our leader is none other than Rigathi Gachagua with his party DCP. Na Murang'a hatujui kitu kingine. Na ukitaka kuzungumza na sisi watu wa mlimani, mlango wetu ni mmoja. Na huo mlango ni Rigathi nani? Mlimani kokote utakapokataka kwenda, ukitaka kuzungumza na sisi, mlango wetu ni Rigathi Gachagua. Nitaenda kumwimbia nyimbo zingine huko nje, manake sasa tuko kanisani. Nikikubaliwa wakili wa Ruhuriri okuita
Mũrũ nyina ũgwĩtwo kijana wa Marwa matũraga na mwai wake bake. Ndĩmũkũririkana? Ĩno nĩ family njega, nĩ andũ ega na ngima yumaga kũ? Mũrũ nyina matũraga na mwai wake bake na agĩteithia mwai wake bake nginya mũthenya ũrĩa ahurũkire na akĩmũtwarithia wega. Niĩ nĩkĩo ndonire tũrute wĩra nake, tondũ mũndũ mahotanaga na mwai wake bake nĩ mũndũ mwega. Nĩ mũkũmwenda na inyuĩ? Mũtikĩmũgeithie mũmwĩre hi cousin. Hi cousin.
His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, His Excellency Kalonzo Musyoka na viongozi wenzangu wa kisiasa na Wakristo wote wa Christ the King, parokia ya Kahuro, muriega Ngai no mwega ninde shode mlembe. Oh, mnajua hiyo pia? Asanteni sana. Asanteni sana kutupa nafasi tuwe nanyi siku ya leo tukiwa Wakristo wenzenu. Na nishukuru sana kanisa, sababu wanasema the church is the conscience of the nation. Na kanisa wiki hii imemkosoa rais na imekosoa siasa ya chuki na siasa ya matusi. Na tangu kanisa maaskofu wetu kutoa hiyo ilani, tumeona Mheshimiwa Rais na tumeona wenzake katika serikali sasa wanaanza kutoa vitisho kwa kanisa. So leo tukija kanisani, haswa kanisa la ACK, lazima tushukuru the leadership of this church, sababu Archbishop Ole Sapit amekuwa very, very steady kusimama kupigania haki na demokrasia na kuambia hii serikali ukweli. Na yeye sio baba askofu mkuu wa kwanza wa ACK kufanya hivyo. Hii kanisa ina historia ya fearless leaders kama Alexander Muge aliyeuawa. Tulikuwa na yule Okulu Archbishop. Tulikuwa na Gitari. These were fearless leaders, religious leaders who spoke truth to power. Kwa kanisa Katoliki pia tumekuwa na fearless leaders kama Ndingi Mwana Anzeki na wengine. Tuataka ule uongozi wa kina Njoya ambao hawakuogopa kuambia serikali ukweli uendelee kuwa katika the leadership of our church in Kenya. Na rais hana powers kuweza kudirect the church. Juzi amekuwa na shida na ile hospitali ya Nairobi. Yeye amepewa nafasi kuwa patron wa Nairobi Hospital. Na yeye anafikiria ukiwa patron, sasa wewe ndio mwenye hospitali. Anaanza kudirect mambo yafanyike. Na ile board ya Nairobi Hospital wamemwambia, you have no powers Mr. President. Ukiwa patron is just a ceremonial position. Nimeona rafiki yangu Irungu Wama yeye ako hapa. Huyu alikuwa PS katika ministry ya maji. Yeye ni patron wa hii kanisa. Lakini yeye si kiongozi wa hii kanisa. Kuna archbishop, kuna bishop wa hii kanisa, na Reverend Efantas ametupa salamu zake akitukaribisha hapa. So we want to tell Bwana Ruto, usijifanye patron wa kanisa, uanze kudirect the church of God. So tuko hapa kusema msiuzie uoga kama watu wa kanisa. Na vile vile tukija kwa huu mlima, tuataka tuombe watu wa mlima pia msiuzie uoga. Ile siasa mmeanza kuona ya matusi kutoka kwa Rais Ruto na wenzake. Wanasema palipo moshi pana nini? Moto. So that smoke of insults you are seeing is a smoke screen. Sisi tunajua kuna njama ambayo Bwana Ruto anapanga. Ile matusi yamekuwa anarushia viongozi wa upinzani, sasa ametoka kwa matusi, ameenda kwa vitisho. Na ameanza kutoa vitisho kwa viongozi wa upinzani. Mesikia yule senator wa Kericho Aaron Cheriot akisema eti huyo Rigiji alitusi rais na kuna mambo ambayo wanatafuta wamshike eti wamweke ndani. Sisi tutaka tuambie Bwana Ruto ya kwamba matusi tumesema sisi hatuna haja na matusi yako. Lakini vitisho hatutakubali uanze kutoa vitisho to the people's loyal opposition. Na sisi hatukuogopi Bwana Ruto. Ndugu yangu Rigiji, hapa tulipo, si hapa ni Kiharu. Si hapa ndio kwa Matiba. Na nimeambia constituency ya Kiharu, the stronghold ya Matiba ilikuwa ni hapa Kahuro. Hiyo ni kweli? Nyinyi ni watu wa Matiba? Matiba was a fearless leader. Alipata vitisho, alishikwa, akafungwa. Na ni kwa sababu alikuwa anapigania haki na katiba ya Kenya. Ile katiba Matiba na Rubia walipigania inatupa ruhusa na uhuru wa kuja tuweze kuwa nanyi siku ya leo. And that freedom of worship, that freedom of movement, that freedom of expression, and that freedom of association and assembly, sisi kuja hapa kuwa nanyi, haitegemei ukarimu wa Bwana Ruto na serikali yake. Those are constitutionally guaranteed rights and freedoms ambazo Matiba na Rubia walipigania. So sisi twasema Bwana Rigiji, Masinde Muliro alikuwa rafiki wa kina Matiba. Walikuwa wanapigania uhuru wa pili. Masinde Muliro alituambia ukiingia siasa kuwa tayari kwa vitu tatu. Though the threats are directed to the opposition, tunajua ya kwamba the target wa Bwana Ruto ni kiongozi wa mlima huu anaitwa Rigathi Gachagua. Rigiji, tutaka tukwambie what Muliro used to say, ukienda kwa siasa kuwa tayari kwa mambo tatu. Kuwa tayari kuwekwa jela, kuwa tayari kufilisishwa, na Matiba mali yake ilikuwa nyingi sana akafilisishwa, lakini pia kuwa tayari kwa kifo sababu watajaribu kukuua. So ile vitisho tumeanza kuona kutoka upande ule, we want to tell Bwana Ruto we are ready, but we want to also draw the line in the sand. Vile Senator Wambua amesema hapa, Bwana Ruto wanasema choices have consequences. If you dare cross the red line, na ile vitisho tunasikia mnaanza kudirect kwa ndugu yetu Rigiji eti mnataka mmshike ati mmweke ndani. If you dare cross that red line, be ready for the consequences. Hiyo ndio jambo tunataka, ujumbe tunataka tutoe hapa kwa Matiba, Kahuro, direct kwa Bwana Ruto. Hatutakubali vitisho. Yeye awe tayari to face us in the next election. Kile kinamsumbua ni hesabu. Ameangalia vile tumejipanga hapa, Rigiji na viongozi wa mlima hapa, mmefunga mlima huko. Ama hamjaamua? Mmeamua hapa ni one time. Kalonzo Ukambani huko hadi Coast tumefunga. Western si tumefunga. Hadi Kisiki na Matiang'i wamefunga huko. Kitu inasumbua Bwana Ruto ni hiyo hesabu. Anajua hii imeenda. So hapo ndio kuna shida sasa. So tunataka tuseme we are ready to face you at the ballot. So hatutaki hiyo vitisho, na tunataka tupeane nafasi kwa ndugu zangu pia waje Bwana Kalonzo aweze pia kusema yake, lakini niwaambie huyu Rigiji kabla hajatolewa kwa serikali 2024 Kalonzo nami tulimueleza umepangiwa njama. Wakati tulikuwa na moto wa Endarasha, wakati tumeenda Nyeri kuzika wale watoto, tuliambia ndugu Rigiji ile njama umepangiwa, sahihi zimewekwa mkono kule Nyahururu, kuna njama ya kukutoa. Lakini ukitolewa serikalini, Rigiji, you will not walk alone. We are here to walk with you. Leo nataka niambie Bwana Rigiji, tukirudi kwa huu mlima, mumeona huyu Kalonzo? Muko na marafiki wa huu mlima wa tangu jadi. Kibaki alipotembea kuunda serikali, muhula wa kwanza alikuwa na rafiki anaitwa Wamalwa kijana. Mnamkumbuka? Akawa makamu wake kwa muhula wa pili. So leo tukija hapa Rigiji, we want to assure you, wale marafiki wa Kibaki, wale marafiki wa Uhuru wako hapa na wewe, you will never walk alone. Hata watoe vitisho, hata watoe nini, we will walk together. Asante, Mungu awabariki.
For over 130 years, Strayer University has been making education affordable.
Hi, cousin.
Thank you. Reverend Fantas Kaguri, I like that name. You know, they've been calling you Fantas, but they're avoiding calling you Kaguri. Kaguri, in my interpretation, ni yule mtu ananunua. Mnunuzi, sio? Amenunua mbuzi hapa kwa bei nyingi zaidi. Tumpigie Mwenyezi Mungu makofi. Nilifika wakati ulikuwa nakamilisha mahubiri, and I inquired of you the message, the prophet Ezekiel, katika Ezekiel 37, a very powerful message on the dry bones. And because the question was, can these dry bones live? And we know the story. And we ask ourselves, mahali Kenya tumefika, ni kama tuko katika hali hiyo ya mahututi, kila mtu hana raha, watu wengi wafa maji, wengi wanatishwa, wengine wanakuwa abducted, kama tukiwa hapa Reverend Fantas, former cabinet minister Uhuru Kenyatta, And I think that's why Uhuru is trying to look for us, because I've seen his missed call. Nimwambia tukitoka hapa tumjaribu tumpigie, because Mheshimiwa Raphael Tuju was abducted last night. Governor Orengo has just confirmed that abduction. And Senator Makueni has just walked in. Senator Manzo has just walked in. We always have a saying, Manzo will somehow show up. Mheshimiwa Nyutu, Mheshimiwa Manzo yule, Senator Makueni, Senator mwenzako. He's a lawyer, an advocate of the High Court. He's also confirmed to me that Mheshimiwa Tuju has been abducted. We ask ourselves, why? And the first thing we'll do, Reverend Infantas, let us pray for safety of Honorable Raphael Tuju. And as we pray for the safety of Mheshimiwa Tuju, we have to ask ourselves some basic questions. Why? And what is happening? This country has become literally like dry bones. But can these dry bones live? They will, by the grace of God. So I know we have taken a lot of time. And Reverend, allow us to self-regulate ourselves. Because hatutaki tuwe kama Mheshimiwa Ruto mwenye kutoa matusi ya ajabu. So we will make it very easy for you. First of all, we come to the place of worship. I want to call on my colleagues. Tusijaribu kusema harambe ndani ya kanisa. I think wangapi wanakubaliana na mimi? Because tutasema hayo kule nje. We are going to self-regulate. Mheshimiwa Nyutu pointed that out. The other basic regulation, if you have a psalm you can sing, like our little daughter here, and Mheshimiwa Senator Kitui loves to sing. Let us respect that. So we're going to self-regulate. Hatutauliza kura kwa kanisa. I think we come to worship. If you agree with me, put up your hands. Because this is why we self-regulate, so that we can allow leadership like our brother Rigiji to deliver the very important message that he has delivered here. Hata kwa lugha ya mama. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Arogosho mwadhani. Ngaine museo. Sema wawinda onde. Hindi sio de. Hindi sio de. Mawinda onde. Ngaine museo. It's very simple. It is very simple. So that we will not take a lot of time. In fact, the elected MCAs did very well, except the one who was the one who spoke last. I think ulizo maswali mengi na Nyutu. Maswali mengi akajibu. Na tukiwa hapa hatutauliza Mheshimiwa Nyutu, hatutauliza kama mtu ameokoka, because hatutaki ukovu wa siasa. We'll deal with it there. This is a place of worship. Reverend, therefore, kama tumeenda tukavuka kiwango fulani, utusamehe. Umetusamehe, Reverend? After all, your name is Kaguri. You buy that idea. Let me try, perhaps, to summarize and tell you, mimi kama Mheshimiwa Senator Kitui amesema, nilikuwa sijapanga kuja hapa leo. Lakini tukasikia vile nchi inavyoenda, tukasema we have to make a statement from Murang'a. And as my brother Eugene Wamalo has said, Murang'a, in particular Kiharu constituency. Sorry, ni simu. Wanasema ni simu, itaitumia tu. Kiharu constituency. The home of the late minister and a real fighter for democracy, the late Kenneth Matiba. In fact, in honor of Kenneth Matiba, I mentioned my firstborn son, Ken, because he was my minister when I was assistant minister for works, housing, and fiscal planning. Matiba was Prime Minister. And I saw Matiba going to detention, akivalia that lapo baji ilikuwa inaonyesha Moi. Fitina, mpaka Matiba kaenda kizuizini. And I came, I was organizing secretary ya KANU. Tulikuja hapa na director alikuwa anaitwa Mugambi. In the by-election for Kiharu, there was a DC here called Mativo. And he had been given instructions kwamba the late Dr. Kiano should not succeed Matiba. So, jamaa aliitwa Jedraf Mweru. Mnamkumbuka watu wa Kiharu? Wangapa nakumbuka Jedraf Mweru. He went to parliament having scored kwa mlolongo usiokuwa sahihi kura 366. 366 votes against Kiano's 10,000 plus. I remember Mama Jane Kihano akitupa nguo as if to curse the situation. Kiharu has been the centerpiece for the fight for justice and democratic justice in our country. So, kwa sisi kuwa hapa leo Kahuro, to make the following statement is very important. And now I want us to know that katiba aliyotuachia mzee Kibaki, whom I have the honor to deputize, hiyo katiba, and Kenyans famously refer to Article Chapter 6. Chapter 6 of the Constitution. My learned junior friend here will agree. Wakili Ndegwa Jiro. I also told him we had to come. There is in particular under Chapter 6, Article 73 of the Constitution, because that is the document that is holding us together as a country. It says, authority assigned to a state officer under leadership and integrity. First of all, that authority is a public trust to be exercised in a manner that is consistent with the purposes and objects of this Constitution. I want to say under 2, Sabbatical 2, demonstrates respect. That authority assigned to a state officer must demonstrate respect for the people of Kenya. And it must bring honor to the nation and dignity to that office. And fourthly, promotes public confidence in the integrity of the office and vests in the state officer the responsibility to serve the people rather than the power to rule them. Kenya is not a kingdom. And the framers of this constitution were very clear. We are not a kingdom. We are a constitutional democracy. We had to come and make that clarity here in Kiharu. The guiding principles of the leadership and integrity are enumerated. And the Constitution is also very clear on the powers and the duties of the head of state under Article 76, I believe.
Dry, tight skin after washing? Not today, babe. My hyaluronic acid routine is the Neutrogena Hydro Boost Duo. It keeps my skin hydrated all season.
Let me read with your permission because it's so important. But in a nutshell, the head of state is the symbol of national unity. And he has to act in accordance with Article 73 of that Constitution. Where we are in a situation of dry bones, it's a free-for-all where Kenyans are left wondering whether there's any leadership anymore. And we have agreed with our colleagues here, we will not fall for that trap. Mheshimiwa Ruto, we will not fall into that trap. Ya tuanze kujibiana, kutoa matusi. Hatutajaribu hiyo. But in a way, we thank God because you have come out as who you are. And I agree with Mheshimiwa Robert Mbui, who says, because he has the instruments of power, jamaa aombewe. Ndio Mungu amfunulie those very important constitutional obligations and guidance under the Constitution, which President Kibaki bequeathed to this nation. Because it is under that same Constitution that the freedom of worship is absolute. A Kenyan is free, Reverend Afantas, to pray without let or hindrance. Pray to your God, whoever you conceive him to be. It's so basic. And we have to come to Kiharu to remind President Ruto about this and to tell him we will not engage in name calling, but we are going to call out the evil in our society from our other pulpit out there, Senator Nyutu. And so as we do so, we'll also do so with decorum. Tumesema ni vibaya wananchi wa Kenya watekwe nyara. Tukiwa hapa, Mheshimiwa Rafael Tuju ametekwa nyara. And if Tuju is not produced today, and tomorrow being Monday, now we're charged with whatever offense, and I suspect there is none, because Tuju came and told me 2 days ago that he got that title of Dari, that property. And I am so happy that Luo nation and consciousness has been aroused because of this matter. He got that title cancelled. It was cancelled. It was cancelled because everything that had happened was irregular. Mheshimiwa Tuju akanifahamisha hiyo. And that therefore I know wao wanunuzi bandia ndio pengine wamepanga wamlazimishe apeane that property. Now we are demanding from Kiharu, the epicenter of national consciousness, the epicenter of good governance, kwamba Tuju must be released forthwith by subductors. And if Mheshimiwa Ruto thinks by going to Kisumu and to Siaya and to Homa Bay, these are places we've been the last 15 years, my brother, Rigiji. And I want you to know the Luo nation is a nation of conscience. They will not vote for you, Mr. President, because they have every reason to vote differently. And so the whole nation then is coming together. They are basically saying, hiyo imetosha. And as if that is not enough, under President Ruto's watch, journalists, I think that if you can, this one was beaten in Cherengani. Mmoja wa Standard Media na mwingine wa radio, what is it, Media Max. Wanachapwa hadharani kwa sababu chini ya katiba tulionayo wamesema wazi kwamba kuna wizi unaendelea katika Harambee House. Na wakaweka mapicha ya wale ambao kulingana na vile habari walikuwa wamepata ndio wenyewe were supposed to answer these charges. Badala kama newspaper, because they're also not above the law, kama wanahabari hao walifanya makosa, sio kuwavamia na kuwachapa. Mpaka moja analia, nitaenda kutoa hiyo clip. There is a whole editorial by the Standard Media with which I completely agree and concur. Again, you cannot intimidate the Kenyan media. Media anywhere, even in a war zone, even if they are now between Iran and vita vinaendelea Iran, they should not be interfered with. This is what Mzee Kibaki alituachia katiba ya hii. Kwa hivyo niliona ni vizuri tutaje haya tukiwa Kiharu, na nimkumbushe Mheshimiwa William Ruto, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, as of now, because again he has instruments. If it was not enough to embarrass your deputy, who went out of his way to convince the people of this region to vote for you, And you embarrassed him. As a senior counsel, I can tell you, Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua has no case against him for him to have been impeached. And one witness was here, Mheshimiwa Ndegwa Njiru. They went ahead to impeach him unconstitutionally because the matter has not even been heard. But I can tell you as senior counsel, and some of us in the presence of the Almighty God at His sanctuary, we dare not say anything other than what we believe to be the truth. That impeachment cannot hold in law. As if that is not enough, unamtisha huyu Senator Aaron Cheruyot. We know he's the mouthpiece because he's the Senate majority leader. Anatoa tisho kwamba watamkamata Rigathi Gachagua. As if it was not enough that they ignored the advice that Senator Kitui was talking about. Wakamshika, wakaeta aibu. And Makuso wakasema no. Kibaki alikuwa amewekelewa kisu hapa. Tukapigilia chini. Inchi. Na tukasema wiper, akaona mbele, akasonga. Vile vile akasema, if it is not a matter of conscience, I would not have stood with my brother Rigiji. But we did. We consulted. One thing about Wiper Patriotic Front, I can tell you, Reverend and my brother, we consult fully. We went on a retreat and asked ourselves, what position? It was not my position. It was a party position that we are going to oppose this impeachment. If they want to impeach Rigathi Gachagua, they should also impeach Ruto. And tukasema kufa driver, kufa makanga. Mnakumbuka hiyo story? Kufa makanga, kufa driver. Sasa driver bado yuko pale. We are saying, I was going to remind William, I saw recently him hosting the Prime Minister of Malaysia. Malaysia is one of the tigers, but a member of the Commonwealth. Countries are comprised of Commonwealth. Walikuwa wametawaliwa na Uingereza. The Prime Minister William Ruto, ambaye juzi ulimpokea Ikulu, his name is Anwar Ibrahim. Alikuwa ameshikwa akashtakiwa. In fact, his case was so bad, was charged with sodomy. Sodomy.
I can't believe Listerine has 6 benefits in every swish. I wonder if they're friends.
What?
Like.
Akawekwa jela, mwisho akatoka. Today, Anwar Ibrahim is the Prime Minister of Malaysia. What am I telling William Ruto? Please, do not create a situation where you inflame the passions of the Kenyan people who are full of justice, and because they are guided only by what the Constitution says. I am not a prophet, but there's no way you're going to nyamazisha Rigathi Gachagua. It will not happen. Because it is his constitutional right to hold opinion, political opinion. And so we will continue to stand together. And I want to tell you, we have heard you, Senator Nyutu, the United Alternative Government will stand together to liberate this country, together with our children. And that is why they have come up with the hashtag Tuko Kadi. Let them continue. Let them not allow anybody to intimidate them. Wakija, because on 29th, in another week's time, mass registration is beginning. Tuko Kadi, ienee kila mahali. Tuko Kadi, ijiandae, because wao walipigwa risasi kwa miguu. Imagine rais wa jamhuri akitoa umri watoto wapigwe risasi kwa miguu. I've never heard of that. So mjiandae. The best risasi kumpiga Mheshimiwa Ruto sio ile physical, ni risasi kwa ballot. Kwa hivyo hashtag tuko Kadi. It's a very important hashtag. And we want to allow them that space. Nobody should interfere with them at that space. And so yangu tu ni hayo, ni makali kidogo, but I had to say it here in Kiharu. Tulikuja hapa na mzee Michuki when he was Minister for the Interior. Thank you Irungu wa Mai. Hii jamaa ametembea Kenya nzima akipatia watu maji. Watu wa Kambani wanamkumbuka sana. He's a wonderful, wonderful person. And I must tell you, ndugu Rigiji, there's a team that is really backing you up and backing us from the rear. And they sometimes come to brief me and give us a roadmap. He's never late. And so this is it. We have to really prepare ourselves to capture that spirit of Ken Matiba, the spirit of Kiharu, which gave birth to modern day constitution from Kiharu.
Signature seasoning and buttery flavor in every twist. Dots, sensationally seasoned pretzels.
Hello. Sitcoms are back. How's that? Funny?
Reverend Fantas Kimani wa Christ the King Kahuro Parish and the clergy, viongozi wetu wa kitaifa, viongozi wetu hapa Murang'a, Wakristo wetu wa Kahuro, ACK Church pamoja na wale wa Catholic, muriagadwa ito. Ngai nĩ mwega na hĩndĩ ciothe. Ngeithia iciara nĩ mwathani agocwo. Asante sana mchungaji, tumeshukuru sana kwa kupata nafasi ya kuja katika ibada ya Jumapili pamoja na Wakristo wenzetu hapa Kahuro. Na hili kanisa ni kanisa nzuri, na mimi nataka niambie washirika pongezi kwa kazi nzuri ya kujenga hili kanisa. Tumekuja hapa kwa sababu hapa ni nyumbani, na huyu PS Irongo wa Irago huyu tulifanya kazi na yeye tukiwa Madio, tulikuwa naye pale Harambee House miaka mingi, na sisi ni marafiki wa 30. Na PS nataka nikushukuru kwa kubuka kuja nyumbani kusaidiana na watu ya nyumbani kujenga nyumba la Bwana. I want to thank you. That is the way to go. Na mudhurio wetu wa Irago ni kiongozi ambaye ninamtegemea sana, kwa sababu tulifanya kazi na yeye serikali ya Moi. Mimi nikatoka nikaenda kwa Uhuru Kenyatta, nikamwacha akafanya serikali ya Mwai Kibaki, akakuja akafanya serikali ya Uhuru Kenyatta mpaka kuwa PS wa maji, akafanya kazi ambayo inaonekana. Hari tugeiria cia ruriri thina cio guku Murang'a, andu mangihokerwo bururi, mangihokerwo ruriri, mangihokerwo thirikari ni PS gwetwo Waiguru. Koguo mwaga kumuna niwe ndinake obici yakwa, ni urandeithia mona ngithiuruka Kenya mibango yothe uria nguthie, ngari iria nguthie nacio, kuria ngurara, kuria nguikara, nguthie atia njoke, ni muthuri ugwitwo PS niguo na tuikarite nake na turaruta wira nake, na ndimwire tuna thirikari tondu ni tukuona ndagacoka guku mucie moko matheri, tondu nani no nginya ndibange wega na ituge cia ruriri, tondu mugikuga wanaruona. I want to work with experienced public servants who worked well with Mwai Kibaki, with Uhuru Kenyatta. These are proven hands, people with a proven track record of service delivery. The new government we are forming, we don't want to take a chance. We must tap in on our available resource as a people. Kwa hivyo hapa Murang'a, mtu yangu kabisa ya kunisaidia mbele kwa serikali ambayo tunauda ni huyu PS Wairago wa maji. Nilimwambia kwanza asipiganie kiti ya governor, akuje tufanye kazi na yeye, si ndio? Lakini mimi napima tu. Huyu Kang'ata akihepa nione akuji DCP, nafukuza yeye na nenda Irongo, alafu tunaendelea. Lakini sitaki tufike hapo, si ndio? Kwa hivyo ndenda kumuradu wakahuro Irongo wa mai wa Irago emo kwa ine mega anedake na tondu na mama we na rimono yake Kianyaga form 4 dari form 1 kuria Kianyaga wani andu ega koguo mwa kuona Wairagu umenya ni njwe nake ni mwahewe turuthe wira nake anyitirire tondu angihitithia na ndangindwara uru na ni oĩ wĩra tondu ni arutire wĩra na Kibaki akiruta na Uhuru wa Kenyatta ni jamba tested na no tumeoke. Mchungaji, mimi sitaki niseme mengi, nataka niseme asante kwa kuhubiri. Umetupatia chakula cha roho na umetutia nguvu. Sisi unajua tuko na kazi mingi sana ya kutetea Wakenya na kusimama na haki, na tuko na majaribio mengi sana. Tunateswa, tunahangaishwa, tunatishwa, tunauziwa uoga, lakini tunasimama kidete. Lakini maombi ndio inatuweka nguvu. So I want to thank you, Reverend, for your prayers and the way you have said you have many projects. Sisi tulifutwa kazi, hatuna pesa, tumeiba kama hii ya SHA, lakini pia tuko na ng'ombe, tunauza maziwa. Kwa hivyo lazima tutawacha kitu kwa hii kanisa ndio tusaidie. Let me say, I heard my former boss William Ruto crying yesterday ya kwamba ati kanisa imemkosoa. Kanisa imekukosoa kwa sababu umepotea njia. Ile matamushi inatoka kwa mdomo yako, hapana ya Mkristo na hapana ya rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya.
Family is pretty much my drive. It fuels me.
Wewe uko na shida na kanisa kwa sababu unajua kanisa imekuacha. Wewe unajua ya kwamba ulikuwa president kwa sababu ya support ya Mlima Kenya na kanisa la Kristo. It is the Church of Christ and the mountain that helped you to be president. Along the way, umesaliti kanisa. Hao wachungaji, they are in problems from their congregation. They are being accused by their members of having misled them to support you. These, our bishops, our reverends, our evangelists, convinced all of us, our members, that for the first time since independence, the Church of Christ had a candidate in William Ruto. Kwa hivyo watu ya kanisa wote wakakuombea, wakakupigia kura. Ulipofika ukageuka. You broke all the 10 commandments. Kwanza zile 3 ya maana sana: mauaji, wizi na uongo. Sasa hao wahubiri wanakazwa na members yao. They are ashamed. They are embarrassed because the congregation is on them for having guided them to elect you as president. You deceived everybody. You took everybody for granted. And you are the opposite of what you promised the people of Kenya. So hii kanisa imekuondokea. So wewe hapana lalamika. And you cannot say that the church inakubalia sisi kuja ati kutusi wewe. Hakuna mtu anakutusi. There is a very big difference between ukweli na matusi. Kama mtu ameiba anaitwa nani? Kama mtu ameua, sasa what do you want us to do with the truth? You are the one, after embarrassing our church leaders who have added insult to injury by doing wrong things inside the church. Pale Gatundu North, William Ruto, ulikuja kanisani na wakora kutoka Thika Town, ukachukua wanaume ukavalisha vitambaa ya Mothers Council ndani ya kanisa, ukaenda ukachukua wamama ukavalisha kitambaa ya Mothers Council na wamevaa skin tight huko chini. Wewe ndio ulifanya hivyo, ndio kanisa inachukia wewe. On top of that, you did the unthinkable against the Church of Christ. You authorized goons and police to attack churches. Goons attacked PCA Mweki Church. Today, nobody has ever been arrested. Goons and police attacked PCA Kariobangi Church. Today, nobody has ever been arrested. ACK Wetima Church, 12 police officers under the command of Wamabosho attacked the Church of Christ with guns, bullets, tear gas, grenades na kuumiza watoto na wamama kanisani. Uchunguzi umekwisha, wewe umesema hiyo polisi wasishtakiwe, wapigwe transfer. How do you want the church to relate with you? An attack on places of worship is an act of terror. Your government has been attacking churches. And then you are here crying ya kwamba kanisa inakukosoa. Na wewe ndio umetuma wahuni na polisi kuingia kanisani kuumiza wamama na watoto na wahubiri. Na wewe ulikuwa unasema umeokoka. Hapo ndio umepitana na kanisa la Kristo. Na mimi nataka nikuambie, my brother William Ruto, the church has left you. The mountain has left you. Your goose is cooked. There's nothing you can do. Hata ukitukanana kutoka asubuhi mpaka jioni, you are wasting your time. The horses have left the stable. And it's all your own undoing. You turn against the Church of Christ. To an extent, you have sent the goons and police inside the church to discredit the altar, to throw tear gas to women and children inside the church. Yet you are crying that the church is not being fair to you. Have you been fair to the Church of Christ? Have you been fair to the Church of Christ? How can you, William Ruto, send policemen and goons to ACK Wetima Church to injure Christians, women and children? And when investigations are done, you direct that those responsible should be let scot-free. Yet you cry and the church is not for you. Hii shida yako ni miba ya kujidunga. Senator Wambua amekwambia vizuri. We pleaded with you not to touch the mountain. I sat you down and I told you, the mountain does not take betrayal. And once you betray the mountain, there is no remedy. It's only punishment. The mountain will punish you on 10th August next year for betraying the mountain. And there is nothing you can do. You can come here with billions of shillings. Itakuliwa. Na ni hivyo. Hawa watu ya mlima wako namna hiyo. Na nilikukatisha chini nikakwambia, wewe hapana gusa hii mlima, acha naye. Hukusikia? You are too arrogant. You had money and power. You thought you were too clever. The chicken have come home to roost. The day of reckoning is here. So wewe wachana na sisi, wachana na kanisa. Wewe endelea na mambo yako, uko na power, uko na pesa. Mimi na hurumia Wajaluo. Nyinyi Wajaluo. Simuulize sisi. Alikuwa hapa na Biblia. Anasema mwadhani ya gojo. Gaine mwega. Na hindi siode. Sisi tukamwamini, tukampatia kura zetu. Akatugeuka. Nimeona hapo kwenu kila siku. anapika samaki atimufikiria anapenda nyinyi. Hapa kwetu alikuwa amejifunza mpaka kupika mutura. By the time we realized we had been conned. So tunaona yeye huko kila siku, tunahurumia nyinyi. Akimalizana na nyinyi mtatuambia. Ask us, our Luo nation brothers. Talk to us. Ask us, who is this man? We will tell you. He came here and deceived us. He was here every Sunday, in every church, with 2 million shillings. Siku hizi yako jangi hapa. Sasa amehamia kwa Wajaluo. Kila siku hapo huko, hata leo hapo huko. Same thing, same strategy, same trick, same conmanship, same script, same results. Nyinyi Wajaluo, haya. Sisi hatutaki nyinyi mabaya, ni marafiki zetu. You are Kenyans. But we are telling you, talk to us. Rafael Tuju is one of your own. Amenyang'anywa mali yake yote na Chebet. Proxy ya William Ruto. Na nyinyi mko pale mnapigia William Ruto makofi. Na amenyang'anya mtu yenu hoteli yake. Na bado akimalizana na nyinyi mtakwambia ODM amemaliza. 27th is the head of ODM. Great legacy by Raila Odinga amemaliza. Mtakuja mtatuambia. Mimi nimalizie kutoka hapo, niseme poleni. Pombe imerudi. Dr. Kalonzo Musyoka, I'm a very proud leader. When I was in office, mimi nilipigana na pombe haramu. Ikaisha. Boma zikasimama, watoto wakaanza kuzaliwa. Kweli ama uongo? Tangu nitoke imerudi, haijarudi. It's back. Coffee. I did coffee reforms. Today, coffee inalipa mzuri. Kazi ambayo mimi nilifanya. Na msijali, next year, tutaunda serikali, and we have great things to do for you. One, masomo ya shule za msingi tulipewa na Mwai Kibaki bila malipo. Tutalegesha hiyo masomo ya shule za msingi. Masomo ya day secondary school bila malipo tulipewa na Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, tutalegesha.
We got you covered, Bumblebee. A hero, my knight in shining armor.
Allergies got you trying every trick.
Mambo ya linda mama, ya kusaidia wamama wetu wakienda kujifungua. We shall restore the dignity of the payslip, wafanyikazi wa serikali na wale wa kibinafsi. Their payslip has been raided. They have been denied by chasing power. They have become beggars in their own homes when they have a salary. We shall restore the dignity of the payslip. Hii mnyama William Ruto alileta naitwa SHA. Tutauchinja na kuzika. Tulegesha NHIF na mabadiliko. So that our people can get treatment. Kwa sababu saa hii tuko maharambe kila weekend. So my people don't get worried. Iko sawa. Finally, viongozi, we have a great challenge in Meru. Na nilisema jana. Ile persecution ya watu ya mlima inaendelea Nairobi, where the mountain people have been targeted, where their homes are being demolished and their businesses are being demolished. This same persecution has been extended to the people of Meru. The people of Meru are being killed like rats by bandits. And the government is silent and part of it. For the last 3 years, 110 people have been killed in Mbore, Tigania East, Tigania West, and Igebe North. More than 11,000 heads of cattle have been stolen. To impoverish the people of Meru and to sell them fear that if they don't support William Ruto, they'll continue having problems. I asked Ruto's employee, Kindiki, when he was CS Interior, he was very active in fighting bandits in the Rift Valley. And I asked him when I was in office why he could not do the same to the people of Meru, his neighboring county. And he told me he would like first to work for his boss because he's the one who gave him his job. Today he is there, a pretender to the throne, but powerless and impotent. The Merus are being killed and he's just there, moving around the country, giving beans and rice, and saying that he is fire. How can you be fire when your people are being killed every day and you are impotent? There's nothing you can do about it. We have since learned that there is a scheme, there is lapsed corridor, which has been found to have minerals. That is why people are being killed there, so that they can desert the area and the land can be taken for mining of minerals. Meru National Park, 300 acres have been grabbed by the chief grabber of the Republic of Kenya. And these are things we are not going to accept. So let me say, as a child from Meru, it will be irresponsible on my part to keep quiet anymore. I am giving the government of William Ruto and Kindiki 10 days to deploy security along the border with Samburu and Isiolo to protect the people of Meru from cattle rustling. And if they don't do so, I'll have no choice but to personally move to the border and mobilize the people of Meru to arm themselves and defend themselves and their livestock. That is what we shall do. It cannot be business as usual. There is no way, William Ruto, you can kill our people, steal their livestock, and we are here, we are quiet.
And I think immediately Gachagua alisema hivyo. Nimesikia ati Kindiki ametuma picha kuwa amevalia nguo za jeshi zitumwe kila pahali, ati anasema ati they are going to crush those terrorists. After Gachagua amesema hiyo story ya they will go and tell Meru people to arm themselves and they kill those terrorists by themselves. So nasikia Kindiki sasa ati amesema ati ataenda huko. Unajua sasa ile story anasema yeye ni ndama aishiki moto. Ati anasema ati nyinyi wa Meru mtakataa ndama, mtakataa ng'ombe na ndama. Mnataka hii ng'ombe ichinjwe na iko na ndama yenu. Yeah, so that is what happened. Okay, ni sawa. Kipril, naona umeingia. Wacha Gachagua maliza, or you want to react? Maybe unaweza react nizikufungilia.
Mimi nataka kuonesha nilikuwa huko na Martha Karua leo. Ndio represent ndio hiyo video.
I remember, hata nimeona Martha Karua alikuwa interview. Na kuna kitu umesema huko ama tu umeenda tu kupeleka tu
weka sahi video sahi ni kuonesha. You'll continue that one later.
Haya. Martha Karua event. Niweka kutoka mwanzo
38 minute 38.
Haya, wacha tu ndio umekuja hapa. I knew Kipril uwezi kuja kama hakuna una kiti ya maana. Siku hizi unajua unajifanya DJ Spider.
Minute 38
Ngojea. Hatuwezi weka minute 38.
Iko ndio keep hapo bana 38.
No, tutaanzia 36.
Sawa.
Mbona unataka tuende 2 minutes 38 direct? Ama ujui
that lady is a Kenya and she's now police commissioner. But I'll tell you,
minute 0
38. Naja bado ni late. Play.
Everywhere.
Bro. What they keep.
They expanded by 1 each. You have 7 million jobs on the table. The easiest way to do jobs is to give incentives to your largest cohort of local investors. It's also to do agribusiness. I could talk the whole evening. It's late. Let me end there and say this. We have solutions, not just in the heads of the people wishing to lead. The solutions are with you. And we employ our human resources. We listen to everybody. We rely on your expertise and the expertise at home. We can't go wrong. So our call is tuungane, tujikomboe. The party I lead People's Liberation Party, PLP. Our slogan is Unite, Liberate. Tuungane, tujikomboe. I'm in the United Opposition. They are my brothers who too wants to be the chief executives. We have agreed that at the end of the day, we will select one single candidate. But before then, each person must root for themselves. Like that runner, I told you could have a sibling, but we'll never look back until they cross the line. I'm rooting for myself and for PLP, waiting for a healthy...
Iliharibika kidogo there. No, it was okay. I told you 38 ukakataa kusikia.
Oh, unajua ni vile Robert Oino anasema the tape is horrible. Sasa si ndio nataka kurudisha.
At that time. Went straight to 38.
Wacha nirudishe kidogo. It's okay. Oh, ndio huyo Nyang'au wewe. Ngoja kidogo. Unajua shida yako unataka kuguza mlima sande sekta zote.
Tena na mimi na mlima bana.
Deal with it before the elections. We deal with it after the elections. And the other very important thing, because I'm in technology myself, is why can't we have a proprietor of elections that we can view the servers? We all know about the server thing. Ijafunguliwa for I don't know how long. So why can't we get somebody that can open those servers that we, as the people, can see it? I don't want to hear anything about portals. That portal thing is hogwash for me. I want us to see the actual server. We want to see the IP addresses of how those things from Kim's Kids are coming in. We want to feel assured that the elections in 2027 will be all right, because every time we give up too late, it doesn't matter what has happened in the past. For me, it's just a 2027 healthy elections. This story, we are all in the UK right now. Ikitu ya kuchunga kura kunanga hapa. We are all assured. We have CCTV cameras. We finish voting, tunaenda kulala. We wait for results within a day maximum. Take 7 days to get represent. So for me, it's the IEBC is the biggest issue for us. I know MPs will take care of the votes, the MCAs. That one seat has been a problem in Kenya. So I just need to understand how we're going to, how you and your brothers are going to deal with that, because a lot of us still feel insecure about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ngoja kidogo kwanza uodetiwe. Keep. Ngoja kwanza nataka kuaudit hiyo swali yako. Anyway, congratulations for...
No, audit it. It's fine. We can do
No,
it.
it's okay. So I want to first of all react to the question. I don't want to react to the answer. I want to first of all, niruhusu kwanza. First of all, nilijua shida yako tu ni kimbelembele kwanza, which is okay. No, which is okay. I like watu kimbelembele because they will do the right thing. But this guy tukiaga watu wa kimbelembele sana. Watu wanatakataka bike when you did something to be funny and wako pale. Wachana na akina Anne najua akijipata hapa ataweka bukia kwa but ni sawa. Anyway, your question. You want I think it's an intellectual question which you tried to ask them. It's quite tough from if people are not because it is something which has been bedeviled us for so long. It is something which actually even Laila died without telling us the truth. So I don't know if Mother Karua inherited
I actually started with the fact that I just told her, every time we deal with this thing, it is usually after election and then we give up. So that part of the tape ilikuwa imeharibika. So my question was a bit longer. So other than the technological part, I asked, tell us you're dealing with it now. You see? That's
maybe keep nikuuliza because we interact now ase hapa. Ase wote, do they have hope? Na uchaguzi.
Yeah, they have hope, and by the way, it's not only PLP that was there. Watu wako walikuwa huko pia wa DCP. by the
Okay.
It was actually an event for women ilikuwa ya wanawake. It was actually to
Na
empower
kama
women.
ni event ya wanawake ulikuwa unafanya nini kwa wanawake?
Mimi nakuja kusupport I mean, you don't have to be a woman. You don't have to be a woman. Yeah, what do you call it? A feminist.
Yeah. I know you like women. You cannot be separated with women.
I mean, there are two councillor ladies there in the UK. There was the police commissioner woman there. What? There's powerful women there. It was actually a good event. So
Sure.
it is looking
Nakipli, kidogo, in your interaction with, I know you cannot tell us everything. In your interaction with Mother Karua,
Yes.
did she allude some neck choking of Ruto?
Yes.
Is there visible neck choking? You understand? Yani ukiangalia unaona kama wamemalizia Ruto hewa.
They seem very confident, especially the pressure from Sifuna. I mean, you'll watch the tape when you have time. I just want you to hear the answer and everything, and then you see that these people
hii lazima tumalize. Hii ni hot potato man. What are you telling us? Mkereketo wetu yuko alafu sasa unataka tuone vitu zingine tusione mtu yetu bana. Wewe nini?
Let's just say this, some unaona hii kitu ya kuprocrastinate by leaders, the rest of them. Unajua the problem they have as United Opposition is so cool because people like Sifuna are pressurizing them. It's not even us. Us as the people are telling them, fanya hii kitu pamoja, start coming with a constitution for the whatever party you're creating together. But they've been procrastinating. She didn't directly say Kalonzo or what's his name, Matiang'i or anybody. She just said there have been some of them who've been procrastinating because they want to wait till last minute, then they are the ones who are going to be chosen. But because the people are pressurizing them, and then you've got the wing of Akina Sifuna pushing them to do the right thing. Do you understand what I'm saying by the right thing? Ni wakati wa kwanza kuungana. Some of the people in that room were even asking that question. Munangoja nini? The other fair thing that I like about the United Opposition is the fact that you all have to run and show your strengths. Martha Karua is running. Everybody's running. When the time comes right, they will pick one. And no more zoning. No more zoning. Mwende wote. You see what happened to us. DCP should have gotten what do you call it? Mbere North would have been something for, like what we're saying is let the people choose. It's just the formula at this time. Ruto talala. Ruto kuna kitu kama yo. But I want you to hear answer for the elections after this lady asks a question. Yeah. There's going to be a couple of more questions. Yeah. So Sifuna is also pressing them.
As you speak, Kidogo, as you speak. Did you allow Mother Karua to know that you have an audience?
I told them that she's coming back. I have a couple of more diaspora people for PLP I've been connected with. I have their numbers and they're going to come to the show. Those ones are definitely coming. Yes.
Yeah, ambia mother tunashindanga hapa bwana.
No, now I have people that I can organize with them. I'll send you the information also for you to talk to them.
Yeah, we want more participation. You know, sasa yao ni ya siku moja wanaenda. Sisi tunakuanga hapa daily. You know that,
John nimesema, I have met with some of those people. It's just about me organizing them to come and then they understand. Oh, by the way, unajulikana. There was a lady who knows you. So, mulikuwa ile mtembea alafu mkaenda ya City News. Nikamwambia bana, ingine inaitwa Kenya something.
No, walete bana, we have to choka Kasongo bana. Unajua, at least I'm happy. Unajua, because you got nearer to Mother Karua. You know, the other day when they were in Seattle bana, pale walikuwa ma VVIP, ungewapata haraka. So I hope here you are able to get that contact, because
I've got that contact. I am also, if they come to the US, I think I'll get you closer now. You're my contact to the US.
Anaanzia kuniambia sasa, Njiro nilikuwa nikifikiria Maoni ni famous to my wife and my kids.
Unajulikana na wasapere huku London bana.
Yaani Kipriru umeanza umekuja kunipaka mafuta kwa mgongo wa chupa.
Lakini ni kweli wasapere wanakujua kwenda.
No, walitukasirisha because of what they did in 2022. So right now they have to agree with us. Ndio hata sijui kama umeona tukicheza mzee Chepkuona hapa.
Nimefika tu sahi.
Yani tumesikiliza mzee Chepkuona hapa for 11 minutes na kila kitu ambacho yule mzee Waligola, yule mzee wa Waligola. All is prediction, it is falling in line vile alisema about Ruto bwana. Everything he said about Ruto ndio ile vitu inatendeka saa hii. I think
you see
as we watch, no, because of katasi yako.
Yeah.
Katasi yako anaitwa Patrice Chepkuona. Because of your katasi, nataka nikuweke huyo mzee
Hautaki kusikia the answer for the IBC?
No, tutasikia. I want to connect you. We are here for the long night. Mbona wewe unashtuka na niko hapa bwana?
Umesahau kesho ni kazi kwangu.
Oh.
By then she's going to Oxford, for those who want to go see her again. Ako Oxford.
Sawa.
Ako Oxford kesho. She's going to go to Oxford.
Aya, tulia. Icheze.
Honorable Martha Karua, I have a question in terms of, you've mentioned something about governance. From the perspective of defense, we have so many people who are willing to support and to engage and even come to work at home if there's an opportunity. So the question is there a mentorship program for such people who are willing to be such think tanks or researchers who can really look into changing the things that you are talking about? And secondly, if there's that mentorship structure, are you willing to take some of us under your mentorship, and then we can bring some of the ladies who are in defense who are saying, yes, we want to work with Honorable Martha Karua. Thank you.
That's Turkana County represented, right?
No, it's
Ugenya. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Honorable Martha, I would like to recommend you for being the first Kenya minister in government to resign. I recommend you for that. You were the justice minister, and because of your integrity, you told the government all the stipends, all the salary, all the vehicles, just because of integrity. That is something that you stand in history. I also want to ask you about the third gender rule. You have been the advocate in the courts of Kenya. You have been a minister of justice. Currently, we have the justice, Mother Kome as she's the head of Chief Justice. What is this that prevent the third gender being introduced and being passed? Because if the third gender rule is passed, all the women in Kenya would get places in possession that they can fight. And you have said that they are 51%. It's passed. The women will get more power, and we will have more women coming into positions of influence so that more votes can be voted to you.
I think we've got two more. Do you have a question here?
Honorable Martha Karua, my name is Annie Petals, and I'm just speaking as Auntie Anne. Could we count on you in creating a pathway for our daughters to be able to take up spaces and places in leadership that you will create to become successful without being disparaged and with integrity intact.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Honorable Mother Karua. My name is Francisco Mbogwa. I think you can remember me during the campaign. I would like to actually ask you a question regarding, obviously we've been talking about gender, women, equality. My question is, what specific policies would you prioritize to advance the socio-economic and political rights of Kenyan women, and especially those in rural marginalized communities?
Thank you very much. I think we'll give Honorable Mother Karua some time to answer those questions first.
Yeah, I'll try here, though I feel like I'm in the sky. The first question was by Janet, diaspora. I think one of the things that I would do is ensure that diaspora is involved in government, because the wearer of the shoe knows where it hurts. So beginning with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Directorate of Diaspora would have a strong diaspora person heading it to inform on policy and where there are legislation gaps. And also to, in the actual cabinet, to ensure that there is at least a person from diaspora. If it's not a Ministry of Diaspora, at least a person from diaspora, because I do not believe even in, the Constitution says not less than 14, not more than 24. I don't believe going to 24. You can have a lean, mean cabinet that does all those things. So you may not create necessarily a ministry, but ensure that you have a department that is dealing with the issues and that actually they are dealt with. And diaspora issues would be better be housed by Foreign Affairs, which is a ministry in the presidency. The other thing is IEBC. IEBC is not what we would want it to be. We don't believe in the process that gave birth to it. But now that they're there, we are reminding them they are our employees and they should work for us, not for a person. They have promised to try. We cannot take their word. We can only take the actions, and so far they have not done anything to inspire. But that is not the end of the road. I will not even at this stage ask for the server because they may not open. We asked them, we demonstrated. It was not opened. Never mind the Constitution says open and transparent and verifiable. How else do you verify if the tools of verification are not accessed? So obviously, by the refusal, they were admitting something is wrong. I want to say two things that can help us, even with a terrible IEBC. One of them is for us to join hands as Kenyans, because I know people in all corners of Kenya are hurting. Join hands, get a majority of parliamentarians, a supermajority, being elected on the ticket of transformation, get a majority of counties and governors on the side of transformation, then it becomes pointless to rig the presidential vote. Because if you have a parliament that is 60% or 70% opposition, they will still dethrone you. It becomes pointless. Number two, ensure that we not only mobilize people to take their votes, we mobilize them to vote. We are talking of Gen Z. There are people like you and me who don't vote and they have the vote. They will not have the patience to stand behind the queues. So we mobilize the vote, we vote, and we guard the vote. This coming election, we must do what we did in 2002. we must count and announce polling station by polling station, so that when we finish a ward, we are able to announce the votes for that ward, not just for the MCA, for the president. The constitution allows us to announce. It's not you who will have counted, it's the officer at the polling station. Then we count constituency by constituency. By 11 o'clock, before midnight on voting day, we must be able to announce ourselves who is the president of Kenya. The rest is just a certificate we should be waiting for. That's what we did in 2002. And the election was okay. But we also did the first thing I started with. Kenyans removed almost all the parliamentarians. KANU was decimated from a party of 120 to a party of 12 people. Tell me how they could have manipulated the vote to go to which parliament? You'd have to manipulate the vote and declare the parliament dissolved before it sits and create a crisis. So there's something we can do, and that is why our slogan is tuungane, tujikomboe. Unity is a must, it's an imperative. Unity of purpose, not of convenience. The other thing, defense and diaspora, not a mentorship program, maybe joining committees, the various committees, to bring the expertise. Because right now, the activity that is there within the political parties is those committees. PLP is trying to assemble together a shadow IBC. What do you do with it? To anticipate and advise on what should be done, to check day by day so that we are not caught unawares of whatever hurdles being put in front of us. We have a committee of the United Opposition, a technical committee with members from each party, which liaises with the IBC. But it's also important to strengthen the committees within the parties, because if it takes time to get the United Opposition to react, a party can react ahead of time. So those are areas. Depending on the expertise, let's be in touch. And you need not be in the front line, because sometimes if you're giving services elsewhere, you cannot be the person shouting loudest. But in the back room, we can take advantage of your expertise and be able to work with it. Now, I wasn't the first minister to resign. Achieng' Niko had resigned as a minister long before me. Joseph Murumbi had resigned as a vice president. I believe there was a third one. I'm trying to remember whether Awings Kothek resigned or he was killed, but I know there was a third minister. So I was one, after a long drought, to resign on principle. And yes, when you resign, you leave behind money, you leave packs. I went back to the back benches, and I was very active in the back benches, enjoying myself even with less packs, because it's about service. It's not about lining your pocket. It's about exiting toxic environments where you cannot deliver to the people, and standing where you can deliver even without the privileges. I'm still delivering without a position. So it's a calling from the heart. The 2/3 gender rule is lack of political will and deliberate violation of the Constitution that Parliament fails to enact legislation to enable. The Constitution already dictates it. And that's why I'm saying a good IEBC would just calculate the numbers required and give them to parties in proportion. Strictly, we do not need legislation. And Parliament was declared by the Maraga Court as unconstitutional. Without fulfilling the gender rule, it is still going on. We are a country of impunity. We will end that. And why the judiciary is not doing exactly what is expected? Because all institutions of governance are under capture, if not total, partial. We get very good judgments from the Human Rights Court in the High Court, from some of the courts, from some in the ranks of magistrates. We have some good judgments from the Court of Appeal, some disappointing ones like the one they gave ahead of time recently, reinstating the advisors. We have a very poor record of the Supreme Court. We will need reforms everywhere, and reforms is making sure the wheels of justice work. Reforms, changing composition of the Judicial Service Commission so that it serves justice, not politics.
Yes, Kipriru, nataka nitumie video hapa.
The law is
Sawa,
followed
sawa.
in weeding out.
So my question to you, what do you think of the strategy for IEBC? I want to hear from you. You had it
the only challenge I have with these guys of ours, they are not echoing enough to the general population, because I don't see the youth capturing the moment that the election can be stolen. So the problem is that they are not able to give their strategy to the general public. Ni kama hiyo story ya election, we are taking it up by the way. And
have you heard what she said? Bado wajakuwa pamoja. That is the problem. You can hear these committees for this between this united opposition, but it means that there are some guys who are absconding these meetings. I wish I could have.
Why are they not taking this issue important? And it is very important.
It's a very important aspect.
Primal reason.
It is the thing that, and also mnasikia wanataka expertise from us in diaspora. I had a lot of that here. Participation from us. That was actually the main thing. I kind of hope Kalonzo and Rigiji, when they come, they talk to us, ask us for expertise as diaspora, as what they need to do. So mesikia wanataka sisi tukuje from the background. We help them. We help them from the experiences we have with the elections out here to see how we can help get rid of Kasongo. They cannot live in a bubble. You understand? So
yes, I get.
So for me, the question is half answered. The problem is, I wish I could do a follow-up question. The problem is, have they started injecting it? It's not the answer I wanted to hear, because already I can hear they already are viewing a fact that they are viewing a situation whereby these servers will not be opened. It just means that the current IEBC is still very, very, very stubborn in actually allowing the opposition to have access to anything and everything that is necessary for them to have a fair election. So, from what I heard about their strategy, is plain and simple. All opposition leaders should protect their votes at station level, at poll station level, and as they are protecting it, announce it at midnight that this particular poll station had won this presidential candidate. And this is across, why they're saying united as the opposition, united, pamoja, is the fact that if they had picked one candidate, let's say, I'm going to be biased, let's say they all pick Martha Karua. All candidates of Rigiji will be there to sit down and say Martha Karua won. Watu wa Kalonzo watasema Martha Karua won, and so on and so forth. You understand? And then places where certain parties do not have the strength or have not placed candidates there, they don't have to be there. I mean, they don't have to feel like there is nobody there. Then you'd say, like, for example, Western, yeah? Western, you'd hope, let's say it is Kalonzo that is the presidential candidate at that point in time. Watu wa Western wanafaa kuona kwamba kura za Kalonzo zimeprotectiwa and Kalonzo is going. If indeed they do that, and it is already announced at each poll station for all these united opposition guys agree that that is how they're going to go, how they're going to make those people announce, then we announce it by midnight. We announced that we already have, instead of waiting for this thing of, I know Anne is talking about the certificate thing. This is not Raila Amolo Odinga. These guys are serious. Raila Odinga usually gives a carpet ilikuwa ishatolewa. Martha Karua was ready to go. But because Muzali disappeared, you remember it was Raila Odinga who disappeared. He's still end up. Akakunywa na Uhuru. I don't think these are the sort of people who can be, how do I put it? Be bullied. Unaona kama Matiang'i anaweza buliwa na Ruto vile Raila alifanywa. Do you see Gachagua as somebody to be bullied? Do you see this? I mean, Martha Karua seemed to bully. Kalonzo, yeah, I don't know. But anyway, we have to see it is not the same. It is not the same. These are actually some of them are the same team for 2022. Yeah, 2022, 202. Time of Mwai Kibaki. These guys were bullish. These guys were bulldozers. They announced themselves at midnight. And that is how it should be. Situna Kapa for 7 days doing what? Do you understand, Jeru? So the next question I'll be posing. Sorry, go on. The next question is I'll be posing is the same. I'll do the same and I'll say, what about Ruto's strongholds? Are we just going to let them go? There are Kalenjins that will vote for whoever opposition candidate will be there. And the thing is, ile siku Kalonzo anakuja mimi nitaingia hiyo room pia. And I'll ask the same question. Gachagua akikuja UK, I'll do the same. And Njeru, now that you have some people you've connected with, when Gachagua comes to the US, we need to ask these people that IEBC question. We need to inject it into their head. That is a very important aspect. You should start telling us about these things this early. Nani, if we talk to our guy hapo Alex, mzee yake akikuja huko, Matiang'i comes, you inject those questions to them because we can't just let it go like that. Oh, we're having committees. No. Do you understand? Otherwise,
Yes,
we're
no
going
problem.
for an election that is null and void. Yeah. Or what do you think?
No, your story responding to a credible election is very key because and sahi hakuna politician ni kama wanaepa hiyo story ya uchaguzi. I think they think like the euphoria. I don't know why, the reason why they don't want to speak hii issue. Mimi bwana Kip, mimi naona ni kama they feel that it will be a 202 case where it will not be easy to steal the election. You understand?
That is,
because
I don't.
everybody have identified with the opposition, kila mtu. So unajua ile uchaguzi ambayo is a euphoria. You know you don't need to guard it. You know you don't need to guard the euphoria. I think.
But you know who you're dealing with. You're dealing with Ruto. Yeah, you're dealing with Ruto. So that is still. I'm still yet to press them. Yeah, because atarudi huko na nitapress na nitampigia simu. I have to keep pressing about this IEBC thing. Because I want them all to come in game. I want to hear they have a plan. Yeah, IEBC is very important to me. That is the question I asked. I would have asked something else, but this is what I wanted. Yeah.
So were you comfortable with their answer? Was she satisfactory to you?
Not 100%, no. I'm still with the IEBC servers. Me, I'm still with that. And that was the first thing she said. It's kind of like, I'm sorry to say, it feels like they've given up. You know? Unless you are satisfied. I'm happy with us trying. But is that really it? I mean, it just means that the population should also be involved in this thing.
Sawa, yeah, I think Julia has come. Sijui Julia kama anataka kucomment kwa historia ya Martha Karua ama tuendelee na video kidogo so that she can get the plot.
Yes, gone, because I didn't hear what Mother Karua said.
Si Kiprila ameuliza swali noma sana, walikuwa na Mother Karua leo. Kiprila and hosted Mother Karua, ametoka kwa room yake.
Ah, I didn't watch here.
Unataka kunianika?
Abu play Kiprila. I don't even know how Kiprila looks like.
Don't deal with it before the elections. We deal with it after the elections. And the other very important thing, because we deal with it after the elections. And the other very important thing, because I'm in technology myself, is why can't we have a proprietor of elections that we can view the servers? We all know about the server thing. Ijafunguliwa for I don't know how long. So why can't we get somebody that can open those servers that we, other people, can see it? I don't want to hear anything about portals. That portal thing is hogwash for me. I want us to see the actual server. I want to see the IP addresses of how those things from Kim's Kids are coming in. We want to feel assured that the elections in 2027 will be all right, because every time we give up too late, it doesn't matter what has happened in the past. For me, it's just a 2027 healthy elections. This story, we are all in the UK right now. Ikitu ya kuchunga kura kunanga hapa. We are all assured. We have CCTV cameras. We'll finish voting tunaenda kulala. We have CCTV cameras. We'll finish voting tunaenda kulala. We wait for results within a day maximum. Take 7 days to get represent. So for me, it's the IEBC is the biggest issue for us. I know MPs will take care of the votes, the MCAs. That one seat has been a problem in Kenya. So I just need to understand how we're going to, how you and your brothers are going to deal with that, because a lot of us still feel insecure about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Martha Karua, I have a question in terms of, you've mentioned something about governance. From the perspective of defense, we have so many people who are willing to support and to engage and even come to work at home if there's an opportunity. So the question is there a mentorship program for such people who are willing to be such think tanks or researchers who can really look into changing the things that you are talking about? And secondly, if there's that mentorship structure, are you willing to take some of us under your mentorship, and then we can bring some of the ladies who are in defense who are saying, yes, we want to work with Honorable Martha Karua. Thank you.
That's Turkana County represented, right? Okay. Ugenya. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Honorable Mother, I would like to recommend you for being the first Kenya minister in government to resign. I recommend you for that. You were the justice minister, and because of your integrity, you told the government all the stipends, all the salary, all the vehicles, just because of integrity. That is something that you stand in history. I also want to ask you about the third gender rule. You have been the advocate in the courts of Kenya. You have been a minister of justice. Currently, we have the justice, Mother Kome as she's the head of Chief Justice. What is this that prevent the third gender being introduced and being passed? Because if the third gender rule is passed, all the women in Kenya would get places in possession that they can fight. And you have said that they are 51%. It's passed. The women will get more power, and we will have more women coming into positions of influence so that more votes can be voted to you.
I think we've got two more. Do you have a question here?
Honorable Mother Karua, my name is Annie Petals and I'm just speaking as Auntie Anne. Could we count on you in creating a pathway for our daughters to be able to take up spaces and places in leadership that you will create to become successful without being disparaged and with integrity intact?
Thank you very much.
Hi, Honorable Mother Karua. My name is Francisco Mbogwa. I think you can remember me during the campaign. I would like to actually ask you a question regarding, obviously we've been talking about gender, women, equality. My question is, what specific policies would you prioritize to advance the socio-economic and political rights of Kenyan women, and especially those in rural marginalized communities?
Thank you very much. I think we'll give Honorable Mother Karua some time to answer those questions first.
Yeah, I'll try here, though I feel like I'm in the sky. The first question was by Janet, diaspora.
I think there is enough information right now. Julia, do you need more substance? Ama video iendelee, tutamalizia along the way, but nisikuweke sana, right?
Okay, I wanted to hear how she responded to Kip.
Yeah. The only okay. What I want.
I think one of the things that I would do is ensure that diaspora is involved in government, because the wearer of the shoe knows where it hurts. So beginning with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Directorate of Diaspora would have a strong diaspora person heading it to inform on policy and where there are legislation gaps. And also to, in the actual cabinet, to ensure that there is at least a person from diaspora. If it's not a Ministry of Diaspora, at least a person from diaspora, because I do not believe even in, the Constitution says not less than 14, not more than 24. I don't believe going to 24. You can have a lean, mean cabinet that does all those things. So you may not create necessarily a ministry, but ensure that you have a department that is dealing with the issues and that actually they are dealt with. And diaspora issues would be better be housed by Foreign Affairs, which is a ministry in the presidency. The other thing is IEBC. IEBC is not what we would want it to be. We don't believe in the process that gave birth to it. But now that they're there, we are reminding them they are our employees and they should work for us, not for a person. They have promised to try. We cannot take their word. We can only take the actions, and so far they have not done anything to inspire. But that is not the end of the road. I will not even at this stage ask for the server because they may not open. We asked them, we demonstrated. It was not opened. Never mind, the Constitution says open and transparent and verifiable. How else do you verify if the tools of verification are not accessed? So obviously, by the refusal, they were admitting something is wrong. I want to say two things that can help us, even with a terrible IEBC. One of them is for us to join hands as Kenyans, because I know people in all corners of Kenya are hurting. Join hands, get a majority of parliamentarians, a supermajority being elected on the ticket of transformation, get a majority of counties and governors on the side of transformation, then it becomes pointless to rig the presidential vote. Because if you have a parliament that is 60% or 70% opposition, they will still dethrone you.
it becomes pointless. Number two, ensure that we not only mobilize people to take their votes, we mobilize them to vote. We are talking of Gen Z. There are people like you and me who don't vote and they have the vote. They will not have the patience to stand behind the queues. So we mobilize the vote, we vote, and we guard the vote. This coming election, we must do what we did in 2002. We must count and announce polling station by polling station, so that when we finish a ward, we are able to announce the votes for that ward, not just for the MCA, for the president. The Constitution allows us to announce. It's not you who will have counted, it's the officer at the polling station. Then we count constituency by constituency. By 11 o'clock, before midnight on voting day, we must be able to announce ourselves who is the president of Kenya. The rest is just a certificate we should be waiting for. That's what we did in 2002. And the election was okay. But we also did the first thing I started with. Kenyans removed almost all the parliamentarians. KANU was decimated from a party of 120 to a party of 12 people. Tell me how they could have manipulated the vote to go to which parliament? You'd have to manipulate the vote and declare the parliament dissolved before it sits and create a crisis. So there's something we can do, and that is why our slogan is tuungane, tujikomboe. Unity is a must, it's an imperative. Unity of purpose, not of convenience. The other thing, defense and diaspora, not a mentorship program, maybe joining committees, the various committees, to bring the expertise. Because right now, the activity that is there within the political parties is those committees. PLP is trying to assemble together a shadow IBC. What do you do with it? To anticipate and advise on what should be done, to check day by day so that we are not caught unawares of whatever hurdles being put in front of us. We have a committee of the United Opposition, a technical committee with members from each party, which liaises with the IBC. But it's also important to strengthen the committees within the parties, because if it takes time to get the United Opposition to react, a party can react ahead of time. So those are areas, depending on the expertise, let's be in touch. And you need not be in the front line, because sometimes if you're giving services elsewhere, you cannot be the person shouting loudest. But in the back room, we can take advantage of your expertise and be able to work with it. Now, I wasn't the first minister to resign. Achieng' Oneko had resigned as a minister long before me. Joseph Murumbi had resigned as a vice president. I believe there was a third one. I'm trying to remember whether Awings Kothek resigned or he was killed.
So I think especially hapo amesema Shando IBC, that was quite powerful. Although Kipril baadaye after Julia ameongea, nitataka uniambie how they can implement that, because if you have your own Shando IBC, you know Shando means capacity to do the same of what the other real group can do.
Let Julia talk first,
But
please.
Julia,
I know what I want to say.
Okay, I love her responses. I'm very impressed. And first, keep congrats. Now, sasa, what you say you are doing, I love that. Na sijai kuona wewe vile unakanga. Sasa naona kwa nini on a light note keep wale yule msichana wetu ameingia box.
Akana anakonda.
I understand why msichana wetu ameingia box.
Kwa nini? Kwa fikiri unasema naonekana kama kiatu. Naonekana kama kiatu.
Huyo msichana haja that girl is smart. So on that note, I love that you are able to get in touch with Mother Karua. That is very good that you are representing us and you've asked the pertinent questions that we've been asking. You've really asked what we've been asking. That is what we have been asking. We've not even been asking about whether diaspora will be represented, whether unaona watu wengine ni wako tu na stories za jamba hapo ati you are the first minister to resign at that gender. Huyu mtu anasema nini? That
gender rule, just
anasema
stacking up for nothing.
anasema he said in a very awkward way. He's not even saying what we are saying. He doesn't even know what he's saying. And some people just say things for the sake of saying things. Like you are the one who asked what is pertinent issue. That the pertinent issue right now in Kenya is how can we have a free and fair election? And you ask a very good question. And I like what she responded to, how she responded it. That is what I've been saying here. Njiri, unakumbuka nimekuwa nikisema kwamba we shall announce our results. But then after saying that, I don't know what happened with Mbeere North. So if we are to go by Mbeere North, I don't know why we don't know what Mother Karua is saying in Mbeere North and Malava.
Oh, she did state that there will be no zoning.
Okay, but then I'm wondering, she said something. She said that we shall announce our results at the polling station. We did not get any numbers from Muturi from the polling station, did we?
See, that was only one person. Now imagine if, that's what I was trying to say. Imagine there's a candidate there for DCP. There's another candidate there for Jubilee. Now like you're fighting so hard to get your numbers right. Do you think that Muturi would have been
And what
overwhelmed
is
like
this?
that?
What is this thing that we could not get the numbers from the polling station?
Because if DCP does not care, do you think Gachagua cared because he had no candidate there? You think he cared?
Because that is the trick. Mother Karua has said it. That we shall tally our numbers irrespective of what IBC said. That's what I've been saying all along.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm agreeing with you. That's what I'm agreeing with you. They are saying the strength of it is do not zone. Nyinyi mwende mpiganie, the voters are always right. Go try your luck.
And you announce the results at the polling station.
Yes, now imagine.
Let us fight
Now
with the
imagine at that point in time, it was Muturi's goons versus government. Now imagine if it's Gashagua's goons. Okay, I don't agree with goons. I'm just saying.
But still, Muturi did not, on honor, Muturi hakutusaidia. He didn't come out to say, police station, he didn't tell us. That is what we want, those numbers. We want people to know that Ruto will have no room. Alafu Mother Karua amesema ukweli. People, it should be a do or die match for the MPs and for the senators. That is what I have been saying. That you make sure that do or die match that Ruto ameshindwa kushindwa kwa kishindo in those areas, MPs and senators, so that it will be it will not be sensible to steal the presidential election. It will not make sense. So I agree with her, but I would like somebody to explain to me why Muturi and Malava people did not do the same. I hope PK arudi hapa niambie why. PK tried to tell me that one time PK told me that it is the constitution that not allow us even to take videos, take pictures. I don't know to do what, but I need somebody from
because
Mbeere.
opposition was not united. You're not getting the point. They're not looking out for one another. We ilikuwa tu watu wa DCP, watu wa DAP Kenya peke yake. Now imagine if everybody from all those candidates, wewe nikuulize mtu mmoja wa UDA anapigana na 4 candidates from opposition, hiyo itakuwa serious fight hapo ndani. It will be a serious fight.
If you hear what Mother Karua has explained, how she has explained, if we purpose to do that, Ruto will not steal.
Because he will not steal. I have fought hard as a person for Jubilee. There's a guy there for PLP hata amepigana huko. Nafikiria ataachilia tu hivyo. Atakuja kucount votes zake 1 2 3 4 wata count.
Yes, wasiachilie na wakisema tumutomo anasema tumutomo Matiang'i akona hii. Yani we need those numbers. Afadhali kiumane, we will cross the river or who broke the law by announcing what baadaye. we cross that river baadaye. So me, I think, I hope that these people might take this.
Muturi is a good example of zoning. That is why zoning doesn't. You see, that was a very good example of why zoning did not happen. If there was, unafikiria Gachagua, look how he fought for Narok.
By the way, he fought.
Look at how Matiang fought for his side there.
Na-
Sasa
na- na vile-
ukileta hizo ndume mbili hapo,
na vile Narok
Uzilete-
iko mbali na Gachagua.
ala uingize hizo tundume tuwili, just those two ndume uingize hapo ndani, alafu uingize, Ruto will not have space ba.
By the way, he fought. By the way, we need, unaona
Ukiweka Mturi hapo, anachapwa.
mimi nilishangaa sana ati Moturi. You know what even annoyed me? That Moturi's team was seated pale kwa polling station Chicago waiting for the tallying to be done when they know the tallying was going to be erroneous. How do you wait for that? How do you do that? I mean, kwa nini unajipeleka kwa kichinjio? Mimi hiyo kitu ilinikasirisha hata mpaka saa hii. It is only today that I've had Mother Karua speaking like that, vile nimekuwa na some hope now that we can do it, we can do this thing, we can beat this guy at his game. And mimi hata nilikuwa nimesema akicheza dirty hata sisi tucheze dirty. Hiyo story ya kwamba ati munagojea, let us cross the bridge who broke the law later baadaye. We have enough lawyers, we'll deal with that. Lakini story ya kwamba ati Kasongo has the monopoly of doing whatever he wanna do, that one annoyed me so much. But I'm very pleased to hear. I love Mother Karua, she never disappoints me. Keep you on the right side, I'll join your party, I promise you, because I believe if these people form the government, hata kama Mother Karua's party will not form the government, but her party will be, I know she'll be in the government. And these are the people I would like to identify with personally. She said something, finally I want to say this. She said that we move for transformative parliament. And you know how to move for a transformative parliament? Is support the movement nakuja na kina Sifuna. Iyo italeta transformative. The only person that is not transformative, I don't know about Babu Owino, but I know that Sifuna can bring in our dream transformative. I don't know about Babu Owino.
She praised them. No, she praised them. She said that this Sifuna and Babu Owino people have gotten the opposition to wake up.
Yes,
and competition is good. She's happy about the competition. This is good for them to wake up.
Unaona, the youth have begun registering. Unaona your movement, your registration, your youth. Even now, I'm trying to figure out how people can do something here. Me this time, what they call Washington Jiru. I don't care whether I'll have to buy a flight ticket or something. You know, she has the Sifuna movement have woken the youth. They are registering as voters right now. Nakasongo is terrified. We need, you know something, we need to move that wave of transformative parliament is what we need right now. That one will be unbeatable. That will be unbeatable because now it's giving a new picture of the kind of Kenya we want. I love that. She said we need a transformative parliament. That is what she said. Mother Karua never lets me down. She's truly the Iron Lady.
She also said, I am one term like Ruto. I just want one term. Mimi ni one term. We have to make this normal. She says, even me, I'm one term. I just need 5 years. I like that. Hii kitu ya kusema bila kumi bila break is stupid.
It's like the country belong, and on that note, the country belongs to you. Na nyinyi watu, Ruto ameua tu juu ama what's going on? As Ruto keeps murdered people. Nimeambiwa na mkale mwingine kwamba ni mkale mwingine amenyakua hiyo shamba ya Tuju. So that is why they want to get rid of him.
Si mkale mwingine, si ni moja tu. He uses proxies bana. Come on.
Yule mkale mmoja ametumia mkale mwingine.
Ni moja tu. Arab mashamba. Ama Mr. Singh himself.
Now they have to kill that man. Have they murdered where is Kiptumu was telling alikuwa anatetea Ruto hapa. Hao watu kama hao, I hope I never see them face to face because you cannot come here to defend a man who is abducting and killing people. Asante Njiru, I might get more annoyed if I continue talking. Yani Njiru has disappeared on us. Kawaida.
Is a very useless host. Very useless. Akianza kusikia watu wakiongea anaenda kupika chai. Unaona hata hajaonyesha video.
Imagine. Si angeacha hii video ya Martha Karua iendelee kucheza. Hebu keep nitumie hiyo clip ya Martha Karua kwa nini kwa
Nikutumie?
WhatsApp.
I'll send it to you now.
I want to share with my friends. I have some Kalenjin friends. By the way, Kalenjins are my friends. Nilikwambia napenda Elgeyo Marakwet. Nitakupigia, I'll take a picture somewhere ya keep, you won't believe.
Takutafutia bibi bwana huko. Unajua hata Shiro alipata mtu huko.
Oh, Shiro alipata mtu huko. Wow.
She's married.
Seriously, she should come back and
Really married. She's married to huko nyumbani. Huyo ni wetu. Tulifanya exchange program.
Seriously. Na Shiro aliendanga wapi by the way?
She's a married woman. I think she could have labda anazaa. And I'm not joking.
Unajua mpaka hata unajua anazaa.
Tulichukua msichana bwana.
Keep your something else.
You have taken your daughters.
You've broken the leg of what? That is how we say it in Kikuyu land.
Ni msichana wetu sasa. That's our daughter. Shiro is ours now.
Sikujua maneno yalifanyika.
Huyo ni wetu. Tushamchukua.
Ati Njiru had a helper today called Kasadi. Njiru alikuwa na helper leo.
Njiru ni kichwa ngumu. I don't know what's wrong with this guy.
Njiru is just tough. Professors have something. Wanakuanga na kakitu tu hapo kwa kichwa tu.
Tunaona mpaka watu wanauliza Kitty is asking, are we on air? Yes, we are on air.
We are on air, I'm telling you. It's just that our host vanished on us. Kitty, sit, V2V, we are on air. But you know what? We have a host that likes vanishing, disappearing.
Let me tell you, Njeru does not understand that me and you are we like the back and forth, and we also like a question from the host. Nauliza swali una answer.
We want the host to be part of the talk. See ati tunaongea peke yetu.
There are other people that with flow, the people like Stone PK can flow like anaweza tu endelea to flowing. People like Alex who can flow. They have
even Alex sometimes Alex like back and forth your conversation.
Yeah, Alex would like
hata PK yanapenda hiyo conversation like kuulizana maswali.
Lakini huyu mtu yetu akiona like for example aliona hii story imeingia ameenjoy sana. He'll go and ataenda kupika mandazi na chai, ataenda kuroll, alafu sasa nafikiri anaifry. Alafu the strange thing is usipotokelezea kwa show atakuja kupiga kelele, nyinyi watu mtokelezeangi, you guys are the most useless. Mnaniacha hapa peke yangu, siku moja mtani.
And when we come he disappears on us.
Mnasema nini? Nilikuwa hapa nisikie story yenu. Semeni sasa, niko hapa.
Ulikuwa unapika nini sasa? Ugali imeiva.
Sasa hebu niwaulize. Sasa after mmekuja in the fifth hour ndio sasa mmekuja na mioto.
That is it was punishment.
Njiru, by the way, you nikataa kuniadd. I have a bone to pick with you. Why did you refuse me to add me in the nini kwa show?
No, mimi sijakataa kukuadd. Nilikuja
nikakuja mbele ya PK nikaona umeadd PK, nimekaa tu hapo kwa backstage.
Leo ama jana?
Some days ago. Nikasema tulikosania wapi na Njiru? Nikasema acha tu nimwache, pengine bibi yake nikaconclude bibi yako amekukasirisha, so you are taking it out on all women. That was my conclusion.
Okay, and by the way, Julia, you did a wonderful conclusion.
Nikajua leo
saa zingine nikikasirika I revenge on everybody.
Yeah,
Hata yule
so
ambaye hajafanya
he
kitu
was
mbaya.
taking it on
Hii
all
ni
women.
revenge sahi. Hii ni revenge. Njeru Shiro alipata mtoto wetu, si ndio?
Hebu sikia stories za Kipa hapa.
Shiro mgani?
Shiro.
Earlier today, Njiru left Kasudi alone. The studio was moot. Njiru, did you do that to your guest?
Ni like, hey,
Yes.
na mnanifuatilia ngai. Yaani amwezi hata niweka hata nikunywe chopo la maji. Mnanisumbua.
Kwenda. Uongo.
Yaani wewe Kipulini sasa, hebu enda ulete mother uone kama nitabehave hivyo. Enda ulete mother hapa uone.
Unaona sasa?
Mpaka amalize.
Changing topics hapa.
Me, I'm very pleased with Kip today and the questions you asked Mother Karua.
Yeah, of course unajua Kip akipanga, unajua Kip is always not serious here. Lakini Kip akienda pahali ambako anajua ni pahali ya showcase. Unajua hii ni pahali ya kushowcase, hapa ni pahali mchezo. Hapa anajua mambo inaweza anguka. Si unasikia hata akisema si unasikia hata alitafuta job kimpango.
Ati Njiru sikia ati sio bibi alikutembelea, ati ni shosho alikutembelea. Njiru unatembea na shosho. According to Calvin's.
Calvin's ako na mambo mingi. Sasa shosho ni nani?
Njiru umepata sponsor.
Of course sponsors wako. Nahitaji
sponsor.
Nahitaji sponsor, nikipata sponsor ambaye anaweza simamia mahitaji ingine yangu, si nitafurahia. Who doesn't want a sponsor?
That he bring revenge again. Anne is ready. Try her. Utakipata.
Yeah. So Judy, let me ask you. By the way, have you been venye tumekuwa tukikufuata? Wewe
It's because you didn't add me that day. Nikaona uko na hasira na wamama, nikaona nikuache tu relax. Nikashangaa.
Mimi na anakoda nani ako na hasira na wamama?
Nikashangaa. Kwani men also go to the moon and they get moods.
By the way, in fact, wanaume ndio wanafaa kukuwa na emotion. Kwani ukumbuki Adam akiambia Mungu ni huyu mwanamke ulinipea?
Nikashangaa.
Men should behave angry. Yeah, ni huyu mwanamke ulinipea. Ulikuwa una expect aje? Unaniletea. Mimi nilikuwa na life poa, ukaniletea mtu hapa, sasa amekufanya nikukasirishe.
Wacha mama.
Mother hapendi hates hot.
You listen to her. If you listen to her whole presentation today, you'll appreciate
but she's very articulate. See, I've been telling you that there are only people that are articulate in this campaign. She's very articulate.
Mother ni wale watu ambao unajua mother si yule mtu wa huko. Unajua hao watu they have different. Gachagua is very good huko kwa mabarabara na huko.
Kwa matusi.
The street work. Lakini in a more confined, condensed room where people understand whispers. Kama akina Julia, unajua akina Julia ni watu wakataka kwa
sasa sikia Njiru ananiingilia.
Lakini
no.
Bata aliniambia Gachagua is so useful, yeah, for us. He's the only person.
Of course, in attacking game. In attacking game.
Mtu bana Kasongo amekonda, si uongo.
Nawaambia na Gachagua is bad news. Gachagua in the recent past amekuwa akipeleka Ruto mbio mpaka Ruto amekasirika. Ruto ametukana watu, amesema everything kwa press, amesema he doesn't care. Yani Ruto lost it. The guy lost it.
Julia, do you know the
tumechukua ile tuko Kadi. Unachukua vitu ya Gen Z tuko Kadi kwenda huko, only card yenye unaweza pata ni red card.
That's what Gachagua said.
Alimgonga. Wewe kwani Julia umetoka kwa shimo. Vitu zilikuwa noma hapa. Alafu there is somebody who has told me.
Red card.
Bad news.
Julia.
He did not, by the Ruto has not repeated hiyo tuko Kadi tena.
Hawezi.
Aliomba kwenda huko. When you are red card.
And the only card you have is a red card.
Red card. Kwanza alisema mara mbili. Red card.
Gachagua hakuna return. Oh Lord, Gachagua.
Na imagine washushu kwa vijiji wanaanzia kusema Ruto wako na red card.
Nimesikia historia red card.
Ndio tushamgonga red card.
Unajua Kasongo
hata mashushu ajui red card ni ya nini.
Kasongo ameiba mpaka anguka nayo. Jenzi wamesema hii tuko guard wezi iba hii. Gachagua protected.
Gachagua sasa ameenda another game. Mpaka some video asimati yashikwe. So today Kalonzo was daring them ati mshike Gachagua. Ebu try. We dare you. Wow. Kenya syllabus unalala tu hivi unapata syllabus imeenda.
I genuinely think hao watu wanamkondesha. Now I'm beginning to believe it.
Wanamkondesha, unaona wanamkondesha ukweli. And okay, plus I think the guy is also has some unajua if you have some ailment and then you are stressed, unajua huwa ina multiply.
Amekonda mpaka magoti bana. Unajua ukianza kukonda magoti.
Did you see that picture ya masikio?
Masikio, magoti.
Mimi hata nimeona picha ya anaconda bana. Hebu niwaoneshe hiyo picha ya anaconda. Hiyo ndio ina trend. Kwani mjaona picha ya anaconda? Unajua anaconda ni yule nyoka mkubwa sana.
Mpaka anamuita anaconda.
Sasa wewe na unamuita anaconda.
I've just got it now. Anaconda the snake. So the new name is Anaconda.
Evil Kenyans.
Julia unaona hiyo anaconda?
Kenyans are evil.
Na unajua kuna movie inaitwa Anaconda ya
imeagiwa
na huko Amazon.
No, there's a snake called Anaconda.
There's a movie of Anaconda ya Amazon.
Noma sana movie hata unaona umeshikilia mapafu.
Unaona hata wewe una watch utakuliwa.
Yeah, the other anaconda ni ile tunatumianga kwa nini? Ni ile tunatumianga kwa Python. Bwana Kiu. Unajua hiyo anaconda ingine mnatumia kwa Python?
Si Python tu, si Anaconda is a Python.
Anaconda.
I know what you're trying to say,
Anaconda.
Python code. Kwenda we're trying to show you intelligent. I use Python.
Python language.
Jinga wewe.
Anajua anatumia Python in computer science. Keep you saying Ozempic.
I take it back. This is not an Ozempic banner. This is something else banner. This is not an Ozempic banner. Mtu anakonda raka sana.
Yeah.
What is lips imekauka?
No, the guy is not well.
Julia.
Plus the guy is akona laana tu. Watu wamemchukia mpaka people pray that something happens to him anytime. Unaona? Watu wamemchukia.
Simruhusu huyu mzee aongee sababu ameongea hapa kabla ya mkuje. Muone mzee alifanya prediction zote na zinatendeka bwana.
Haya, pecheza huyo mzee.
Alikula Mungu wapi? Simunalia hakuna ukali. Nani alikula masto? Your Excellency sir, waheshima na mother na waheshimiwa walioko hapa na kila mtu, karibuni wananchi. Azimio. Kwa majina naitwa Patricia Pwai, natoka pande wa Siwa. Nimeokoka. Neno la Mungu inanisukuma kila siku. Kwa 24 hours Mungu ni mlinzi wangu. Mnasikia? Wengi wasingishwa mnajua mimi ni mzee, sitaki uongo. Huyu kijana tangu 1992 aliunda pesa bandia.
Wakati alikuwa mtoto namna hii 1973-74, wakati akisoma banda la ziwa anaitwa Gerote, alikuwa mwizi sugu ya raba na kalamu. Ya tatu, kama ilikuwa bana baba 1995 serikali ya Moi Kanu ilikuwa imeanguka. Kweli uongo baba? Baba aliokoa. Inji ilikuwa imekataliwa na IMF na World Bank kwa ajili ya pesa ya huyu kijana aliiba. Huyu kijana mimi ni Monandi asili. Hawa ni mji wa kale na kabila yote wa Kenya wako hapa. Na mimi nataka hakikishia baba leo na dunia mzima ya kwamba hata president yetu mtukufu Rais Kenyatta na mama yake Ngina ya kwamba wazee wa Kinandi hawajui Ruto alitoka wapi. Your Excellency sir, Ruto abana Munandi musikie leo ninapozungumza hapa ameingiza watoto wetu kina Henry Rotich alisoma Harvard University kwa masaibu ile abana aonekana. Tigiria hapa ya Henry Rotich, Minister wa Finance, imetubwa kwa rubbish pit. Ajulikani alisoma kwa ajili alitumia kuiba pesa ya nchi. Na nyinyi wananchi watukufu wa Kenya, vijana kwa kina mama, mjihatari jameni, msilale nyumba ya wauni. Taarifa. Nyumba ni kwa baba na mama peke yake, mzingie nyumba ya wauni. Chuzi hata mbeleni akiwa mtoto yule baba alimutigilia, alimuchapa, alipiga baba yake. Baba amepiga kina waheshimiwa marehemu Jasire. Chuzi naita Eugene mama alipoenda Ulaya anatangaza mwili ya mama yule alitusaa. Mwili wa mama labda mwenda wasimu waseme au mnyama yule amezungumuza msituni, sio mtu yuko ajili tu mama nasema mama. Kweli uongo? Baba, nataka ambia wewe ya kwamba kigeti ni yako. Baba yako alisema 62 Kenyatta tosha. Chuzi wewe uliona msukosuko, Kanu imetunyanyaza, ukasema Kibaki tosha. Sasa jameni, Uhuru mwenyewe amesema Raila tosha. Sisi kwa nchi hii tangu Kenyatta achukue usukani 2013 hatujasikia mtu amepotea amenyongwa na Kenyatta, hatujamwaga tamu. Chameni, huyu kijana anapiga kibua, huyu mama kijana kweli anapiga kibua, anatakia nini nyinyi? 2017 akasema, akazunguka North Rift na makansela na masenators na magovernors wa North Rift, akasema musipande mahindi. Alisema musipande mahindi, panda obakato. Alisema mulifanya agreement na serikali ndio mupande mahindi. Ni ajabu zaidi, yeye analia, anasema ati yako na hasira, watu iko na njaa, iko na tabu, na yeye ni tabu number 1. Yeah? Juzi anakimbia Mombasa, yeye ni sikuota kutoka Wasingishu, sikuota bande wa Elgeyo Marakwet hapo shamba ya Jagir, sikuota bande wa Noro shamba ya yule vice president wa 3, sikuota bande wa Laikipia, hapo sikuota bande wa Taita Taveta. Sasa atasoli tabu yenu au yeye sikuota kwanza? Nani sikuota number 1? Nani sikuota number 1? Ataweza kusaidia nyinyi? Atawasaidia kweli? Mimi ni mzee wa mwaka 81. Karibu nasema najua kutoka bahali. Wakati nililia 2015, nikasema ya kwamba heri kukufa kuliko kuishi Kenya. Kwa mkutano wa maseneta 7 ukumbi wa Eldoret, nilisema na sababu, mnasikia? Niliona vile huyu kijana anapopeleka inji
If you are sleeping in a position like this, you are wrecking your body and your breathing. Obstructive sleep apnea happens when your upper airway repeatedly becomes blocked during sleep, reducing the oxygen intake.
Asante sana mzee, karibu. Karibu sana.
Alikula muko wapi? Simunalia hakuna ukali. Nani alikula masto? Your Excellency sir, kwa heshima na mother na waheshimiwa walioko hapa na kila mtu, karibuni. Wananchi, Azimio. Kwa majina naitwa Patricia Pwai, natoka bande wa Siwa. Nimeogoka. Neno la Mungu inanisukuma kila siku. Kwa 24 hours Mungu ni mlinzi wangu. Mnasikia? Wengi wasikisho mnajua mimi ni mzee, sitaki uongo. Huyu kijana tangu 1992 aliunda pesa bandia. Kabla ya hapo, wakati alikuwa mtoto namna hii 1973-74, wakati akisoma banda la Ziwa anaitwa Gerote, alikuwa mwizi sugu ya raba na kalamu. Ya tatu, kama ilikuwa bana baba 1995, serikali ya Moi Kanu ilikuwa imeanguka. Kweli uongo baba? Baba aliokoa. Inji ilikuwa imekataliwa na IMF na World Bank kwa ajili ya pesa ya huyu kijana aliiba. Huyu kijana mimi ni Monandi asili. Hawa ni mji wa Kale na kabila yote wa Kenya wako hapa. Na mimi nataka hakikishia baba leo natumia msiba ya kwamba hata president yetu mtukufu Rais Kenyatta na mama yake Ngina ya kwamba wazee wa Kinandi hawajui Ruto alitoka wapi.
Chanzibar. 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 Chanzibar.
Your Excellency, sir. Ruto hapana Mnandi. Msikie leo. Ninapozungumza hapa ameingiza watoto wetu kina Emery Rotich alisoma Harvard University kwa masaibu ile hapana haonekana. Fikiria hapa ya Emery Rotich, Minister wa Finance, imetubwa kwa rubbish pit. Ajulikani alisoma kwa ajili alitumia kuiba pesa ya nchi. Na nyinyi wananchi watukufu wa Kenya, vijana kwa kina mama, mjihatari jameni, msilale nyumba ya wauni. Chanzibar. Nyumba ni kwa baba na mama peke yake, mudingie nyumba ya wauni. Juzi hata mbeleni akiwa mtoto yule baba alimutigilia, alimuchapa, alipiga baba yake. Baba amepiga kina waheshimiwa marehemu Jasire. Juzi naita Eugene mama alipoenda Ulaya anatangaza mwili wa mama yule alitusaa. Mwili wa mama labda mwendosimu waseme au mnyama yule amezungumza msituni, sio mtu yuko ajili tu mama nasema mama. Kweli uongo? Baba, nataka ambia wewe ya kwamba kigeti ni yako. Baba yako alisema 62 Kenyatta tosha. Juzi wewe uliona msukosuko, KANU imetunyanyaza ukasema Kibaki tosha. Sasa jameni, Uhuru mwenyewe amesema Raila tosha. Sisi kwa nchi hii tangu Kenyatta achukue usukani 2013 hatujasikia mtu amepotea amenyongwa na Kenyatta. Hatujamwaga tamu. Chameni, huyu kijana anapiga kibua. Huyu mama kijana kweli anapiga kibua. Anatakia nini nyinyi? 2017 akasema, akazunguka North Rift na makansela na masenators na magovernors wa North Rift. Akasema musipande mahindi. Alisema musipande mahindi, panda obakato. Alisema mulifanya agreement na serikali ndio mupande mahindi. Ni ajabu zaidi, yeye analia anasema ati yako na hasira, watu iko na njaa, iko na tabu, na yeye ni tabu number 1. Yeah. Juzi anakimbia Mombasa. Yeye ni sikwota kutoka Wasingisho, sikwota banda wa Elgeyo Marakwet hapo shamba ya Jagir, sikwota banda wa Noro shamba ya yule vice president wa 3, sikwota banda wa Laikipia, hapo sikwota banda wa Taita Taveta. Sasa atasoli tabu yenu au yeye sikwota kwanza? Nani sikwota number 1? Nani sikwota number 1? Ataweza kusaidia nyinyi? Atawasaidia kweli? Mimi ni mzee wa mwaka 81. Karibu nasema najua kutoka bahali. Wakati nililia 2015 nikasema ya kwamba heri kukufa kuliko kuishi Kenya. Kwa mkutano wa maseneta 7 ukumbi wa Eldoret, nilisema na sababu mnasikia, niliona vile huyu kijana anapopeleka inchi, anapotanganya president, mpaka sasa inchi tuko namna hii. Poleni wananchi, mtulie, wale watakuja kuwasaidia ni baba na mama, hakuna mwingine.
Huyu mzee ni shujaa ama sio shujaa? Huyu ni shujaa sio shujaa? Sasa nataka kumwalika msichana ambaye ameimbia baba, anaitwa Sylvia.
I need women to know that you're not limited to anything other than living your life openly and honestly.
Ask your healthcare provider if Biktarvy is right for you and visit
Julia, can you react to that, mzee?
I hope first I want to say I hope he's alive. I hope hajanyongwa na Ruto.
That mzee was so right, man. And you know, that is the 2021 or 2022. Sio sahi.
You know, he said
he was able to see things which Gachagua could not see.
And he's saying that Ruto anatembea akisema Kenya kuna tabu na yeye ni tabu number 1. Imagine that now we have this problem. It's like a disease in Kenya. We have him, he's like the disease in Kenya. Yani he's the disease. He's like a virus that is eating Kenya. Mungu atusaidie tu. May God remember us. Ukweli si eti tunaoneanga Ruto ukweli. See, you know, I don't think you even felt like that about Moi. Sijui Njiru, which president do their people feel like that the way we feel about Ruto? Hebu nipatie examples in the world. Because even monarchies, the monarchies that we know, they feed their people, right?
Unless you're president wa Romania. Yule ambaye sijui unakumbuka yule ambaye Karungwa Mthangwa alinarrate about the Roma, alikuwa anaitwa nani? There was a president who was uncertain. Na tutamuweka hapa.
He said something. When they came for the workers, you said you are not a worker. But when they came for me, I mean, he put it so nice. But I'm telling you that Ruto has bypassed even monarchies, because monarchies are dictatorial in that they don't want to lose power, but they feed their people and they send their children to school. Right, Njiru? They are monarchies, yes, they don't have democracy in how they get to power, but they take care of their people. So Ruto amezidi, he's grabbing everything and everything. Let me ask, why are they fighting Tuju? What is Tuju having? What did he know? Okay, somebody just sent me a message that before Tuju was abducted, he was going to a radio station to give some press conference. So ni nini hiyo Tuju anajua yenye mpaka akuwe abducted?
Kuna mtu amesema ni kama kuna maandamano UN, Hebu kidogo. I think somebody said here. Haki guys, Nikite, pray for Tuju. I hope he has not been killed. I just watched the protest with the University of Nairobi protesting about Tuju.
No, there will be protests. Hata Gachagua wamesema kesho ni kuna protest akina Martha Karua, akina Kalonzo, because Ruto cannot just
wako tayari kumuua.
Yes, they are ready to kill him. And you know me what I think?
Sababu hiyo property wanaitaka kwa fujo. Na huyo mukare amepewa hiyo property ni nani? Who knows?
Ati there is a Kadi that wants that property kwa fujo. Alafu me, I think story ya Tuju is not just property. It may be going back even to the election. Nakumbuka story kwamba ati ABC officials they want to see Tuju. You remember those stories coming around like,
Yeah, I remember.
I think there is something, and that is why I always say, if you know something, say it. Because if you don't say it, you'll die with it. You'll be killed before you say it. Right, Njiru?
Of course, sahi Tuju ndiye anafaa kutoa memo sahi haraka haraka.
And anasema everything he knows so that he's
Because
protected.
now your property, let me tell you, Julia, and I'm sorry to say this, as long as Ruto ndiye rais wa Kenya, hiyo hoteli hakuna vile Tuju anakaa nayo. Hiyo hoteli inaenda.
But then I was asking somebody.
Hata tusikize tukiulizia, as long as Ruto ndiye president, hiyo hoteli lazima iende. Ni vile Tuju will be rescued by the next government. But as long as ni Ruto ako president, hiyo hoteli inaenda.
And we should pray we have a next government so that we teach this.
Na ndio nasema Julia, hebu kidogo hata niweke video. Na ndio nasema hebu nikuulize, why are people not also targeting Ruto's property? Tuseme the next government, mahoteli kama akina Western Hotel hata tuzibomoe.
Hata tusigojea tuende kotini because this guy has grabbed.
Immediately tu Ruto ameruse power side.
Yes.
Unaenda Western na bulldozer. I was not happy with what Matiang'i said that we will not deal with you. Mimi, I want immediately tumepata power tu hivi. Anything with Ruto.
We send bulldozers and then we can deal with the law later.
Hata hiyo 680. Inaweza bomolewa.
Mimi nakwambia nimekasirika. Mimi I'm just wondering any somebody mtu anaweza fikiria I want this. Ni kama unakumbuka the days of Ahab na Jezebel. I want this, kill that person. I want this. Yani Ruto wants everything. Hata atakuja kwa mama zenyu kwa bedroom zenyu. Where they have to produce Tuju. They have to. Otherwise sasa hii
hebu nikuwekee pia story nyingine nani huyu kijana anasema nini as we react to hiyo story ya Tuju. Can you tell me huyu kijana anasema aje?
Ruto can do what Trump did. Utoe, then 2032 arudi. Yes, kwa sababu atakuwa na pesa, atakuwa na system, atakuwa na kila because system
is vizuri.
Ruto kama Ruto
anasema nini?
Kidogo.
Ruto can do what Trump did. Umutoe, then 2032 arudi. Yes, kwa sababu atakuwa na pesa, atakuwa na system, atakuwa na kila because system means that structure. Hii structure Ruto kama Ruto atajua anaenda nyumbani kabisa. By next year ata plant all his people in the structure such that the president who will come, if he will not be a strong candidate or a president who can make things happen, it will take another 2 years kung'oa Ruto kwa regime. It will be very hard kung'oa Ruto kwa regime. So that should be at the back of this wanasiasa wote wa opposition, that hamtoi Ruto aende akufe ama aende ajifungie nyumba with all this money that ameiba. I'm telling you, by 2028 atakuwa juu ya gari, and if you are not careful he will run you out of this town. Ruto can do what.
Yeah, so huyo besti anasema in other words ile kitu anasema ni tukitoa Ruto tunamumalizia.
Yes, even financially.
Ruto si wale watu wa kutoa na unaacha huko kwa street akitembea. Ni either ufunge yeye kabisa ama ufanye juu anasema ile pesa Ruto ameiba he can resurrect again politically.
He can. So you are right. So immediately the new government takes over, kumebeleza na hapana. Ni apelekwe mpaka kamiti afungwe case zikuwe resurrected hata za 207. So Jiru
kuna mainchi president wamefungwa maisha. It's not that president is fungwa.
Kuna mainchi watu wamefungwa.
Mtu akilitaya
even in Africa.
Ni kwetu tu. But South Korea washafunga president wawili miaka for life.
Even in Africa kuna president that have been jailed. See West peke yake. So he will not be the first one. Njiru, naona watu wameenda show, hata mimi mwacha niende. Sasa hapa kesho ni job.
Yeah, of course. Hata mimi I will allow you to go and rest. So mimi ile kitu nitafanya nitatafuta hiyo video ya president wa Romania. Nichezee tu.
Watu wamekasirika wanasema enough please. Yani people we getting mad. Watu wamekasirika nakwambia. Hata kwa comments people are getting mad. If he kills Tuju, we don't even go for 2027. Hakuna 2027. So those who are listening and they are his heroes and they speak with him and his henchmen, awambie kwamba abducting, assassinating Tuju may be his end. Just because anataka hotel ya mtu ama shamba ya mtu, hiyo tamaa is like a disease. That's a disease. That you want something until you want to kill somebody. That's a disease, bwana. So Kenyans,
Sawa Julia. Kesho ni
aluta.
siku.
Tuniambiwa Kenya, aluta continua. The struggle continues. Aluta. Hatubanduki. Asanteni. Thanks, Njiru. Bye.
Thank you very much, Zapotea. So in the background, you can still watch this Romanian revolution.
Yes, I'll watch. I wish you can play Karungodangwa. I like the way he spoke.
Yeah, wacha niweke, but nikipata, but this one is also having like an explanation from somebody who followed that history.
It's the middle of December 1989. We're in the Palace Square in Bucharest, and it's nearly freezing. Over 50,000 people have been brought here. Many were taken straight from schools or their workplaces. Some have been standing in the cold for more than 5 hours, and they're all waiting for one man, Nicolae Ceausescu. For 24 years, he's ruled Romania with an iron fist. A few days earlier, protests broke out in Timișoara after a local priest criticized Ceausescu. When locals resisted his arrest, Ceausescu's soldiers opened fire. Now, news have spread, and protests are erupting across the country. Desperate to restore his image, Ceausescu calls for a mass rally in Bucharest to be broadcast live on national television. It'll be the biggest mistake of his life. Ceausescu steps out onto the balcony as he waves to the audience to the sound of almost deafening cheers. But something's off. Almost everyone in the crowd is standing completely still, except for a few people in the front rows. The cheering is fake. It's actually a pre-recorded track blasting from huge speakers around the square. Then, Ceausescu starts his speech. And at first, things seem to be going rather well. But then, just as he's in the middle of thanking the organizers of the rally, screams can be heard from somewhere back in the crowd. This is not part of the pre-recorded track. Someone is shooting, his wife Elena shouts. They're entering the building, his security guard says. Off camera, demonstrators have broken through barriers and are heading toward the Central Committee building right where Ceausescu is standing. The cameraman has had specific instructions to point it toward the sky if something unexpected happens. The demonstrators are now directly below Ceausescu, and both him and Elena are shouting at them, telling them to stay back. This is a provocation, Nicolae says to himself, as he and his wife continue to shout at the demonstrators. Somehow, the security guards actually manage to push the crowd back behind the barriers. But it's too late. And even as Ceausescu continues his speech by announcing sudden wage increases and higher pensions, after the speech ends, many in the crowd refuse to go home. They've had enough of the lies, the repression, and of Ceausescu. They spread through Bucharest, shouting things like, "Down with Ceausescu," and calling for freedom. And when Ceausescu hears of this, he's outraged. Still in Bucharest, he orders tanks, soldiers, and his very own secret police to crush the protests by any means necessary. And so they do. Protesters are shot in the streets, and those who've barricaded themselves are hit by snipers positioned on top of many of the buildings. By morning, there's so much blood in the streets that the military needs to hose it with huge water cannons just to get it off the asphalt. Meanwhile, Ceausescu is still in Bucharest, and he's relieved. He's convinced that the uprising has been crushed. Surely, now, everything will be back to normal, he tells his wife, Elena. But he's wrong. Before dawn, the first reports come in that massive columns of workers are leaving their factories and heading toward the city centre. And something's changed. The soldiers and police sent out to control them suddenly refuse to shoot, and actually join the protesters instead. Ceausescu immediately holds a crisis meeting with the remaining members of the Communist Party's Politburo in the Central Committee building. At the same time, hundreds of thousands of demonstrators now surround the Central Committee headquarters, and they're starting to break in. With protesters minutes away from reaching their offices, Ceausescu orders his pilot to bring a helicopter to the roof. Both Nikolai and Elena are visibly shaken and have to be carried aboard by their bodyguards. Their faces are completely drained of colour. Together with 2 senior officials and 2 bodyguards, they squeeze into the helicopter and take off minutes before the protesters reach the rooftop. The pilot immediately heads toward Ceausescu's residence in Snagov, north of the city. Here, Nikolai desperately tries to summon military assistance and orders the pilot to get 2 helicopters with soldiers as an escort. The answer from the other end, however, is clear. They're on their own. No one's coming to help. The pilot convinces the Ceausescus to take off again quickly, leaving the 2 officials behind to lighten the load. Nikolai instructs the pilot to fly toward the western city of Titu, hoping to reach a loyal garrison. But suddenly, a message crackles over the radio. All flights are grounded. Any unidentified aircraft will be shot down, and so they have to land. The pilot puts them down by a road between Bucharest and Târgoviște, and with that, the Ceausescus now find themselves on their own, with just 2 security guards. After a while, they manage to hijack a passing car, a bicycle mechanic who drives them toward the town of Târgoviște. On the way, the Ceausescus listen in horror as the car radio plays a news report about the uprising's victory in Bucharest. The bicycle mechanic, Petrișor, suggests they hide at an agricultural institute on the outskirts of the city. When they arrive, the institute director shoves the couple into a room and locks the door, trapping them inside. Shortly after, local police arrest both Ceausescus and hand them over to a nearby military barracks in the city for the next few days. The new government is determined to bring both to trial as quickly as possible. And so, the day after their capture, Iliescu, the new head of state, signs a decree establishing an extraordinary military tribunal to be carried out immediately at the barracks where they're held. Here, they're accused of genocide, of destroying the country's economy, and attempting to flee with over $1 billion in foreign banks. As their crimes are read to them, Nikolai simply laughs. The trial is brief and largely for show. It lasts about 2 hours and takes place without any real possibility for defense or appeal. Ceausescu himself refuses to recognize the court and calls it illegal. But it doesn't matter. The tribunal finds both him and Elena guilty. The sentence for both is death by firing squad, and the execution will happen immediately. Straight away, Nikolai tries to appeal the decision, but he's denied. Before being led out of the room, Nikolai turns to the guards and says he wants to be executed alongside Elena. They accept. Meanwhile, a soldier returns with rope to tie their hands, but neither Nikolai nor Elena wants to be restrained. Both argue with the soldiers, saying there's no need for it and that they're not going to run. But again, they're denied. They're then led out into the courtyard and placed against a wall to the barracks. Elena begins to scream insults at the execution squad in rage. Other accounts say that she starts crying. Nikolai, on the other hand, remains relatively calm in his final seconds and begins singing the first line of the Internationale, the workers' international battle song. The very next day, Romanian television shows footage of the two bodies at the foot of the barracks wall as final proof that the Ceausescus are gone. In May 1990, Romania held its first free elections since 1937. Over the next 2 decades, it joined NATO, entered the European Union, and began rebuilding.
That is how you deal with people who have destroyed a country. Sio historia ya kusema hatuna shida na Ruto. Tuko na shida mingi sana. He has to be executed once out of power. So Matiang'i was not happy of that statement. Yes, mtu hawezi tusumbua hivyo alafu tumusamehe. Munasamea nini? Hakuna shida. Wale watu wanakufa wao wanasamea. Sio country mingi sana zimeexecute hawa watu. Yeah, this is my last video and I call it a night, please. Tuende tupumzike for a very serious day tomorrow. So, wacha tufunge na. Pia Italy executed one of its worst live in air. Na ndio nataka tuone. So hii maneno ya kusema hakuna story ya kusamea Ruto. You can kill them live in air.
Promised to restore Italy's pride, but instead, he led it into disaster. So in the final days of the war, Italy took justice into its own hands. Mussolini's power was gone, and what followed wasn't a quiet end. It was the day Italy executed him in public, in a way the world would never forget. Benito Mussolini rose to power in the early 1920s when Italy was drowning in chaos. The First World War had left deep scars. Soldiers came home to unemployment, inflation, and empty promises. People were angry. They wanted change. And Mussolini used that frustration to his advantage. He called himself Il Duce, which means the leader. He promised to make Italy powerful again. Many Italians believed him. In 1922, he led his March on Rome. Thousands of black-shirted followers, known as fascists, marched through the capital. The weak government gave in. King Victor Emmanuel III handed power to Mussolini, hoping it would bring stability. It worked at first. Trains ran on time. Streets were safe again. Mussolini built grand buildings and gave fiery speeches. He controlled the media, the schools, and even the people's thoughts. But by the late 1930s, his hunger for glory had grown out of control. He wasn't satisfied with ruling Italy. He wanted to build an empire that stretched across Africa and the Mediterranean, one that could rival the greatness of ancient Rome. He believed that war would make Italy respected and feared again. But that dream would soon turn into a nightmare. In 1935, Mussolini sent hundreds of thousands of Italian soldiers to invade Ethiopia, one of the few independent nations left in Africa. The invasion was meant to be quick and glorious, but it turned into one of the most brutal campaigns of the century. Italian planes bombed villages from the sky. Civilians were attacked with poison gas, a method banned by international law. Thousands of Ethiopians, including women and children, were killed. Emperor Haile Selassie fled into exile, appealing to the League of Nations for help. The League condemned Italy's aggression and imposed economic sanctions, hoping to stop Mussolini. But those sanctions were weak. Oil, which fueled Italy's war machines, was never banned. Many countries still traded with Italy secretly. In the end, Mussolini won control of Ethiopia but at a heavy price. The victory made him feel unstoppable, yet it also pushed Italy into isolation. Other nations began to see him as dangerous. At the same time, Mussolini grew closer to Adolf Hitler. In 1936, they formed a partnership that would change the world. They admired each other's strength and shared the same vision of conquest and total control. This friendship became official in 1939 with the signing of the Pact of Steel. It promised that Italy and Germany would support each other in any war. From that moment, Italy's future was tied to Hitler's. When World War II broke out in 1939, Mussolini stayed out at first. He wanted to see who was winning. But after Germany conquered much of Europe in just months, Mussolini decided to join the fight. On June 10, 1940, Italy declared war on Britain and France. He thought it would be easy. But reality hit hard. Italy's army was not ready. Many soldiers had old rifles and little training. The tanks were weak, and the planes were outdated. Supplies ran short, and communication failed often. In North Africa, Italian forces were quickly pushed back by the British. In Greece, a campaign meant to be a fast victory turned into a disaster when Greek troops fought back fiercely. Hitler had to send German forces to rescue Mussolini's army, which was an absolute embarrassment, showing how weak Italy really was. Back home, life grew harder every day. By 1942, Italian citizens were being bombed by Allied planes. Factories stopped working. The economy collapsed. Shops had empty shelves. Families lined up for hours just to get bread or a few potatoes. Soldiers rode home begging for food and clothes. The proud empire Mussolini had promised now looked broken and hopeless. And yet Mussolini refused to face reality. He spoke of victory, still gave speeches about greatness, even as his people starved. By the summer of 1943, his world was falling apart faster than ever before. The Allied invasion of Sicily began on July 9th, bringing nearly 160,000 troops from Britain, America, and Canada onto Italian soil. The Italian army, exhausted and poorly supplied, barely fought back. In just over a month, Sicily was lost. The defeat shook Italy to its core. As Allied planes bombed Rome, panic grew among the government and even inside Mussolini's own party. Soldiers were surrendering and civilians were fleeing cities destroyed by bombings. Mussolini himself looked broken. He could barely keep up with the collapsing front lines.
Hi. Play for an ultra?
Racing for an ultra?
Don't forget, there's ultras on the line. Woo! I didn't.
Michelob Ultra. On July 24th, 1943, he called a meeting with the Fascist Grand Council in Rome. He thought they would stand by him, as they always had. For more than 2 decades, no one had dared to oppose him. But that night was different. One by one, his top officials turned against him. They blamed him for the disasters, the deaths, and the destruction of the country. After long hours of arguing, they voted to remove him from power. The result shocked Mussolini. There were 19 votes against him, and only 7 in his favor. It was over. The next day, July 25th, Mussolini went to meet King Victor Emmanuel III, expecting support. Instead, the king told him that he was dismissed and ordered his arrest. Guards quietly took him away and drove him to safety. Not for protection, but as a prisoner. He was moved to several secret locations, finally ending up in a remote mountain hotel at Gran Sasso, where escape seemed impossible. When the news broke, Italy exploded with emotion. People cheered in the streets, tearing down fascist symbols and burning Mussolini's portraits. Church bells rang across cities. After 21 years of dictatorship, Italians could finally breathe again. The fascist regime that had ruled their lives through fear, censorship, and violence had crumbled in a single night. But Mussolini's fall didn't mean the war was over. Germany, still fighting across Europe, refused to lose its southern ally. Adolf Hitler was furious when he learned of Mussolini's arrest. He saw it as a betrayal by the Italian king and a threat to his war plans. Determined to bring Mussolini back, Hitler ordered an immediate rescue operation. In September 1943, German commandos, led by Otto Skorzeny, launched one of the most daring missions of the war. They located Mussolini at the remote Gran Sasso Hotel, surrounded by mountains and guarded by hundreds of Italian soldiers. Using gliders, Skorzeny's men landed directly beside the building, without firing a single shot. They stormed the hotel and found Mussolini alive, but frail and confused. Within hours, he was flown to safety in a small German plane. The mission, known as the Gran Sasso Raid, became famous as one of Germany's boldest operations. But Mussolini's return didn't mean freedom. Hitler placed him in charge of a new state in northern Italy, the Italian Social Republic, also called the Republic of Salo, named after the small town of Lake Garda where it was based. It was only a government on paper. In reality, Germany controlled everything. Mussolini had no real power. He was just a puppet. German officers made all the decisions, and any Italian who resisted was brutally punished.
Booking.com has stays for absolutely anyone. Imagine you're a merman. You find a beach resort for your mer family with a plunge pool, a wave pool, and yoga. What? Mermen do yoga too. If a merman can find their perfect stay, anyone can. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
By early 1945, the war was almost over, but the destruction it caused was everywhere. Allied troops had pushed their way north through the Italian peninsula, taking city after city. From the south, American and British forces were advancing steadily. From the east, the Soviet Union was crushing Germany, forcing Hitler's armies into retreat. The Axis powers were collapsing, and Mussolini's so-called Italian Social Republic was crumbling with them. Northern Italy, once the center of Mussolini's remaining control, was now full of chaos. Towns were ruined, roads were destroyed, and thousands of civilians were fleeing the violence. Even the fascist leaders who had once shouted their loyalty to Mussolini were now looking for ways to save themselves. Many quietly surrendered or fled to Switzerland, leaving him isolated and powerless. In Milan, Italy's industrial heart, people were no longer afraid to fight back. Resistance groups that had formed in secret over the years were now strong and organized. These fighters, known as the partisans, were not soldiers in uniforms. They were ordinary Italians, including factory workers, farmers, students, and women who had lost their families to the war. They carried whatever weapons they could find and fought to free their country from fascism and Nazi occupation. By April 1945, the German army in Italy was losing fast. The partisans, knowing the end was near, called for a final uprising. On April 25, 1945, they launched their biggest operation yet. In Milan, they took over key buildings, seized radio stations, and surrounded fascist headquarters. German troops began retreating north, and fascist officials tried to flee. The uprising spread quickly to Turin, Genoa, and other cities. Within hours, northern Italy was filled with shouts of freedom and revenge. Mussolini, hidden away in the town of Salo, received the news that Milan had fallen. He finally understood that his rule was over. Even Hitler, trapped in his bunker in Berlin, was nearing his own end. Desperate and afraid, Mussolini decided to run. On April 25th, he gathered his mistress, Clara Petacci, a few personal guards, and a small group of loyal fascist officials. They planned to escape towards Switzerland, hoping to cross the border and reach neutral territory. From there, Mussolini wanted to find a way to reach Spain, where other dictators like Franco still ruled. He believed that maybe he could negotiate his safety or rebuild his image. But the situation was hopeless. Roads were filled with German troops retreating north. Allied planes were bombing highways, and partisans controlled nearly every town along the way. Mussolini's convoy moved slowly through the mountains, blending in with the German soldiers who were also trying to flee. In an attempt to hide, Mussolini dressed himself in a German military coat and helmet, pretending to be just another soldier. He sat quietly in a truck filled with German officers, hoping no one would recognize him. Clara stayed by his side, refusing to leave him, no matter what happened. But the disguise didn't work. On April 27, 1945, near the small lakeside village of Dongo on Lake Como, the convoy was stopped by a group of partisans from the 57 Garibaldi Brigade. The fighters were checking every vehicle for escaping fascists. One of them noticed a nervous man sitting quietly among the Germans. When they pulled him out, they realized it was Mussolini. The partisans were shocked. For over 20 years, his face had been everywhere. But now, standing before them, he looked nothing like the powerful leader they once knew. His uniform was dirty, his face pale, and his eyes showed fear. Clara Petacci stood close to him, terrified, but loyal until the end. They were taken to a small farmhouse in the quiet village of Giulino di Mezzegra. It was a cold and tense night. Inside the house, Mussolini and Petacci sat quietly, knowing there was no way out. Outside, armed partisans gathered, whispering about what should be done. Some wanted him to be handed over for a proper trial, believing justice should follow the law. But most couldn't forget the pain he had caused. To them, a trial felt like mercy he didn't deserve. They believed he should face the same fate he had forced on so many others. The next morning, on April 28, 1945, the decision was made to execute him. Mussolini was led outside. He looked tired and defeated. Petacci clung to him, begging to stay by his side no matter what happened. The partisans took them to a nearby stone wall, close to an iron gate at the edge of the village. There were no last words or formalities. As the sun began to set, the order was given. The sound of gunfire broke the silence. It was around 4:10 p.m. when both Mussolini and Petacci fell to the ground. The man who had once called himself the leader of a nation was gone in an instant. There were no crowds cheering, no final salute, only the echo of shots fading across the countryside. But that wasn't the end. The next day, the war-torn streets of Milan saw a scene unlike anything before. The bodies of Mussolini, Clara Petacci, and several top fascist officials were driven into the city on an open truck. These were the same roads where, for years, Mussolini's soldiers had marched proudly in parades. Now, those same streets carried his lifeless body. The partisans brought the truck to Piazzale Loreto, a square that carried heavy meaning. Not long before, in that very spot, fascist forces had hung and displayed the corpses of 15 Italian resistance fighters as a warning to anyone who dared oppose Mussolini's rule. The people of Milan had never forgotten that horror, and now they saw their chance to return the message. By morning on April 29, 1945, crowds began pouring into the square. Thousands came from every corner of the city, including workers, mothers, soldiers, and even children. Many had lost someone because of the war or Mussolini's government. When they saw his body, emotions overflowed. People shouted, cried, cursed, and some even struck the bodies in anger. It was not just rage. It was years of pain, loss, and frustration finally being released. Then came the moment that would be remembered forever. To make a clear symbol of the regime's fall, The partisans hung Mussolini and Petacci upside down from the metal beams of a nearby gas station roof. The bodies swayed above the crowd, battered and bloodied. It was a shocking and disturbing sight, but to many Italians, it marked the final end of fascism. The image spread quickly across the world, showing not only Mussolini's downfall, but also Italy's desperate cry for freedom after years of suffering. The reaction from the outside was immediate and emotional. Newspapers from London to New York printed the photos on their front pages. For many, it was almost unbelievable. In Italy, the news spread like wildfire. Across towns and villages, people came out into the streets, not in fear as before, but in relief. More than 2 decades of violence, propaganda, and war. Italians finally felt free to speak, sing, and gather without punishment. The fascist symbols were torn down, and the black shirts disappeared from view. People wanted to start again and rebuild their broken country. A few days later, on May 2nd, 1945, Germany's remaining forces in Italy surrendered to the Allies, officially ending the war there. Cities like Milan and Turin were in ruins, but the fighting had finally stopped. In Rome, King Victor Emmanuel III, who had once stood beside Mussolini, realized his time was also over. His image was tied to fascism, and Italians no longer wanted a king. He fled into exile, and within a year, Italy voted to abolish the monarchy. On June 2nd, 1946, the nation became a republic, a completely new beginning. As for Mussolini's body, it became a problem even in death. His family pleaded for a proper burial, fearing his corpse would be mistreated further. For a while, the authorities buried him secretly in an unmarked grave near Milan, to prevent his grave from becoming a gathering place for fascist supporters. Yet, despite all that had happened, small groups of followers still tried to honor him in secret. But his story didn't end quietly. A year after his execution, something strange and unbelievable happened. In April 1946, his body disappeared from the secret grave where it had been buried. During the night, a small group of devoted fascist supporters, led by Domenico Lecisi, managed to dig up and carry it away. Lecisi was a young veteran and an open admirer of Mussolini. For him and others like him, the dictator was still a hero who had been betrayed by his own people. They wanted to rescue his body as a symbol of loyalty to the fascist cause.
The Bush Guide, cold and smooth survival skills. If red touches yellow, it'll kill a fellow. But if blue touches white...
When the theft was discovered, it caused a national uproar. The police launched a massive search across northern Italy. Newspapers followed the story closely, publishing rumors and clues about where the body might be. For months, no one knew the truth. It was as if Mussolini had disappeared all over again, this time from his grave. Finally, in August 1946, after 4 long months, the mystery ended. The police found Mussolini's body hidden inside a small monastery called Certosa di Pavia, not far from Milan. A monk there had secretly kept the remains, unaware of how dangerous the situation had become. The government immediately took control of the body. They were terrified that any public display could spark riots or revive fascist movements. To prevent further trouble, the authorities kept the body hidden in a secret location for the next 11 years. Few people knew where it was, not even most government officials. During that time, Italy was still healing from the wounds of war. The country was rebuilding its cities, restoring democracy, and trying to leave its dark past behind. But by the mid-1950s, the political climate had changed. Mussolini's widow, Rachel Mussolini, repeatedly appealed to have her husband's remains returned to the family. After long discussions, the government finally agreed. In August 1957, The dictator's body was given back to his family and buried properly in Predappio, the small town of northern Italy where he had been born. Since then, his tomb has become a strange and controversial sight. Every year, tourists, historians, and even fascist sympathizers visit. Some come out of curiosity, wanting to see the grave of one of history's most infamous leaders. Others come to pay respect, still believing in the man who once promised to make Italy great. Even decades later, Mussolini's name continues to divide the nation.
Viongozi kutoka chama cha PNU wametoa makataa ya wiki moja kwa serikali kukabiliana na ongezeko la ujambazi katika kaunti ya Meru, kuwafidia waathiriwa na kurejesha usalama katika maeneo yaliyoathiriwa. Akizungumza na vyombo vya habari, kiongozi wa chama cha PNU Peter Munya alidai kwamba zaidi ya watu 110 wamepoteza maisha yao katika mashambulizi hayo, akidai kwamba ghasia hizo zinaweza kuwa sehemu ya mpango mpana wa kuwanyang'anya wakazi ardhi yao. Munya aliendelea kudai kwamba mtu wa binafsi tayari amezingira zaidi ya ekari 35,000 za ardhi katika eneo hilo, huku eneo hilo likiripotiwa kuwa chini ya ulinzi mkali.
We have lost about 11,000 livestock, cattle, 11,000. 2,200 goats have been taken. If you consider the population of Meru, which is 1.5 million people, losing 110,000 statistically is more than the people who have been killed in Iran. Iran, in the war that is going on there and the bombings that are going on there, they have lost just 1,000 people. Iran is a population of 100 million people. So when a community of only 1.5 million people lose 110 people through armed militia that are facilitated by government, because if government is not facilitating, why have they not done anything?
All these cases that have been reported are real. These are not fabricated stories. We have real herders, we have livestock that have been lost, and therefore what we are calling from this government is to take the people of Meru with the seriousness that we deserve. We are taxpayers. This is what we've known as our livelihood all along. And if they don't understand the magnitude of what they are doing to the people of this region, they ought to know that out of the 9 constituencies in Meru, 5 of them are seriously affected.
Na mtazamaji, kwa taarifa hiyo ndipo nakamilisha.
I looked a lot different. I started my degree in 1986.
And moving on, a standoff is brewing at the Nairobi Dam environs. So residents of informal settlements have decried an urgent evacuation order from the Water Resources Authority, arguing that the government has flagged the danger but offered no alternatives in terms of relocation. As the clock ticks, the threat isn't just a flood. With the lack of sewage infrastructure, there are fears that any overflow will surge toward Timor and the neighboring AP camp, transforming a structural breach into a toxic public health disaster. Marion Barasa reports.
Panic and defiance collides at the banks of the Nairobi Dam following an urgent evacuation order from the Water Resources Authority (WRA). Residents living in Kambimoto are hitting back, saying the government is quick to identify the impending danger but remains silent on providing an alternative area for relocation.
Pata kwa Wilson hapa. Ikikatwa kidogo. Ipanuliwe. Sisi hatuwezi hama. Juu hata tumekaa hapa ni wakazi tumekaa hapa miaka mingi hata hakuko kwa majengo hapa.
But the confusion runs deeper than just relocation. Experts are divided on the exact nature of the threat. While the WRA wants the dam's embankment is on the verge of a catastrophic breach, the National Disaster Operations Center offers a different view, suggesting the basin is heavily choked by silt and vegetation.
Situation is like this. The dam is gone. It looks like it's gone completely. Kibera is almost touching the other side of the dam, which is Wilson Airport.
However, the true nightmare isn't just the imminent flood risk, it's what that water is carrying. These settlements barely have any sewage infrastructure. Every ounce of waste is directly piped into the dam. If it overflows, raw sewage will be swept downstream towards the neighboring AP camp and T-Mall, flooding the city's main arteries with toxic sludge. Despite the conflicting experts' opinion, the WRA's evacuation notice stands. Those residing in the estates near the Nairobi Dam are advised to seek safer grounds where possible. This as Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja urged the political class to refrain from politicizing the evacuation efforts.
If Nairobi Dam was to burst its banks today, we will lose so many lives. And we've issued a notice. Kuna watu ambao lazima itabidi wasonge. So I know a time like this, wale akina Tobias and Ballard na wanasiasa watakuja kusema msisonge, msitoke. But when lives are lost, we'd rather do the right thing, not because of politics, but because of the right thing to do.
The Kenya Meteorological Department warns that the onslaught will persist through March 24th. So far, 7 people are missing. 81 lives have been lost, with over 68,000 homes displaced countrywide. Marian Barasa, KTN.
Thank you. Are you sure your tax expert is right for you? Switch to TurboTax Full Service. You'll be matched with a TurboTax expert and get real-time updates on their progress, and you get your best outcome guaranteed. Switch to TurboTax.
Yeah, sawa Ann, wacha nikupe yule best wako as our last video. Let's see kama kuna kitu aliweka siku ya leo. Anaitwa Chris Kumekucha. Yeah, let's see kama kuna kitu ametuwekea leo. 3, okay. Hidden reason terrifies Ruto. Yeah, this one is
was just a senator. Yeah, very visible, very vocal, but he was just a senator of Nairobi. What is he today? How did this... Let me give you just one example of how powerful these online protests are. A handful of months ago, Edwin Sifuna was just a senator. Yeah, very visible, very vocal, but he was just a senator of Nairobi. What is he today? How did the Sisi Sifuna and Linda Mwananchi movements spread like wildfire in a matter of days right across the country? How did that happen? Social media is the answer. Folks, make no mistake about it. Protests are ongoing and they're escalating, at breakneck speed. Now, admittedly, that on its own cannot force the resignation of a regime that is so unpopular. Of course not. However, it is making possible other things that could very easily force a resignation. And super fascinating, at the moment, most of these other things with huge impact have something in common. And bila kizungu mingi, it is blocking at every turn the only way Ruto can win a second term, okay? And that is through something called rigging. There is a brand new initiative, I'm sure you've heard about it, Kadi, where youngsters are registering to vote in large numbers, mainly Gen Zs, Those Kenyans who send a cold chill down the spine of this administration, and they make them start to sweat. Ukitaja hiyo, Gen Zs.
Someone recently asked me, what exactly happens at an initial consultation? Well, I want you to think of an initial consultation.
The gallant liberators of the country called Kenya. Very patriotic Kenyans. Na bado wajashika ile virus inaitwa tribalism. Bado. Tena bado sana. You know, it is very easy to know something that is worrying this government or giving them sleepless nights, because President Ruto himself has not wasted any time in tampering with this Kadi initiative. He has mentioned it in his speech, and he has repeatedly said, Ata sisi tuko Kadi. What does he mean? Does he mean that, yes, go ahead and register as voters, but we are the people counting the votes? Is that what he means? And therefore, pia hao wako na Kadi, and indeed the most critical and crucial, Kadi. Is that what he means? Well, the truth is, this time round, vitu kwa ground ziko tofauti. Things are very different on the ground. Because apart from the People's IEBC, there are various other initiatives, like this man called Justin Muturi, who has witnessed firsthand the rigging of at least 2 presidential elections, 2017 and 2022, is coming out, seems to be on a crusade to block all paths that usually lead to the rigging of elections. And Justin Muturi is a lawyer by profession, and therefore is demanding that the IEBC must publicly announce, list all the polling stations countrywide well before the general elections, which, by the way, they need to do, they must do legally, but they've not been doing it. And the reason why is a no-brainer, so that the government can have those ghost polling stations where there's just a signboard and then a thick bush behind that signboard, and that is a polling station. People have voted there in large numbers. And indeed, in these ghost polling stations, the number of registered voters in those polling stations is flexible, if you know what I mean. It can even be more than 700 people. Kwani iko nini? And so many other things are happening that are going to make rigging very difficult. For instance, people asking, these bombers of Kenya tallying center, where is it in the law? Where is it in the constitution? Because madhambi zote hufanyika bombers. That is the headquarters of twisting the people's will, of rigging, of committing fraud against the Kenyan people when it comes to elections. Bottom line, the Kadi initiative is a bigger threat to the establishment and those who rig elections than most people realize. And that's not all. I can assure you, the noose is tightening on those who want to rig elections. They will have nowhere to go, nowhere to hide, to do their dirty, filthy business. And the other thing I'm thinking about are the exposés. Now, very quickly before I go, there are many of us on this channel who may want to promote something, advertise something on this channel. And you may want to know, we have had great success with many members of this channel who have had a property somewhere and maybe they want to sell it. We have had a lot of very good success. Even recently, somebody who had some piece of property somewhere out there in Ukambani, yeah, even me, I was doubting, huyu atapata mtu kweli? Immediately, that information appeared on this channel. Pop! They had numerous inquiries, serious ones, of people wanting to buy now. And I said to myself, what? Even in this economy? And so this is a super amazing offer. Go for one promo, get 2 free. Oh yes, you can see details on your screens right now and all the details you need, even the cost. And it does not need to be a plot, no, or any land. It could be a business. We have also had amazing success with those ones, including one of our main sponsors at the moment on this channel. Now, of course, this is a crazy offer, and therefore it strictly ends in 24 hours. Midnight, Monday, your time, this offer will be kaput. So please move quickly and secure this. You could even be in a situation where you have 2 friends who want to do the same thing. Go for this offer, and you'll be able to secure a spot for 2 of your friends. Now, back to politics. There is some information, yeah, that guarantees, tells us, yeah, for sure what is going to happen in Kenyan politics next. And it is in a highly sensitive special report. I mean, out of all the special reports I have, I've never had one without a title. This latest one is so super sensitive. It has no title, okay? Only numbers. The 3rd month of the year 2026. And if you have not yet taken it in, you have a small window of opportunity because this is heavily sponsored. For only Kenya shillings 1,200, you can see details on your screens. You can get this amazing, shocking, chilling information.
I asked more than 1,200 Americans aged 70.
Aya, sawa, tupataneni kesho. Ya Georgina special Jiro, hatutaki kujua high sensitive report surely. Aya, ni sawa. Mimi nimemaliza siku ya leo. Sina budi ila kusema our show today is over. It was a good night. Yeah, let me now prepare for the week. Hamutaniweka hapa mpaka kesho. Anyway, thank you because I appreciate your participation. Kama kawaida, we will be starting early. So, Anne, you are Kasudi. AKA Varari ndiye atakuwa anaanza show mapema. So tomorrow wale watu wanataka kuingia show very early in the morning, not early, very early in the day. Varari atakuwa na nyinyi hapa. Then mimi nitachukulia sasa wase wa late night. So wase wa late night. So wale watu wa from midnight Kenyan time, I think 5 p.m. where I am, mutanipata. So at least we also want Varari to serve Kenyan people. At least wale watu wako Kenya na wanataka kulala haraka, at least Varari can sort them out. Mimi nitakuja kusort out ma night runners kama akina Ann. Yeah. That is courtesy of many people complained that show yetu inakuja usiku sana. And then at times I'm unable to do it during the weekdays because of kazi. So wacha tu Varari atawapelekesha namna gani. Sasa we ndiye orifo. lakini usimkimbize sana. She is trying to learn. She is okay, she is good, she is excited to be with us here, na hiyo ndio kitu ya maana. So yeye alisema atajaribu, so mtu akisema si atajaribu, si ni mumpe cooperation. No, and you cannot do that. You have also to mentor. Hawa ni watoto wadogo, lazima msiwakimbize sana. Sasa unajua sasa shida yenu hamtaki kutrain watoto wakuwe kama nyinyi. That is the problem you people you have. Yeah, we have to allow those young kids to grow. So she is within the cycle of Gen Z, so msimuharasi sana. So allow her to grow. Maybe in 3 months she could be better than me. So si hata nyinyi, yani ni nyinyi mlinimenta hapa pole pole. Si nyinyi mmenimenta siku hizi, yani I can do a speech of 8 hours here nikiwa na nyinyi hapa. Mbeleni I was a very shy man. Unaweza wale nitaenda kuambia nini? Nitaandika comment waseme ngui. Nitasema kitu waseme ngui, nyamaza. And I'm becoming better every day. Yeah, in fact, when we were starting this show, mimi sikuanga nikijua kama we will succeed. But I cannot believe that we have passed a year. Shows a daily almost hapa. You don't know what that one means. Actually, yani tumeshikilia hapa at very bad times when Kasongo looked bigger than life. When we are starting here, hata ungeniambia kuna siku moja Kasongo atakuwa amechorwa kama anakoda. Ungeniambia kuna siku nitaona ati Kasongo amechorwa kama anakonda, nyoka. We have really grown anyway. And that's why we need to appreciate those people who are really helping us to get all those. So tafadhali msaidia kwa Kasichana ka grow. Na wacha kusema utakuja jioni. In fact, you can participate in the 2 shows. So we will be having 3 hours za mwanzo na Valerie, na sasa mimi nakuja sasa kwa timu ya jioni sasa. Ile timu ya mamang'aa sasa. Timu ya mamang'aa. Wale watu ambao wanasema gonga maliza. Si unajua sisi timu yetu ni ya mang'aa. Si unaona leo ndio nimewawekea hiyo dosi ya Patrice, at least ili muelewe huyo mzee alishawapredikia kila kitu. Na Gachagua kuange analyze watu kama, I'm surprised that in fact hata mzee Patrice ndiye anafaa kuwa kiongozi wetu. Huyo mzee bwana, we really wasted the potential of us here. Na mzee ashawaambia huyu mtu amekula masto. Hata na wewe unaona walikula masto. Unajua mkinikasirisha naweza wawekea hiyo video tena iwasumbue. Andi Kiti akasema itoshe sasa. Unajua Kiti is not understanding, is not getting how serious hiyo mzee is. Sorry. Unajua Kiti is not understanding how serious maybe Kiti amekuja hapa juzi. Kiti, I wish you can understand how serious Patrice is. Huwezi sema itoshe sasa. Huyo mzee you cannot get enough of him. Huyo ukisikia ni kama Patrice anakubo, wewe uko na kuashia kwa ama marazmas. In a light note. Huyo mzee bwana. Huyo mzee, the reason why nimemuheshimu, unless Gachagua ni pesa ama ni vitu zingine ama, lakini ana ametuambia ni bet. Mzee was very articulate at the time when others are being cheated with the Bible. Haya, Calvin, I think this one is good. Wacha watoto wa nini na wasijaribu kuua huyo mtu. Do you know, by the way, Tuju could be the sparking spot. Haya, nyinyi hamujui. Simuliona tu maandamano ingine niliwaonesha dana. Let me tell you, in the next 1 month Maandamano is roading in Kenya. Maandamano noma. By the way, hiyo roho ya maandamano imerudi Kenya. Unajua na msiambiangu kila kitu. Saa hii kuna hiyo story. Unajua Gachagua amefungilia maandamano, ni hataki kuongea story ya maandamano. Ni wasi wanataka maandamano. Sijui kwa nini hata naye Gachagua pia ajui kusoma environment. Wasi wanataka kutoka. Wasi wanataka kutoka tu. Gachagua tu anasema tu muombererie tuhesabu masiku tukiwa jela. Na tuko na Kromba tukiwa ndani ya njera. Na Gachagua tu anatuambia sasa ati muombererie tudhurane si ati kana dhiko nini. Na uko na Kromba. Sijui kama mnajua Kromba ile ya kung'oa milango. I'm telling you. So, and the next maandamano itakuja. It will be unstoppable. In fact, maandamano ingine ikikuja hata kina Gachagua hata wezana nayo. It might even bring a truce between Gachagua and Ruto. Watavutana sasa waseme hii kitu I don't know. That's if it doesn't mean it. But me, I'm telling you, Kenya is at a spark point. And you don't know. Unajua watu wanafikiria ni kama ati Kenya ati tulirelax sijui nini. Gen Z, let me tell you, vile Gen Z wako. Gen Z wana behave kama ile nyoka inamezanga, ile nyoka inameza mbuzi na ina relax. Wewe unaenda kucheza hapo na mdomo ya nyoka hapo ukifikiria unyoka amemeza mbuzi haiwezi kumeza. Gen Z, they look very harmless. My friend, hawa watu, let them get enough reason to protest again. You will not imagine. You will not imagine. Let me tell you, hata wajaribu kutafuta truth ni mana awatoboi. In fact, Gachagua will just kill his dream. Akivuka tu kwa Kasongo tu story yake imeisha. And we are at a very tempting time. We are at a very tempting time. Nakwambia. Triggers tu zipatikane. Triggers zipatikane tu. Wacha hao watu wanatoroa hapo Nairobi Dam na bila kuonesha pahali ya kuenda. Ujingia serikali ati watu wahame na uambi mtu hame atoke hapa. I'm telling you. Tuajaribu kupata. I'm telling you na by the end Ruto anaenda hata afanye nini? Si umesikia hata wengine wanasema, kuna wengine wanasema ati Ruto can cool down atoke tu. Arudi tena 2032. Ameanza sasa hata kukalculate story ya hii achane nayo. Aanzie kukalculate ya 2032. That's why tunasema huyu jamaa tukimtoa ni kumalizia. Kugonga kichwa. Haya. Mimi sitawaambia kila kitu. Story ya kuniambia mnataka niwaambiange kila kitu. I will not do that. Nyinyi mnaona ile kitu iko. Mimi nakwambia. Hiyo spirit ya Gen Z kirundi tena. Amutoboi. Na sasa ndio tunataka kujua Gachagua ako pande gani. Na sababu Gachagua ni mjinga, and I'm sorry to use this word, ni kiongozi wetu, lakini unajua sisi tunaingilianga. Gachagua ni mjinga, ajui kusoma weather. Ajui kusoma weather. Gachagua saa hii angeitisha maandamano. Ajui kusoma weather. Again, that is why akina Patrice are ahead of him. You people, Gachagua si mwerevu. Ni sawa ni kiongozi wetu, lakini Gachagua is just an ordinary thinker. Gachagua si mwerevu. Mkae mkijua hivyo. Anasemanga alidanganywa, mtu alidanganywa sio mwerevu. So mjua Gachagua is an ordinary guy. He cannot predict anything. Hawezi jua na hapo mbele kunakaa aje. So ndio najaribu kuambia sasa. Ndio najaribu kuambia Gachagua cannot predict anything. And I'm so sad that he cannot be able to know sasa when the momentum is calling. The momentum is calling, manzi. Gachagua bana, hata yeye bana amenikasirisha sana. Saa hii it's ripe bana. In my language tunasemanga kameripe. kahawa kameraive bwana, nikatune Sasa the land is, I'm telling you now ndio nimewambia Gachagua sio mwerevu. Time ya revolution ndio hii, ingredients zote ziko tu. Gachagua hata hahitaji kuongea story mingi. Nilisikia, unajua anaperanga utumeta, sijui anasema ati uko kwa Wameru ati nitaenda kuambia Wameru wajikinge. Alisema hivyo. You don't say that. Gachagua hata sasa tuanzie kumfunza ati tunaweza ambia Wameru wajilinde. You don't say that. Angesema Wameru hao bandits muue. That's how you speak. Unajua saa zingine I don't know, unajua huyu Gachagua ndio ani nakwambia Gachagua is not clever. Ndio unasikianga all the time ndio unasikianga all the time Stony PK hapa akisema all the time Stony PK is saying all the time Stony PK is saying these people need thinkers. And I'm telling you, we need thinkers. And I'm telling you, ni sawa Gachagua ni wetu analia one term na nini vitu zingine kwa nazizi, but I'm telling you, Gachagua is not clever. Gachagua is not clever. Alienda tu na hiyo uzuzu yake na Ruto hapo because Gachagua ni msee anyway, I support him because ako pande tu, but nitawambia Gachagua ni kama ile sese fry. Sese fry inakuamilia pali. Sese fry ikisema na kunywa damu hapo ndio inakunywa mpaka yuawe, but it doesn't know when to get out. Gachagua ni ile sese fry lazima igongwe itolewe hapo. So Gachagua unfortunately has been unable to understand that there is a lot of good. Na ndio unaona Gachagua asifikiria ati kuna kazi amefanya Kenya, for your information. So tuanzie kumwelimisha. Kenyans were already anti Ruto. Yetu ni vile alikuja, he came and so Sara, niambie ni kodi gani naongea naye? Hebu niambie, nasema aje? I've just said Gachagua sio mwerevu. You need to understand that. Gachagua is not clever. And he has admitted anataka watu werevu. Lazima ukae ukijua timu yako. Lazima ukae ukijua timu yako. Lazima ukae ukijua timu yako vile inakaa. Mimi hii timu yangu nishaijua sasa. So far kwa upinzani hatuna Messi, which is okay. Raundi hatuna Messi. No, of course. Sasa nivuke niende wapi swali Sara? I'm not saying ati nikiongea hata ukisikia nikisema ati the last thing I can do is to support Kasongo. Hiyo wachana nayo. I'm not saying hata nikisema singine na kudescribea Gachagua vile hapo. Kwani kukuambia huyu Gachagua hizi ni makosa. Wacha niweke mandizi yangu maji. Kama unataka mandizi yangu iungue nikiwa hapa na nyinyi. Ama Sara, unafikiria na kuranga misumari? Wewe giendea misumari. Wewe na kuranga chakula, wacha niweke mandizi yangu maji. No, hata Gachagua akivuka there's no okay, sio wewe anasema no. What I'm trying to say, Sara, what I'm trying to say ni Gachagua is not clever. Na hiyo statement muichukulie kwa makini sana. I've just said Gachagua is not clever. And I will come and explain to you why. So, and we have to take him in that level. Na nikisema Gachagua is not clever, I'm not saying ati Ruto ni mwerevu. Pia Ruto ni mjinga sana. Na being clever is not about the schools you have attended. Kuna vitu tatu which explains about how people perceive things. We have wisdom, we have knowledge, and we have brains. And all of them are different. Hakuna ambayo correlated na ingine. We have wisdom, we have knowledge, and we have brains. For you to be a complete human being, you need three of them. You need three of them. You need wisdom, you need knowledge, and you need brains. Because those things do not work in isolation. My mother is wise, lakini hana knowledge ya vitu zingine. So unakuta sasa hiyo wisdom yake iko na limitation. Knowledge about something. So my mother can tell me things about malaria na ile wisdom yao ya kitambo, lakini hiyo malaria hana information about it. Inaletwa na mosquito inaitwa Anopheles, a female mosquito. That is why females are very bad. Mnafikirianga sijui kwa nini in a light note, msinichukue vibaya. Hata malaria inaletwa na female mosquito. Sijui kama mnajua hivyo. Leo ni leo. Leo ni leo. Leo ni leo. Yeah. So leo ni leo. Malaria inaletwa na a female mosquito. My mother ajui hivyo. I'm just trying to tell you. She is wise on so ndio najaribu sasa. So she has a lot of wisdom. She can guide me. Anaweza onea an 18 ananiambia na wewe Nshiro mwile tusho dela murora huyo msichana vile namuangalia wewe huyo anamuonea 18, lakini ikifika story ya malaria inaletwa na female mosquito, hiyo story ajui atendwe ate malaria maleta wanendo hiyo ajui. So she has wisdom, but she has some limitation of knowledge of some things. Now let me explain what are brains. Brains, because they are different. I want to explain. Brains is now where now your mind is. So brains, they now make you to design. Sasa ane brains ni hivi. Brains ni hivi. Ni kutokezea haraka haraka. Manzi, so nigonge ngiri 20 bana nitakurudishia after 2 days. We nisaidie 20,000 nitakurudishia after 2 days. Alafu sasa because you have brains na kitu ya kwanza kitu so akili yako kwanza inagonga msee ni kunizubaisha na nisubaisha ili nitoe do. So akili yako inagonga haraka haraka. Unakuja unaniambia so I'm telling you brains, akili yako inagonga haraka haraka. Msee anaongea story ya siku 2 ili nitoboke haraka. So akili yako inagonga quickly. Those are now what we call brains. Being able to interrogate situations quickly and responding the right way. Unaanza kujua huyu msee, ama unaenda pahali mtu anakuja anakuambia bwana antulime mayai ya kweli, hiyo ndio ina sell saa hii. Akili yako ina calibrate haraka. That mentality when your brain can be able to calibrate and you are now able to defend yourself from different forms of attack. Many of them sasa hiyo ndio tunaita brain. That's what we call brain. You can be able to, your mind is able to interrogate things quickly. Ama sasa msee anakutokezea including na ndio unasikianga wacha nisiende that hiyo level. Hata yani saa zingine niona jamaa anakuja analia hapo, I feel something juu kona akili sasa, akili yako ina karibureta haraka. Aha, hata Timu alipitia hiyo kona, wewe nakuona wewe wewe nakuona wewe nakuonea ite kazi yako ni alafu ati roho yako inasikia wapi hapo inapatikana wapi inapatikana sasa yule demu ako na akili anakuenjoy vibaya sana sasa akikuwa sasa nilo mkolino mujanja, unaenda kumwambia ndirarotire ati niliota tukiwa na wewe pale. Sasa akikuwa nilo sasa nilo mkolino serious sasa akwira no twetera rucio tuone kana no urote ringi. Can we wait tomorrow and we see if you can be able to rota again? Tunaweza ngojea hiyo dream ijirudie. Ili at least dream ikijirudia it has some level of believability. Tunaweza ngojea hiyo dream at least ijirepeat. At least na tuone kama the setting ya hiyo dream vile dream ya jana na ile dream utaota ingine, tuone kama the setting will be the same. Now, I'm talking of brains, and I'm talking of brains. Brains ndio sasa when Ruto anakuja na anakudanganya na Biblia. As Gachagua puts it. Unajua imebidi niwalete hapo pole pole ili munielewe sasa. When Gachagua is telling you that wewe ulikuja na Biblia ukatadanganya. So when Gachagua is admitting that alidanganywa, he is just saying I don't have brains. You need those three things to function in a society, and that's why to some extent Gachagua cannot be a leader. Ni sawa, he is doing whatever he is doing, but he lacks those three combinations which you need for a leader. He lacks those three. You have to be wise, you need knowledge, and you need brains. Gachagua could be having the two but hana brains. You need three. Hata mzee wa kukuoa lazima akuwe na hizo vitu tatu. Bure mtakuwa mnaimba ruwene ni ruwere all the time. Ruwere ni ruwere ama wewe ndio utakuwa unamfanyia harusi kama akode. Yeah. Wewe ndio utakuwa unamfanyia harusi kama akode. Akode si alitubangaisha hapa na maharusi, na hata hizo maharusi zilienda wapi? Haya. Anyway, and that is where I wanted to explain wisdom, knowledge, and brains. So niulize swali Sara, wacha tuanzie na Sara. Sara, out of those three things, what do you lack? Wisdom, knowledge, and brains. What do you lack? There are very few individuals who have three, by the way. So musicheke Gachagua. Gachagua is among millions who you cannot have. There are very few people in the society who have those three things. Sio wengi. Those combinations, they are not many. And I also feel you lack one. Na sijui ni gani. And which one do you lack out of the three? Ama hiyo ingine ya tatu maybe unaweza kuwa uko na nusu ijaja. So saa zingine wakati unasikia mwembu akisema huyu ni kama amebakisha kamutu ya ngundi hawadanganyi. Kuna wengine wanakuanga wamebakisha. Yaani kuna mtu ameanalyze huyu mtu anakaa mwerevu lakini sio mwerevu. Kuna kitu amebakisha. Huyu amebakisha. In my local language we say amebakisha. Kuna kitu amebakisha. Why? So now, Sarah, what you need to do is, I don't know if you are a guy or a female. So you have to make sure that if either friendship or a family. Yule mtu utaoa lazima akuwe na hiyo kitu hauna. Bure sasa upatane na mwingine ana brain as you claim here. Sasa nyinyi mutajikuta livayala. Mutajikuta na Makenzi. Mutajikuta na Makenzi. Oh, sawa. 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 No, and be serious. Wacha kuweka jokes. No, we are very serious. We are trying to build each other. You cannot say that at sina hata moja. You are just joking with us. So Sara, jipange vizuri. You are 100. Lazima kuwe na hiyo. You are 100. So yule best anashika dashboard. Make sure kuna hiyo hauna. That is the principle of life. We look for people to supplement us. So when you are looking for, so utafute best hawezi koniwa haraka. Best anaonea hiyo mambo 18. Bure wewe nimeona ukiuzua plot huko kwa Matakaini. Ukiambia ni plot maguta ile siku mnaenda kujenga mnakuta live Nairobi hapo. Anyway, I've said it in a lovely way. So just be at how can I get the 3? Njiro, please idea. And you are joking with me. Wisdom, we cannot help you. Wisdom is natural. Hiyo hatuwezi kusaidia. Wisdom is either you have or you don't have. Hakuna katikati. So wisdom is natural. It is either you have or you don't have. Na nafikiria wisdom uko nayo, that's why uko kwa Kasongo at least. You can infer things. Knowledge you acquire it from people, from scenarios, from experience. Ile umepitia kwa kichaka sana huko, umepitia kwa weru, umegonga weru kabisa. Huko ndiko unatoa knowledge. Sasa kujua hii scenario ikitokezea I respond this way. Hii scenario ikitokezea I respond this way. So ndio hivyo. So hiyo scenario. So brains sasa, brains nayo pia hatuwezi kusaidia. Brains ni either uko nayo ama hauna. So and for the wisdom, that one you have to be captured. So itabidi uende pale kwa mgumo wa Nyagazanga, ukampu hapo kama vile Muturi alikampu hapo for so long. So itabidi uende hapo kwa mgumo ya Nyagazanga pale Murang'a, you camp there, and maybe the Mumbi thing could return to you. Knowledge, that one you can you already have. Wewe umepiga kichaka ya kutosha. Hiyo ushapiga kichaka ya kuchoka. Hiyo hata sita umepiga kichaka. Wewe although unatuambianga wewe ni Gen Z, lakini I think wewe ni Gen Z aliramba Moi hata kama ni mwaka moja. Wewe ni Gen Z aliramba Moi. Ani nakwambia you don't need to you don't need to pity yourself. Even your bishop could be in a point whereby hata brains ana. It's not you. Hata watu not having brains doesn't mean that you cannot succeed in life. Unaweza kuwa una akili lakini you have succeeded in life. Not having so na sababu kuna mtu maskini ana chochote imaanishi ana brains. So those are things you need to differentiate. So and it doesn't mean even that Oresa Peter kona brains, for your information. He could be lame as any other person. Ni opportunity tu ilimfikia tu akapewa hiyo kiti. So there's no relationship of the opportunities we get in life and having brains. Those two things are not related. Unaweza kuwa wewe tu ni fukara wa kule tu Gachagua, lakini ile mambo yako vile unaifanyanga tu. But do you know that hata kukata mti na shoka you need brains. Na kama mnafikiria kukata mti na shoka ni kazi rahisi, enda ukate uone hiyo mti ikikulalia. Una calibrate, unapiga mahesabu, unajua hii kuna vile nitaweka shoka hivi, unapata experience ya hiyo mambo. And I'm just telling you, it doesn't mean that you are 20 bishop uko na brains. It doesn't mean sababu you are a president you have brains. Brains you judge. You judge how people are responding to issues. So unaweza angalia mtu unaona huyu mtu kweli yako na akili ama ana. Brains you can judge, you can perceive. You can perceive with the way people are responding. Unaweza jua if they have brains or not. So between when Gachagua, from the time when Gachagua was with Ruto and now, the only thing Gachagua amepata ni knowledge. He has not gotten any brains. You need to understand that. So yule Gachagua wa Ruto na Gachagua wa sai, the only difference ni knowledge. So Gachagua has not added any brain in him. So it means that Gachagua can still be lied to again. Najua hiyo hamjapata. Gachagua can still meet himself in the same scenario he met himself in with Ruto. Sijui kama hani munanielewa. Gachagua can meet himself in the same scenario if it is represented differently. If another liar comes to Ruto, to Gachagua, haya utasikia Gachagua anasema na kaimudu ya radio ya gate. Sorry, na nimemaliza. Mimi sitawaambia kila kitu. Mnataka niwaambie kila kitu? Mniambie sasa huyu ameambia kuingia Gachagua. Me, I'm just telling you the truth. Gachagua anaweza ndanganywa tena. It is you either believe or you refuse. What make chakula yangu mafuta sasa. I know that one. Najua hiyo ijalande vizuri lakini you better believe. Sijui kama umepata hiyo. Let me return. Yeah, that one is very important. Najua hiyo mtabishana nayo sana. So I had to explain to you those three. Aki ya nani So Gachagua hajaongezea wisdom na hajaongezea brain. The only thing which Gachagua has added ni knowledge peke yake. And knowledge is a variable. Knowledge depends with the scenarios. So knowledge is not very reliable. Knowledge is not reliable. Knowledge cannot help you in times of emergencies. Ili wakati unaangukiwa na missile, you don't need knowledge. Wakati unaangukiwa na missile, you need brains and wisdom. Knowledge is for a comfort zone. Wacha niache mambo mingi. No, Kio alipotea. Sijui alitakaje. Kio aliona ni kama tulikataa shule yake. Nitamtafuta. Na unajua Kio anakuanga yellow mbaya sana, msinange hivi. Kio ni yellow mbaya sana. There's a possibility Kio ni chotara hata. Kulingana vile nilimuona. Kiu hata ni muyelo kuliko Ses Mutungi. An ama hata hiyo amukuona An amukuona An amukuona hii nitawekea, wacha nitoe sauti ili An amukuona hii Kiu ni muyelo kuliko huyu. An amukuona hii amukuona Jeff akiambua aguze vitu. Namalizia.
Hot 96.
Kama hukuona hiyo ni shauri yako. So he is more yellow than that guy. You know that lady. So you can judge. Ni vile nimewapea tu for your implication. Aya, bye kesho. It was a sudden end kama on goal. Sudden end.